I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself. You don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them. You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
Our own life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be hotep and ask to Rick Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this, because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not got you down I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish?
Black people,
hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down, hands down, hands down, hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
What up, what up?
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Let's hear that new DQ. Featuring Smash Rockwell.
Yeah. DQ, baby. Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha patting some leather, ink and a feather. I pen some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll up my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leads foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabins. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Curl Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole. On my dean, I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stat time passing y'all asses. Catch me on the lake chillin' laughing, everlasting. My mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dodo.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the Lolo. The chicks should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah da down, blah da down. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent a text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book, don't be a dodo. If the boys disagree, then hit the dough. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book, don't be a dodo. If the boys disagree, then hit the dough.
Yeah, that slapper. What's up with it? Let me find this source real quick. Because cats just be acting funny on purpose. So I want to do this to have some fun. All right, let me open up the screen. What up to the chat? Jamie, I seen you. What's up? Barn Dog, El Ned, Lion Time, Pharaoh, Brazil, DQ, More One. Hey, Rue, what's up? So, some of these questions be so easy that I be like, cats is retarded. I mean, cats is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Cats is just tripping. You know why? Because the conversation and the argument that some of us maintain, some of us go all the way say the Egyptians was black. Some of us go and say there was obviously a contingency of the ancient Egyptians that were black, that could be considered black. Right? So the chief argument is whether those who contend that the ancient Egyptians are black, that's what they're saying, right? Then the person will come along and say, name one North African tribe that's black. In the middle of you arguing that the ancient Egyptians are black, you give all the attestations that no, they didn't know this word black, but their word to describe a dark hue, they kind of like associated that with themselves. And people fall for that. Not only, but you do need to focus on that. That the initial claim that hasn't been refuted yet is that the ancient Egyptians is black. They North African, right? Shout out to Lions the Baby. Now, obviously people gonna say the obvious things like the Nubians, because you can't get around that. So then, after not realizing that your initial argument was that the ancient Egyptians were black, they'll try to take that away. Then they'll try to say, oh, excluding the Nubians. Now you want to know what's hella funny? Name the North African tribes that was not black. I bet you're going to come up with less. I'm talking about indigenous North African tribes that were not black. You're going to be short. You're going to be covered up short. And everything you say, you're going to get proven wrong. You're going to try to say the Berbers, you're going to get proven wrong. Because the Berbers consist of many ethnic groups. Don't you know that name just came from the Greeks calling them barbarians? Y'all think the barbarians is a race? But I be liking to do stuff different. Since all of that stuff that I just said was evident in facts, I'm like, man, this needs to be a better teaching moment. So at least whip out some other North Africans that can't be refuted, right? And just do it for the fun, and then just have them ignoring that. It clearly say, now this book is called How a Race of Pygmies Was Found in North Africa. That's like way to checkmate right there. Because nobody about to argue that there was pygmy Berbers. Pygmy Berbers that wasn't black. But I show this to the community, but I'm sure this is why everybody say I want, obviously. But certain people, I guess in the nature of trying to build up their viewership or whatever, they just ignore it. It say right here, they have a reddish black complexion. What's reddish black? Normally they say reddish brown. What is reddish black? I can't figure out reddish black. I think I'm reddish black. Right? And then you'll go watch somebody's show and they'll say, they tried to do the Heritage and they failed with the Heritage. Should I read this? In equatorial Africa, it has been observed with interest that the larger races near the dwarfs resemble them in color. In the dry valley south of Mount Atlas, the dwarfs are called Man, I'm turning this off. Hold on. Sometimes I don't even like my phone. Turn that off. Let me see. All right. So how somebody gonna be able to be on a panel of men providing evidence? You show them this and they don't even got no response. You know what is hard to do in this little community? Speak a person into silence. Man, I spoke Chief X into like a 5-second silence when I asked a question. And it was just so silent on Chef Show. I'm like, y'all noticing that? It's crickets. You call it crickets. Y'all reading the screen? The large Heritage is who he keep referencing, and they indigenous too. I'm about to prove it again. Shout out to Brenda. See how easy it is to give props when people show you stuff? I like way to always do that. It's easy. In hip hop, if you did that and you didn't give no props, you was a sucker. You was a biter. Jay-Z made that up. Then he said he paying homage. Y'all be paying homage to my sources, huh? They grab your source and say they paying homage. Nah, it ain't the same thing. But everybody see they have reddish black complexion. Do y'all think that the dwarfs wasn't indigenous? They say that in this book that the Muslims of the Dry Valley said that these was the oldest people in the world. Huh? So I sit on it for a minute since they didn't want to acknowledge it. Now, when I tell y'all these, I like teaching more. I'm going to go to the easy stuff later. But when I tell y'all these tribes straight up out the Medu Neter, how can you assess that? See, sometimes stuff just over your head. For instance, no one's going to argue against this. I can show you it in the English. That's why they can't argue against it. I'm going to go back to my favorite little tribe, right? They might want me to put a J there, but let's see. And I want you to reconcile this. Now let's remember something. There was no people walking around called Nubians, right? And in the looser sense, when they use the term, we need to scrutinize this term. Let me show you something for a minute. Just pardon me. IJWN. IWN. Jan, John, Awin, however you want to say it, right? As we look through this dictionary, you'll see plenty of places. Esna is starting with the Awin, the Yan, whatever you want to call it. All right, and then we're going to look into this and we're going to get something out of it. Heliopolis. Notice the pillar there, right? Which I argue is the archer's quiver. We can talk about that later. And you still see Awin is the same. Exactly. No one's older than the Twa. We got them. We got the source. Checkmate. But we're going to have more fun. Because I got E.A. Wallace Bud saying that they was the first people in the Kemet area. But we don't have to go back that far. I'm going to play that game today. Right? Just for the fun. Oh, matter of fact, let me turn on this video. I'm tripping. See, sometimes you'll start the video. Well, I ain't even gonna monetize this video. Forget it. Just for certain reasons, because I might want to show some other stuff in the video. All right. Yeah. So you see Heliopolis, Upper Egyptian Heliopolis. Notice that this is starting with Awinu Shema. Awinu is consistent. Heliopolis, okay? That's how you say a person from Heliopolis. How do you say it? Awinu. Is Heliopolis in North Africa? It's in Egypt. So keep following this. Because this is the level that they can't see. That's why they don't understand why they lost. You can understand it. You still see I win here on all of these terms. No one's fooling you. This W is going, and this I is giving us a person from, basically. It could be. It's still like the TU glyph, just stuff is turned around. Awinu E. One of Heliopolis, they're saying, right? Let's keep looking. Heliopolis, Dendera. Another location we know about. What do we see? The pillar, a N, and a T. We getting, you know, y'all win that. But let's look here at the next definition of the same exact term. Using the same, what we think is a pillar, but next to it, it has something to let me know that it's a quiver. But we ain't gonna trip off that right now. Again, I think my stance on that probably has been falsified, but I gotta see. Because I think what people brought forth was inconclusive. But why is it next to a bow? See, right here you got Dendera. You know, that's in North Africa, right? Right here you got Heliopolis with this pillar. But then you got a bow. A weapon, same word,
same root, that is. Awenet, right? Now we're going to keep going. And I'm going to have to click translate to English. And it should be detecting the language, but I might have to tell it. Let's check this out. All right. Let's see what do y'all think this means? Bargain money. All right, let me go to the translator. I want to show you something. Let's try this. Y'all see that? Bowman. Bowman don't mean they Nubian. Hold on. Well, we're going to do a little better than this. But y'all clearly see this word means bowman, right? So let's go back to what we're looking at. Now notice the same word, the root, it means dendera. It means heliopolis. Look, a heliopolis woman. Okay? Now we got the bow, and then we come down further, we see, now this is what you need to notice. And this is why I said Nubia. We got to realize Nubia ain't a term. They're going to get their wig wounded right here for fun. But see, since they don't know no meta nature, you can't even imagine knowing this and hearing somebody say, name the black tribes in North Africa. Name the indigenous flat-haired, woolly-haired nose tribes of North Africa. You'd be like, dang. But right now, you should notice this. I win the same exact root with a TU at the end. What does a TU do? It forms a collective. So if I win T is a bow man, I win TU would be bow people. Now, after this, look what they put. Nomads. Then look what they put. From Nubia and from the Sinai. Uh-oh, we got an issue. Guess why we got an issue? Because Flinders Petrie, let me go to Petrie. Petrie, I think, all right, let me go to books. I want to show y'all in the real book. Let me see. Why we got an issue? Let me see if I can do it. Flinders. Flinders Petrie, okay. I ain't gonna do it like that. I'm gonna show y'all someplace else. I'm gonna go like this. Now you see I put Flinders Petrie, Anu people. Uh-oh. It's gonna get ugly. But see, some things you gotta hold for the big stage. And they ain't even gonna get on it. If you get slaughtered in a face-off, then whoever considering that debate already know it ain't gonna be worth nothing. Now, oh, this ain't good enough source, but they even tell us here. Let's see if they say the word Anu. Well, it says the Anu people, right? The Terra Neter title is pre-dynastic. So let's stop. Terra Neter. His name was Terra Neter. Pre-dynastically. All right? So we got some ancient Egyptian language pre-dynastic on this group of individuals. Let's look. Being found by British Egyptologist W.M. Flinders Petrie in an early temple in Abydos underneath the dynastic temple. The figure is on a green glazed facade. Petrie, famously known as the father of prehistory, Petrie excavations at Nakata and Balas in Upper Egypt nearly 100 years ago unearthed 2,200 ancient graves. But they're not talking about the Anu people no more. So I'm going to go to another source for you. All right. Now, here we're going to go to Egypt Search. This is a forum where they talking about stuff, and I just see somebody is trying to start this discussion. Now, this is the green facade that you will see, right, of Terra Netter, the nobleman. What I need y'all to notice here is this. You can look at these three, right, in this house, but really you don't want to trip. What you're going to get is the three right here. 1, 2, 3. Next to the Niu symbol for a town, a location, or a determinative. Now, before we show you how he wanted himself to be looking, we're going to hear what Flinders Petrie had to say about that. Let's see if they got Petrie's quote here. Because we can just go right here. That's why, bow. Oh, it's been removed. That was a really old good site with the source on it. Now here's Petrie's making in Egypt, so we're gonna actually go to the book so you don't have to get it off this site. It's page 68. That's why I still love Egypt Church. Here we go. Now let's read what he say. See, this is the more, like, you can't even, you just gotta teach. So we on page 68, and I'm gonna put it on the one page style. Let me see. So right here where it says the Anu people, all right, y'all see that? So let me read this. It says the Anu people, besides these types belonging to the north and the east, there is an aboriginal race. Man, I need my sound effects back. Man, because this will be ugly on the big stage. He went to Flinders Petrie. He went to this, he went to that. Besides these types belonging to the north and east, there is an aboriginal race of the Anu, or Aunu people, written with 3 pillars. This is why you got to do the meta nature. Because what would you, if you was on your secondary source and they said written with 3 pillars, you would have had to stop right there. Y'all see that I'm making it big. The Anu people, so aboriginal race, y'all see that? Of the Anu, or Anu people, written with 3 pillars, who became a part of the historic inhabitants. Y'all know this book is called The Making of Egypt, don't you? The subject ramifies too doubtfully if we include all single pillar names. But looking for the Anu, written with 3 pillars, remember we was just in the Medu Neter? I said remember the 3 pillars? We find that they occupy what? Southern Egypt. Oh man, it's not funny. It's not cool right now. Watch how ugly it gets. We find that they occupy southern Egypt and Nubia. And the name is also applied in the Sinai. Oh, killed them. And Libya. Let's read on. As to the southern Egyptians, not the Nubians, but as to the southern Egyptians, we have the most essential document. A portrait of a chief, Terra Netter, roughly modeled in a relief in green glazed facade, found in the early temple in Abydos. Preceding his name, His address is given in the earliest of visiting cards, Palace of the Anu in Himenet City, Terraneta. Himenet was the name of the god of Teflun, whatever. 13 miles south of Luxor. Armat opposite to it, was the Palace of Anu to the south. Anu Minti. The next palace of the south is Anti, or Gebelin. And beyond Anti, Sini, or Eshni. So y'all hearing that? Remember when we just said that Esna? Look, go look in the Medunetter to prove what he was talking about. Remember when I showed you that Esna was also a city of the Antu? See, Ant Esna. That's what he's talking about. So let's see what he says. He says, the chief particularity of the figure is the droop of the chief peculiarity of the figure is the droop of the chin. Uh-oh. This is caused by the slanting jaw with a short ramus. The same type of jaw is seen in the Ivory Kings from Abydos in the 37th dynasty. Oh, no, from Abydos 37, didn't say nothing about a dynasty. He's talking about a particular plate. 10, and moreover, in 3811. The Scorpion King who preceded Narmer. So now he's saying the way they jaw look, the way they chin drooping, you know what I mean? He kind of looked like the Scorpion King. And they from an indigenous aboriginal race that was in Egypt. Now listen, these figures are then the precious portraits remains of the native pre-Memphite kings of the South. And they are a certain type, and they are of a type certainly different from the dynastic type of the square jaw Narmer, Mena, and his followers. Let's keep reading. The difference of the slope in jaw in the Anu people was illustrated by our researchers in the cemetery of Taharka. No, I messed that up. Tarkin. But y'all gonna see cemetery at Tarkin, all right? In dealing with the remains, the jaws were all photographed in position, and they show two groups of the slopes of the lower edge at 20 degrees and 28 degrees to the horizontal. Now we could go a step farther. On the big mace head of the Scorpion King, there are carved a standing figure in, let me just make this smaller. All right. These bear the emblems of men and set with the Raketi plovers hanging from them. The Raketi people, however, were a special care of the dynastic race protected by Aha and Teti. He's saying Thetu, whoever that is, whoever Thetu is. Now, he's about to argue all of this. I don't want to have to read it all, but he's going, the Scorpion King was then an enemy of the dynastic race, Syrio-Egypt, and belonged to the preceding race of the Anu. Preceding race. That means the race that was there before the dynastic race is what he's saying, right? Now what does he say here? As we find the Anu strong in the south. Exactly, that's what he's trying to say, Haskell. Shout out to you. Prognathicism. I hope I said that right. Now it says, as we find the Anu strong in the south, but he's going to go more direct on that. I just got to keep reading. Watch this. And we find the Anu strong in the south. But see, when our brother Ivan Van Sertima had referred to this, everybody discredited him. Now we could go into the glyphs and show you the Anu right here. All they did was mistranslated it. They was using budge. So let me show you how this happened. I can actually show you how it happened. See, this transliteration scheme, which incorporates the J, is more of a German scheme, right? This J in transliteration in other schemes is a Y. In E.A. Wallace Budge's scheme, it is an A. It could also be, well, we can look it right up on the transliteration code, what you call it. And so he put A, and then he switched this W and this N. And we were saying Anu. Everybody could see that. And we all know by looking at each place name that they indicate, as he said, Esna was called Anu. No, it wasn't called Anu. It was, I mean, we don't want to argue pronunciation, but the more accurate would transliterate back to Yawin or whatever, however you want to say, W-E-N. You can say Juwin, Yawin, because again, that J represents the Y sound, not a J. Even this location, they call in Lunette, is another location with the pillar and indicative of, let's go down to, they say Heliopolis. But what I like to show is when they give it all the way up and they tell us the collective group is called the what? I went to you right here. Bow people, right? Now, I don't have to even bring Tassetti into this argument. Y'all already know who the ancient Egyptians seen as bow people. But notice here, they say, just like Flinders Petrie said, from Nubia and from the Sinai. All right? So let's go back to this book and see what else he has to say. I don't know if I'm trying to pre-read to see how much I need to read. I think I'm going to go back a page. But he killed them dead with that. And then it's going to get even funnier. So again, how many white or so-called non-black North African tribes did they name? Because they're going to have a lot of problems if they just trying to hinge on the Berbers. Y'all never asked that question? Peace to the Numbers magazine. So let's go back here. Were they North Africans or not? Well, from Nubia and from the Sinai, so that make people mad. And we find them all over Egypt. Now, this is the best part about it. Remember the 3 pillars, right? Here go the best part about it when you go to the map. And also remember, we killed them with these, what they call troglodytes, who they even said was in the Dra Valley. Well, let's go back to this real quick. So you can see it on the map. Now, I'm going to show you a lot of things, but I don't want you to be confused. It's really the ones in the south. But remember they said you could find them in the Sinai Peninsula? But, all right, we got Heliopolis right here. What is it called? Everybody can see it with their own eyes. Awenu. Y'all see that? Now, that's why this I, that's why that J just switched to an I right here. See? They're using a different transliteration scheme. So y'all see that, right? Is that North Africa? Well, hold on. Because you got to see this and take it into context. And this is the real one. Because you talking, the one they was talking about was in the south, right? And it had 3 pillars. Remember, Dendera, what's Dendera called? Awinet. So we got Awinu in the north. We got Awinet right here at Dendera. You see the pillar? But I'm telling you it's a quiver with 1 arrow in it. But that might not be right. Well, let's go down here to our main site, and what do we find here? Now, notice he says, Awinu Shema. This is the rendition of Awinu that will represent the 3 pillars. So let me see if I'm right about that. Thebes, Waset, Luxor, Karnak, right? Awinu Shema. Let's go back to the book. Because he's going to say it in English. And he don't think it's, see, right here he says, Auntie Sini is Esna. He says Auntie is Gebaline. But he leaves, it appears he leaves this out. But you can clearly see the pillar there. And I want to see if I can find one with the 3 pillars right there. You see, but you see that, right? Cool. So if they from Nubia, you got to remember how this is stated. Because what is from Nubia here? If their location is where I'm showing you. This is one of their chief locations. This is the main location he was scrutinizing. This qualifies, this is why I be telling people it don't stop at Thebes. Thebes was actually a part of Egyptian Nubia. Right? Or not? Now he looking at, he doing what we call lookership in the book. Oh, as a matter of fact, I think I should go to page 68 of this book. What page 93? It's the other page in the book where I was showing you he was just comparing them to black people. Like, what is y'all talking about? But I showed you, I got that source in my presentation. And I want to see if I can show you. But let me stay focused. So it's Waset in the land of the bow. And who are these famous bow people that Egypt always talked about? With their protruding chins. Who is that? Now, I'm just, stretching it out, making sure we got a show. We had about 45 minutes. Let's have some more fun. Because what's their favorite source? Somebody type what's their favorite source in the chat. I know y'all know. What's their favorite source? Their favorite source about to kill them dead. I dare anybody to go to their favorite source wiki and type indigenous people of North Africa. And this is what you get. They dead. It's over. Beja people. The first people they started with was the Magi, y'all. Ain't that crazy? Indigenous people of North Africa. They dead. this is their only source. I don't even think Chief X got a Chat GPT account. Who the first people they started with? Because it's in alphabetical order. They're not doing it in no other order. Now, here go the funny part. Remember the list he showed with all the sub-Saharan tribes? Well, when you show the North African tribes, the majority of them is black. Now you know they just hating and lying. How much more dead can you be in this? Did I say that this was the Magi? This is the Beja people. Let's click Beja people. Kushitic. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Y'all don't remember this brother? Let me show you the brother picture. Oh, he ain't on here again? I thought they had him on this page. The Beja people have been associated with the Magi. Exactly. This is indigenous people of North Africa on your favorite source. You tried to throw out the Tibu. Why you tried to throw them out? I've been saying that. Now let's look at this. Because how they doing this is tricking you. The Zahanga people, also called the Berber or the Zakawa, is an ethnic group primarily residing in southern Libya, northeastern Chad, and western Sudan. What is these people talking about? This your source. Now, here go the funny part. You think Berbers is a people group. So here go the funny part. Some European settlers said that the people of North Africa spoke in like barbarians, and they called them Berber. They really started from them imitating how they sounded. Bar. Look it up. And y'all think that's the same DNA? Like they seen some people who spoke African languages and it sound weird to them. And they came up with a name, Berber. And you propose all those people who's got the same haplogroup. So this is why when you click into Berber, you see various ethnic groups. And the one that people don't like to talk about is the one I talk about the most. The Zanata. Berber. The Zanata, dude. You don't know about the Zanata? North African Berbers. Don't have me click pictures so you can see what the first thing that pop up. Because I ain't got none on here. Spaghetti-Os. See what type of sources we could get. If any of these got some pictures. I'm just gonna go to images. Let's play lookership for a minute. All right. That's cool. You can see whatever influx mix of different ethnicities right there. They say Zanata Berbers. All right, let's look at some images. Now they say a beautiful family of Spanish ethnicity. All I see is all black people. You can look close, I can see them. But I'm just looking at images right now. I'm not qualifying the source, unless it say it's something good. The indigenous Berbers of North Africa. The blue men with the eponymous blue cloth veil. Indigenous Berber. Is he not black? Huh? Again, you can complain about the pictures, but I'm familiar with the images I'm clicking on, so to speak. Like, you haven't seen these before? So it's different Berber ethnic groups. And don't try to say, oh, they descend from some slaves every time you see melanated people. You're going to see people like this too, and you ain't going to say that. But they actually descend from slaves too. Because if these people were there in this form, indeed, it could be true that the Arab, when they invaded North Africa and took over the Maghreb, they encountered light-skinned people because they took it from the Romans. Y'all know about the Byzantine Empire, right? So yeah, I got all kind of books that say it was originally black and then invaders pushed people out. I ain't the one just saying it. I said all kind of books. All right. So yeah, the Arabs did take it from who? The Byzantine Empire. So how you take over something without bringing hell of your people? Berbers, that ain't Zanata though. I'm looking for stuff that says Zanata. Or whatever. Anyway, that's enough little images. But refute that group in its lineage. Back to your favorite source, it's so funny that if we look at how many tribes they got in North Africa, the majority of them got black people in them. Look, Beja ain't got nobody else. That's one. Berber got at least two contingencies of people who they try to say, oh, they was just sub-Saharan remnants of slaves. We got the Heriton and we got the Zanata. Right? So you can't take that off the map. The Copts. Now, if you want to go in on the Copts, we're going to just let the source do its own work. This ain't no ancient group. Are Christian, bruh. So are the Christian ethno-religious group? Ethno-religious? Indigenous to North Africa, who primarily habitated the area of modern Egypt and Sudan since antiquity. So let's talk about that. Because the ancient name for Copts ain't the same name that they started using when they started saying Copts. What difference do that make? Because it was the name of a nome in Egypt. One nome. So your ethnic group is from one nome? You see what I mean? How this shit work? How is you gonna keep an ethnicity within one nome? See, they're not even gonna show you here because they probably don't know. They saying Coptic, Ni Renin Kimi, Ni Renin Kimi, right? And Al Qwib. Now you see this Qibt? That's not ancient Egyptian. The ancient Egyptian for Coptos is Gebtu. It's about the 7 nomes. Let's look back on the map. Look, right here, see? Coptos. So now let's think about it. Do this make any sense? So these are the original Christian Egyptians. These people across the river from Nakata. I know your brain is spinning right now, but this is how we get it. So basically, when they say that they the cops, they saying they people descend from right there. That's hella silly to me. That's like saying we the Oaklands. I'm talking about genetically saying we the Oaklands. So the cops ain't genetically closely related to the people from Dendera or Thebes? Well, let's keep it in context. And you can have this. I want you to read what any scholar say about the original cops compared to the, what happened. But I just want you to read it. I don't have to do it on everyone because I ain't tripping. Let's just leave cops where it's at. It says, while Coptic Christians speak the same dialect and are culturally similar to other Egyptians, they strongly oppose Arab identity and associated with Islam. See, they opposed it because they was Christian, not because they was hella ancient Egyptian. Don't get that twisted. Thank you for saying you support this channel and you like what I'm doing. You know that make me feel good from where you are in space and time. So you just affecting my particles that make up my body. I appreciate that. In Egypt, Copts have a relatively higher educational attainment, a relatively higher wealth index, and this ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. Etymology. They'll tell you right here. They ain't gonna go back that far. But I just showed you right on the map. So they didn't want to go into the ancient Egyptian because it will reveal what I just revealed. That it was just a city. But you got the DNA of the people of that city. Okay. That's why they're not going back that far. How am I doing this right on YouTube? Look, showing you how insufficient Wiki is. They say the English language adopted the word Cop in the 17th century from the Neo-Latin Coptics, which derived from the Arabic collective Quibet, the Copts in the Nisba adjective Quip, plural Akbat, and Quifit, and the blah, blah, blah. Now, it does not go past it ain't even going into it goes to the Greek, and then, okay, let's go back and see what they do in the next paragraph. The Greek term for Egypt, Egyptos, itself derives from the Egyptian language but dates to a much earlier period, being attested already in Mycenaean Greek, Eukupitijo. Egyptians used here the same man's name. This Mycenaean formally is linked to the Middle Egyptian Hukapata reconstruction, blah, blah, blah. Why are they talking about that? He ain't saying nothing about Coptic. This is filibuster. He started talking about Egypt. The term Egyptos in Greece and the Egyptian population link it to Coptic. Now, here we go. The Coptic name for Egyptians, Renin Kimi, Coptic, is realized by the Fayumic Coptic. Lemon Kimi. Yep, it was an L. And the Remin Kimi in the Sahidic, Egyptian, and Remech in Kemet in Egypt, and Remech in Kimi in Demotic. They still ain't telling you that Coptic was on. Oh, they did it. They ended the paragraph without telling you. Told you. So what am I showing you here? Well, they exclude, all right, now they're trying to do it. The Arabic word quip has also been connected to the Greek name for the town of Coptos in Upper Egypt. So yeah, if you believe that DNA descends from one city, then I'm with you then. Forget it. So let's go back to their favorite. We on their favorite source. They dead, Chef. Look what this say, Chef. Indigenous people of North Africa. It should be no more shows on this. I'm just keeping it a buck. It's dead. Out of the 6 tribes they got, or whatever, I didn't even count 1, 2, 3, more than 6. 1, 4, 9. The majority of them is who you call black people. I don't even ever got to click on Nubia, but that's checkmate. Or Nuba peoples. That's 2 different tribes, like I've been saying. People think the Nuba is the Nubians. People think the Nuba is the Nubians. So now you got 2 different people to try to take out of North Africa that was all black. So which one of these is you trying to argue ain't black? Let's go. You can have them. I don't know them. Kabili. The Kabili. You got them. That's your only hope. Everything else make you look dumb about North Africa. It's your misunderstanding of the Berbers. You didn't know that was a reference to a language. You know in ancient times it wasn't a reference to no DNA. Now, you thought the Tuareg didn't even have a black contingency. You can look into the Tuareg and see who they're going to put up in front. Right? But they're not going to leave out the black contingency. Tuareg in Mali. They said Mali. Bro, these is North African tribes. That make them mad, bro. I wish I could have seen more. Just like Nubians is more than one tribe. Thank you. Nubians ain't a people group. Berber ain't. That was just Berber. I told you, look it up. Think I made that up? They was like, they talk hella weird, yo. It sound like this. Berber. That's what the Greeks said. Or the Romans. Or whoever did that Berber. I think it was the Greeks. I don't know. One of them two. You ain't seeing nothing through that. But again, this is a mixed contingency as well. Y'all keep excluding the black people. We're not excluding the ones who look like this. I'm not skipping over the photos that look like this. Y'all skip over the black ones. Because people wasn't just racist until racism kicked in. Now, see, y'all ain't gonna show these to Reg. And you arguing they ain't black, ain't no indigenous. Man, this is nonsense. So again, the more time I spend refuting nonsense, the more time I'm spending doing nonsensical things. They go, man, do I have to say anything with this image on the screen, y'all? Lo and behold, they will take this image and do a 2-hour show talking about how she was the descendant of a slave or something. They doing that. It's black people doing that. They've been so well trained. Negro peons come in all shapes and sizes. They look like normal black people now. Some of them even look cool. Like they might got some swag and they're 100% Negro peon. everything come out their mouth. You be like, damn. Yeah, that's a white person. Here go another white person. Indigenous to North Africa. Right in your favorite link. Oh, but she got Caucasoid cranium. Well, the Caucasoid cranium came from Africa. Deal with that. You know how they arrived at that Caucasoid shit? Because Blumenbach, or whoever it was, said that out of all his skull collection, the prettiest skulls he had came from the Caucasus. And y'all all trying to be into that category. That's how I know you ain't an alpha. Ain't no alpha about you. Every group of men, you be looking for who to follow. You don't never get in a group of men and be like, watch these motherfuckers follow me. You get in the group looking for a motherfucker to follow. Ain't no alpha in you. You ain't even beta. Some of these dudes is, we gotta go to alpha, beta, delta, gamma, y'all gamma, epsilon, zeta, eta, theta, iota, lambda, kappa, mu. Oh no, zeta, eta, theta, iota, kappa, lambda, mu. That's y'all. Omnicron. Pyro, Sigma, Tau ass. They ain't black. Oh, hold on. You say they from Niger. But see, this is what we don't understand. A tribe ain't geographically defined by borders. He cheat. Man, this is so easy. Your own favorite source. How could you hop out on a ledge without ever looking at the opposite side of the fence? Like, you feel me? Without ever looking at the opposite side of the damn fence. Oh, they slaves. Oh, we gotta click Nubia? Nah, we ain't gotta click that. We gotta click that after everything we showed y'all. What is this category? Indigenous peoples of North Africa. Dude still ain't gonna pay up. That's how you know he used to get whooped behind the schoolhouse. You could just tell certain shit on YouTube. Nobody ever waged a bet with me in my whole life, in real life, and ain't paid up like this if they knew that they could be tracked down in real life. I'm not saying nobody type of lies. It's never happened in my real life. Because we don't disrespect each other like that. When we say bet, good. Because we not even going, I don't even want to see what you're going to do if, I'm not talking about the Chief X scenario, I'm talking about real life. Just so y'all can be clear. Like, I ain't got nothing with dude. When we ain't talking about Egypt, he cool. Now, have y'all ever tried to not have somebody bread after you bet them? You could get anything from the shit slapped out you to shot. So I never done that. When I was young, I probably tried to get in the dice game and probably didn't even have as much as everybody else in the dice game. And that ain't even cool. How you hopping in the dice game? You got $20 and everybody else in the game $200 to $500. So you really ain't got nothing to lose. You just trying to come up. You just ain't really right. But whatever. I ain't that type. But I don't expect nothing from those type of people. If you see the Nubia, this is people who we always confuse with the Nubians. Ethnic groups, not just group, ethnic groups in the Nubia Mountains, South Kordofan State. They are listed as indigenous North Africans in your favorite source. So how about that? Look at all these sub-Saharan tribes. Well, I'll refute that with look at the lack of North African tribes. And when dealing with this lack, the majority of them got black people in them. So they dead twice, Corey. But you over there still rooting for the, y'all ain't got no champion. Bottom line, Corey. So you forced to root for weak ass team members and shit. Just because y'all ain't got no strong champion. Facts. So I ain't mad at you. You wish y'all had a better leader than Chief X. Yeah, I said it like that to make you say what you saying in your head right now. So I know what you're saying. I'm reading your mind. Chief X ain't my leader. See, I put that in your head. And then I read your mind. I guess damn. It's like chess. Guarantee you, if you hologrammed up, that was on your hit mind. Because I put it in your mind. And that's the same way Chief X put that smash be Punk and Unk head. Because we know how to do this. This is the West Coast. Just plant a seed and let them go tear their own shit apart. So he planted that seed like, hey, you know what? Smash be punking you. And the next day, me and Unk ain't cool no more. How that work? You would not last in those West Coast streets. They do that shit all the time. Slap the shit out of a nigga who say somebody be punking you. And don't even trip off the nigga who they say you punking because he trying to make you do something to somebody else. And just say, now I'll be punking you though. That's more like how we get in. Ain't nobody telling you somebody else be punking you without getting the shit slapped out of them. You not about to go at the person who they say be punking you. Y'all gonna go have a drink, laughing. But I guess it'd be different strokes for different folks. Like y'all used to catch when y'all was young and we was just having these frivolous relationships. Y'all might caught y'all chick slipping and y'all want to fight some dude. You know how many stripes you lose where I'm from if you even showed that was on your mind? You feel me though? If you even showed that was on your mind, cats didn't want to kick you with you like the next day. You'll be wondering why your phone ain't ringing. You feel me? Because they trying to test your pimping like you stuck, you a square. Get up out of here. You about to try to fight a man of she chose him, bruh. Don't make his time hard. You lost. It's called pick or choose, win or lose. But now, I ain't on that note. We back to this North Africans, right at their favorite source. Indigenous peoples of North Africa. How could you do any show after this and not just be saying it's over? Because Chef don't understand. That's what's happening right now. Chef gonna try to rock, I don't understand till the wheels fall off. It's always certain hands you can play everywhere. Don't you know you can play you don't understand in a court of law? Y'all gotta peep people's angles. I don't understand rock forever. Y'all don't know how to extend something like, you know, she jamming you up. You can just be, I don't understand. I don't understand. It's cold. It's old school playing dumb. But it extends, you know what I'm saying? It extends the dialogue as if it requires more of an explanation. So you don't understand this either, I bet. Indigenous peoples of North Africa. But what they mean, North Africa? I guarantee you it's going to be a what they mean about either the subject or the object of this simple sentence. It's either going to be what they mean indigenous or what they mean North Africa. Because they boxed up. It's dead. It's over. And here go the funny part again. Y'all keep forgetting the bet was name one. So then when you name one, they say that one don't count. What is we playing, like hopscotch or jacks? Like what little kid game is we playing? Y'all remember jacks? You bounce the ball, you throw the jacks, and you see how many jacks you can snatch up before the ball bounce. This is the type of shit we playing. I mean, I never really, when I used to see people playing jacks and shit, I used to be like, so I'm supposed to get good at that. Like I'm supposed to bounce the ball, swipe some jacks. Is this game about stealing? Jacks was trying to teach you how to steal. Y'all know what jacks is, right? You threw the little metal things on the ground and bounced the little ball and see how many you can snatch before the next person. Cut it out. We ain't snatching in the hood. We need some games of abundance. Oh, you did all that? I didn't get to see your show, Chef. Thank you. I didn't watch it all because I told you my stomach be turning after like 10 minutes. I'll be like, oh, they really doing this. I know you did this, so you ended him. I know you ended him then, Chef. Let's go see how much of your video watched. Look, YouTube be snitching. Let's go watch YouTube. You're going to see when my stomach turns. I'm going to go to Carnivorous Podcast. Look. It's going to show you. There it goes. Look, my stomach turned right there, Chef. You see, couldn't get through halfway. The red line up under it is snitching. So you clearly see I couldn't get past that point. I was like, man. But yeah, I wasn't mad, and I hope you beat the brakes off that argument. If you showed this, then you ended it last night. Then Chef ended it last night. You feel me? Yeah, I'm about to put up a link because I've been bumping my gums. What James at in the building? Hope you back healthy, feeling good out there. James, where you at? Let me see. Yeah, but y'all let them throw out the little Herod and troglodytes too. Let them throw out the Nubians. And my argument is, y'all act like the whole thing I've been arguing is the ancient Egyptians is black. Y'all gotta stop seeing how spooked Chief X really is.
Recording in progress.
See, every time I click this, it start recording. Man, what's this new stuff? Oh, that's this new thing I added. That's right, I gotta turn that off again. This is meeting notes thing. I'm gonna turn that off. End of the meeting. Now, I guess it ain't recording.
Recording in progress.
Got it. Now, kick this thing out. I don't want it to record. Remove
Recording stopped.
All right, now, oh, allowed to record files? No, remove. All right. Invite. Copy link. Yeah, so that conversation is over. Let me see. I ain't putting no more effort into that. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Let me see if I can pin my own link now, finally. Eventually. I might have to post it twice. Let me see. See if I can pin it. Wait, is that the wrong video? Oh no, that's the right video. I can't pin this. So somebody reshare the link so I can pin. Well, let me see. Pop out chat. Just the other day I could pin it again. Pop out chat. Oh man, I ain't arguing that silly stuff no more. We won that Black Eagle last year. Y'all just talking about the game. I don't be liking to listen because y'all commentary be like, wait, crazy. And then y'all be letting these foreigners speak like y'all didn't go to integrated schools. That's what I get from that. It be like y'all didn't go to integrated schools the way y'all be giving people a voice and brown nosing and shit. You really jumped in though. What? Please, pop out chat. See if I can get this chat popping. We got Chef in the building. Yo. Ooh. Might check 1, 2. Whenever y'all mic is ready, y'all got the flow. Oh, I didn't think Chef mic wasn't working. Thank you, Sadiq. Let me see. Pin link. What's up with it?
What's happening, Smash?
Man, I can't even pin them. Don't even trip, Sadiq. I'm having different issues today.
Oh, you want me to try? You want me to put it?
Yeah, y'all can. Any moderator can pin it, right?
Well, no, I don't think I can. I don't know how to pin it, but Sadiq may know how. But
okay. Well,
I'll put it in there and see.
What's in there for now? Forget it.
Yeah, I was gonna put it in there and see if you could do it like you've been doing it.
Well, I tried to do it. I tried right today. I'm just having some computer issues, I guess. Because
you was able to do it the other day.
I know.
I thought it was back fixed, but it looked like they didn't went back to the old.
Maybe I'm just taking it on me because when I pop out the chat, the whole chat ain't even loading up. So I probably got to restart my computer. But I ain't tripping.
Yeah, I'm putting it in there now.
All right.
But yeah, man. This shit is real. Excuse me, man. This is really kind of like one of your best shows, bro, because it was real simplistic, and man, you just put it right there in everybody's face. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like with that quiver, like we need to get that changed.
Yeah, well, we need to see if that's true.
You know, like,
Jay Mill don't really. I gotta debate Jay Mill on it because he don't agree. We started talking.
What Jay Mill? Didn't he see that?
Nah, like, but yeah, he can't say nothing to that. But he showed me instances where it can't possibly be that, and I gotta admit to that too. You feel me?
Right, man. But I mean, what are they doing? Like
but why is it next to a bow like that?
Jay Mill that we need to see. I mean, I seen y'all do that one day, but the way you using it, it's almost. What did he say when you show?
But the cold part about it is it don't even have to be that because they clearly say it mean bow people. You feel me? So I'm just showing them why I think that. What's up with Chef though? Oh, you fell off again? Damn, Chef. Yeah, he fell off
every
again.
time I try to get on, sometimes they'll try to download and then I won't be able to get on stream. I mean on Zoom, so I have to stop it and then redo it. So this stuff is crazy. I mean, as far as like the glitches that you got to deal with.
Yeah, I know. It's been more lately than
but that Bowman, you pulled that up. I mean, they need to change that.
Well,
make some type of different. I don't know what they can do, but they need to be a qualifier for what you saying. I don't know where the mistake is being made at, but they need to look at that.
Chef, your mic working yet?
Got something to do with the TLA. They need to look at that immediately.
Yeah, I think I'm hooked up. What's up?
Nothing. Peace to you. I was wondering, did you use that last night? And I know how stuff works, so I'm pretty sure you was just like, let me just Google Indigenous North Africans and see what they say.
I did that. But first thing I did was reiterated his position, his claim that there was no Indigenous North Africans, right? That set up that was in North Africa and their culture was born there, right? That was his claim. So the first thing I did was I defined indigenous. Then I defined native. So he couldn't get no way out. I defined indigenous, then I defined.
Lost him again.
Yeah, I thought it was me.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, hold on. I looked at what Chef did last night, and because he will say something today and then just say something different tomorrow, I was confused. Like, because it looked like he did a good job. You know what I'm saying?
Yesterday in Gozi,
I was like, how he gonna mess this up? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he gonna just change for some viewership.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I was like, is Chef done? Has he finally figured it?
I mean, he went against Chief X in the versus, and he won. The little part that I watched, he had already won. Chief X really only way of refuting you is to say, I don't accept it.
Yeah, he'll exclude certain populations out and tell you, hey, well then find somebody outside of these populations that we already know is black. So now you got to go through a needle through a haystack and try to find another population.
So the question is, which North African tribes ain't black or don't got a black contingency at all? Because the chief argument was starting over the ancient Egyptians. And since they want to avoid that so much, they tried to spread it to the whole North Africa. So now that we done went back and rallied their ass back up, so the question to them now is, which North African tribe does not have any contingency of black people? You back, Chef?
Oh yeah, I'm back. My bad.
So you can pick up where you left off.
Oh yeah. So the first thing I did was I reiterated his position or his claim that there was no black North African tribes, right? None. So the first thing I did was I defined indigenous, right? And then I defined native, so he wouldn't have no way out, right? And then I just went straight to Nubians, and they fit every category of indigenous North African, and it was over from that point. Once you say the Nubians,
hold on. How did you get the Nubians in? Because he wouldn't allow Nubians before. So how did you squeeze the Nubians in? That's what I want to know.
I went straight to the Wiki.
I watched the show. Hold on, I was watching. But what I'm saying is he usually makes you exclude Nubians and find another one. So I want to know, how did you get Nubians in? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, no, because he actually called me and said he wanted to debate me on the Nubians.
Really?
Being North African, right? So I mean, I heard him, was smashing them, and so when I gave my position, he called me and challenged me and said, I want to debate you on the Nubians being North African, and I said, better, I'll take you on that. I ain't gonna run all through the weeds with the inhabitants in them because I read the same article, and it do say that they were is some sources say that they was sub-Saharan slaves who was brought, so I'm not even going to
so we're going to fix
you know what I'm saying? He said the Nubians.
So that's what we'll deal with after, hold on real quick. We'll deal with that sub-Saharan thing right after this, but continue about the heritage. Let's put a pin in that, but keep going.
Yeah. So once he challenged me on the Nubians, he couldn't back out of it. He couldn't say, I give you the Nubians, because he offered the challenge on the Nubians. And the same source he used, Wikipedia, said that the Nubians are.
You kind of broke
up.
That's
snowstorm. That's that snowstorm. Just drive safe or whatever.
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So once he made the claim that he can show that the Nubians aren't North African, then we debated on that. He couldn't back out of it.
What a dumbass. He did. So hold on. This is what I gotta find out. So after this happened, I was kind of, because I'd be just paying attention. Did he concede?
Yeah, he conceded.
You need to pull that up. I need to see that right
now.
You can't do it right now. What mark is this at?
Listen,
do you got the time stamp? I need to go
listen.
See this for myself.
He gave his explanation around his concession, but he conceded to it. Now, y'all might don't agree with his concession, you know what I mean? Because what he tried to do, and like I told him, you can't use the political country and borders of the Sudan. Like, he kept trying to say that, but the source literally said that Nubia, right, the Nubian people inhabited the area of southern Egypt and northern Sudan. So that was the region, and that's North Africa. And they said that it was a North African people, their language is North African, like their culture, everything that he said a black people wasn't. You get what I'm saying? The source said that they was. So there was no way around it.
So after all this, so where you at? You cool with that?
I think Vernon Williams said it best about you, Chef, but it ain't a hard charge because I'm just trying to build my channel too. But he said Chef just trying to build his channel. You feel me?
No, it's the same way I argue with y'all though, James. If y'all continue to say the same things after we have our what do I supposed to do? Pull a gun out?
That's what I said. That's what I said. Like if they gonna maintain their contention, so he gonna do another show, I bet, still saying it though. Watch.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to get where Chef at. We already did. I think you did a great job. I was confused because I don't know how long you're gonna keep hold this position. You see what I'm saying? So I'm wondering, is this it? Like is no more.
No, but Chef still tomorrow. Nah, you gotta remember the trick is in with Chef. He's still gonna say the Nubians ain't Egyptians. That's what he gonna do. See? Told you.
See, but how is that possible when the Nubians precede them? And then, like, when you try to say that they didn't have a written language, they were the ones who started the written language. You see, they're going to get totally confused when you start talking like that. But when you're using chronology and just using your brain, there's no way that they could have been excluded outside of the language. That's just Europeans taking them outside of the culture.
So, James,
you got to understand that. But I'm not a doctor. I don't have a PhD. No. I can say what I want to say. I don't got to be tiptoeing through the tubes with this.
Right.
I've read
James,
enough. Go ahead.
James, so you just made a claim that the Nubians started the written language, right?
They did.
And all of that. So man, you can put 30 minutes on the clock and let's see if you can run that through. The same way I did what you said.
I don't even gotta do anything.
It won't take 30 minutes.
Yo, exactly. I can just think.
If you can get me out of there to show me that the Nubians started the writing system of the Egyptians.
Well, you're not gonna find Europeans.
We can put 30.
You're not gonna find Europeans saying that, but what I'm saying is,
yes, you will. I'll do that for you.
Okay, well, hold on. But I'm just talking about without even using their brain. Right, I can use my own brain. See, a lot of the times what y'all do, it's just about what Europeans write, and y'all think that's it. If we can't find it where they wrote it at, then that's what it is. You have to use. That's what Diop was doing. They was using their own brain. They'll look through their information. They will look through European information and see what makes sense, common sense as an African. You see what I'm saying? So that's all I do. I just look at how could they not have any knowledge of the written language yet?
So that's what I'm saying. So Smash said he'll do it. So me and Smash, we can put 30 minutes. See, these I like the little 30-minute square offs better because we can just square off, get our shit off, and get out of there. You feel me? It don't have to be drawn out.
But
you feel me?
I mean, I'm telling you, it's just like any fight where they schedule the rounds. If you schedule 30 minutes and I don't have you out of there in under 3 minutes, then I ain't the Magi.
All right, cool.
So we can start. I mean, I'm just about to jump you at the bar. You know how they be scheduling the fight.
Hold on, don't do it yet. Let me get home. Let me get home. You feel me?
Yeah, I was about to jump you at the bar real quick. Like Mitch Green or something. Mitch Green got whooped though, but still.
Yeah, Mike was trying to.
He tried to jump on Mike at the bar. Like, we ain't waiting till the fight.
Yeah, so I think that'd be a good little 30-minute square off. I'm with that.
Man, you ain't got nothing for that. Robert Brown to bother you on that, I guarantee you. What's up with Robert Brown?
Jeez.
Man, peace
All right.
to the Almighty
Whichever
God.
one of y'all.
All right.
James,
Well, how
James
long?
made the claim.
Man, it's
How long
Y'all
till you
gonna
get
keep
home?
passing the buck.
How long till you get
pass
home?
it to Robert. I'll be home in 10 minutes.
All right, well, look, then I'm gonna start my 30 right now.
Oh man, no.
Then you gonna be had 20 minutes while you sitting at the house. You gonna be in the hard 10 minutes of it in the car. All right, let's let Robert get it in. What's up with you?
Go ahead.
Yo, blessings to the great Magi.
Peace.
You already know what time it is. Smash Rockwell and all his excellence. You know what I mean? You know him as Casual. You know what I mean? The general of the hieroglyphics. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Peace. Y'all get that book, Black Like Osiris.
Oh yeah, get
You know
that.
what I
That's
mean?
right. I gotta keep promoting. I'm tripping.
Indeed. You know what I mean? Great works from a great scholar.
I finally can
Peace
pin the
to
link. There you go. All right, go ahead.
Indeed, God. Hey, peace to Pan-African James. You know what I mean? Another Magi general. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna stop playing with Pan-African James and put some respect on his name. Peace to the newly found member of the madjai.shop. And I just want to tell y'all, man, that today is a day of reckoning. I want to tell y'all that the pseudo killers have dug themselves in a hole that they can never climb out of. I want y'all to understand very clearly that what I'm about to say and what I'm about to speak on in regards to the last show, their heads will roll permanently. Because see, what they tried to do was appeal to the sentimental value within Black Americans and tried to trick you with the Jim Crow the Jim Crow talk and the slavery talk, and you know what I mean, they wanted to appeal to your emotions. But see, they don't realize that they cut themselves so deep that you can't mend this wound. What I'm about to speak on, you cannot mend this wound. It's over for you. You bleeding out permanently. So I want to say, let me tell you how much of a pseudo, how much of a liar, a deceiver, a trickster that Ankh and the pseudo killers are. I'm going to explain this very clearly. See, he messed up severely with this last show. That ChatGPT got him captured, and it ain't no escape. So, Ankh, do you have any words? Do you have any last words before I take your head? You know what? Never mind. We don't even want to hear it. So let's get the bus in this bow. Ankh says that he is Black and proud. I repeat, Black and proud. In fact, most of the PKs say that they are Black. He yells Black African power before every show. Black African power. But wait a minute. Didn't this man just spend an entire 1 hour and 45 minutes saying how utilizing that term is upholding and promoting white supremacy? That we are still stuck in the Jim Crow South. That we still got chains on our brains. So if that's the case, why in the goddamn hell, in my Black Jesus minister voice, do you still utilize the term yourself, Ankh? If it is a racialized term promoting scientific racism, if it is a testament to still being slave-minded, as you say, then why does the term Black keep running out your mouth? See, you're a fraud. So it's perfectly fine for Americans to call themselves Black, a racialized term founded upon white supremacy, as you say. It's perfectly fine for us to support and uphold so-called white ideologies, as you say. But when Egyptologists say that, yes, according to the standard of Black that we have in America, it is perfectly reasonable to classify the Egyptians as Black. Now it's not okay. Nigga, please. I mean, at this point, the people have just got to stop donating when that DQ money song come on, because they are supporting the living definition of a fraud and a scammer. A man that just wants to get paid to contradict himself. A man that wants to get paid to spread a disorganized lie. Why? Because he has no other means to make a living, and he has literally nothing else to talk about except evolution in his previous life of being a crime boss.
Hold on, Robert. Don't.
Well,
don't
yeah, they
count
cutting deep,
G.
but see, they calling
Yeah,
us scammers, G.
yeah.
You
Just
can't call
don't do
nobody
all
a
that.
scammer and then
I
get
did come
mad.
back on something about making a living. I'm like, whatever you talking about, what that got to do with it?
Yeah. Leave
Yeah,
that out.
true
of it.
indeed.
But
Well, I'm just
go
cutting
ahead.
deep.
But
You know
what
I'm
are
saying?
you
I
what are you
retract
going
that
in on
last
right now? I
statement.
just stepped out. I was about to have to get my items for the debate.
Yeah, I can retract that. I ain't got to cut that deep, but
No, but what are you talking about right now? What are you?
Scammers.
What's the subject? And I'm gonna
Well,
press
you've
mute.
been calling us scammers. Is the subject,
Oh
God? You know
man,
what I'm saying?
I don't care about that.
True indeed. So
Yeah.
I cut a
I
little
just
deep.
don't.
That's not like a big issue.
Like you know.
Right. So
Everybody
I
who
cut
got
a
the
little.
right
Robert,
knowledge,
what I'm
that's
saying,
what they calling them now.
Okay, I cut a little
This
deep.
what I'm
I ain't got to
saying.
cut
Just
that deep.
because somebody
James, I got it. Okay, I got it. How
somebody
many times I
stoop
got
that low
apologize?
don't mean we got to. You feel me?
Okay, I said that 4 or 5 times already. I retract the statement because the honorable panel says so. Let me keep going. I retract that. All right. Okay, I ain't got to cut that deep, but he's still gonna bleed out. Okay, I said you got nothing else to talk about except evolution in his previous life of being a crime boss with Frank Lucas and Bumpy Johnson back in the day. So return your RBG clothing and swap it out for a straight jacket because you out here wild. And for the record, to address the actual subject matter, the people that was in that racist Jim Crow South, as Vanessa Davies said, and the people that sat at the back of the bus in 1940, America, as Kara Cooney said, would have been your descendants of West and Central Africans. Your sub-Saharan Africans, black people, by your precious damn Wiki definition. So, you, sir, once again, you lose. Historical context.
All right, let's get ready to land this plane because you're taking the vibe a different direction.
No,
like, I'm saying, I mean, nobody was in here talking about nobody. We was building, about to do a debate, and then you come in talking. So this is not really the place to like shoot at people. You know, you can vent sometimes, but I'm just like, damn, like it's a new year.
I ain't trying to get too dangerous, God. You know what I'm saying? My apologies, but shit, I mean, I'm really responding. I don't know if you see me when you heard when I opened up. You know what I'm saying? This is in response to the last show that they did, saying how, you know what I mean, the Jim Crow South, and talking about the
well,
Jim
you
Crow
know what
South,
though, I don't even watch that show no more. Just on the strength that I don't want to do this every day. I don't want my content to be a negative promotion of something that I think is not teaching the right information. So even if you saying, I don't want to call it slander, even if you giving your disapproval, it's still a promotion. People want to go see if, so if you know, I'm just like.
Right. You're right, God. I mean, these some good points I got in here. I mean, because they read from ChatGPT and the historical context, in ChatGPT it said that the historical context, the ancient Egyptians interacted with the Near Eastern, Mediterraneans, and Sub-Saharan Africans. That's what GPT said. Now I said, now does the ChatGPT tell you what time period these interactions occurred? No. And when we say black, that's who we talking about, the Sub-Saharan Africans. Like I just said, as well as the indigenous North Africans. So we are right on the mark. So which racialized term is acceptable, black or Sub-Saharan African? Because ChatGPT sure didn't waste time in utilizing the latter. ChatGPT, it said that racialized terms are not directly applicable to the ancient Egyptians. Well, what about indirectly? Because again, Vanessa Davies, Kara Cooney, and the Oxford Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt all are saying the same thing, which is by American standards, the Egyptians can be classified as black. We right here with it.
Man, we
as
won
Americans.
That's already
I'm
won.
going to keep saying it until y'all get it. And then I said, let's assess the magazine argument. The point she made was that everybody didn't look like that. We've been saying this for months, have we not? That everybody wasn't extremely dark, but that their skin tone varied. Their African phenotypes varied, which is what? The literal Wikipedia definition of the word black. The standard reddish brown color is just what it is, the standard that they use to depict the population, which is why when Smash showed you the black-skinned Egyptians and brown-skinned Nubians, we should have gained some type of clarity on that concept then. Everybody wasn't slim. Everybody wasn't tall. Everybody wasn't muscular. We know that. That's as common sense as you can possibly get. But one thing about a magazine is that it has a theme. If you see that it's Vogue or Time or Forbes, they all have a theme. This magazine of the ancient Egyptians just happens to be Ebony. That's right, Ebony magazine. Now you got to go figure that out. I said, I don't understand why an ancient population that had, Unc says, I don't understand why an ancient population that had no influence from colonialism would be black and proud when everybody around them looked alike.
Bruh.
How stupid is this assessment? How stupid is this statement? So are you saying in order for people to be black and proud, they have to go under some form of colonialism? It's just impossible for people to love themselves, right? Including their appearance. You think of people who obviously deem themselves as beautiful, look at their writing, their artwork, the eloquent way that they spoke, their burials, practices, spiritual systems, libraries. Look at their royalty. They had barbers and had hairstylists, for God's sakes. They built the most influential civilization known to man, and they had black skin, as they said themselves, and others who saw them recorded it. You mean to say that a white man named Charles Darwin or Jim Crow had to tell them to be black and proud? In the section entitled Interpreting the Ancient Egyptians, Juju literally read from the chat GPT that stated the physical appearance of ancient Egyptians as depicted in their art and remains varies. Some scholars argue that they will be classified as black by today's standards due to their geographical location and phenotypical features in some artistic representation. Chat GPT said that. And that's all that we've been saying. And a key point that has been overlooked is that the PKs forgot to mention that in the time of the ancient Greeks and Romans, when they utilized the term meaning black to identify the Egyptians and Berbers, Jim Crow wasn't even out yet. Charles Darwin wasn't even out yet. So how the hell were they using white supremacy concepts or racialized terms when that comes from Western ideology and America wasn't even born yet? But y'all want to talk about us being anachronistic and having a problem with chronology. Please, you lose.
Hey, y'all know at church, when the organ man come on, the preacher got to get ready to start winding it down a little bit, huh? Y'all remember that?
That's it, God.
Amen. Amen.
We want to give praise, Brother Robert coming in and blessing us on the mishaps of the pseudo killers. May the church say amen.
Amen. Word up, Robert.
That's hella funny. Now I'm just trying to bring the vibe back to something light. You feel me? Because you had that steam.
Yeah,
I
understand
understand you. I don't be listening, so I don't even work up the. I don't even work up the steam that much no more. It's just I ain't gonna just be mad by misinformation all the time.
Yeah,
True indeed, God. My apologies if I threw the vibes off. I ain't trying to cut too deep, but sometimes I get kind of carried away. But you know what I'm saying? My overall point was that, you know, them saying that we are using racialized terms and that this term is coming from a slave mind, that we still chained and in bondage to utilize the term black, then why does Unc keep using the term black? Why does he keep saying that he identifies as black? Why does he keep saying that he's black and proud? If you're saying that this is a racialized term and that this is a racist term, that this is a outdated term, then why do you keep utilizing it yourself?
I don't know, but
Yeah,
I don't know, but
okay
you created enough of a cover for Sheffrin to run and get up out of here, man. You created cover. See, he just peoned out the back door. First, he wanted to debate something for 30 minutes. Where he go?
He still got time to get home, so maybe he'll
No, that ain't 10 minutes. Robert cooked for 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's why I came on for that. You know what I mean?
Cooked
I
them
was
right
listening
on
to
up
it, come back.
off the frying
That was
pan.
like 20 minutes ago.
My Lord,
The
Smash.
language had
I
to been
wanted to
developed
also
first, you know what I'm saying?
piggyback on your Black Berbers dissertation, because they said that we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to the Black Berbers. They said that we making it up.
All right.
They said that the Berbers ain't black. And once again, I have substantial evidence here that is and this is from citydata.com, which it says the word Moor originates from the Roman word moris, which is a derivative of the Greek adjective moros, meaning black or dark. The word mean black. In the year 46 BC, the Romans army entered northwest Africa, where they encountered black Africans whom they called Moors. During the European Renaissance, explorers, writers, and other scholars began to apply the term Moor to Africans in general. The term Berber was only used for one group of Moors, and that may have derived from a Latin corruption of one of the ethnic names of the indigenous nations of Northwest Africa, although some argue it applies to barbarians. This here says, when I'm scrolling on down, it says, I want to go here. Stilius Italicus, a Roman writer around the beginning of the Christian era, describes the Moors as nigra alatin, word for dark complexion. Other Roman documents referenced other Berber groups such as the Black Gatuli and black-skinned Asphodelius. Procopius, a 6th century Byzantine historian, says the Moors, the Morosi, were a people composed of dark-skinned tribes.
Now, I cited that same tribe earlier, the black guy totally, and they just ignored it.
Indeed, God. It's sad at this point. I mean, it's sad. It says they were composed of dark-skinned tribes who had gained domination over all of North Africa after the decline of the Vandals, who had gained control over the region briefly following the fall of Rome. The founder of the African dynasty of Roman emperors, the Severan dynasty, Septimus Severus, was a black Berber lawyer from then Roman colonized territory of Mauritania. His statues and coin images depict him as a phenotypical black man of the sub-Saharan type. Anthropologists and historians generally agree, pointed out that black African nationalities, such as the Tibu and the Tuareg, are the aboriginal Berber tribes of the Central Sahara. They include the Lamter Berbers, the Haritan that you were speaking on before, of Morocco and Mauritania. Now, in this second source, this is an article written by Horribilis Votus, Race and Racism in Byzantine, from Baravel, a PhD candidate. He goes down and talks about the blackness in Corippus. He says John Troglita's military successes led to the honor of becoming the main subject of an epic commemorating his exploits called the Iohannis, or the Libyan War. Written by Roman African author Flavius Cresconius Corippus and composed in the style of the Roman poet Virgil, the Iohannis, gives us a detailed look at John's campaign. Corippus himself gave a local perspective on the conflict between Byzantium and the Moors, but he clearly favored the former over the latter. Many of his descriptions are of the Mori, are defamatory and extremely negative. Some of them turn out to be outright racist. It says, the most overt example is a passage that describes General John parading through the streets of Carthage with a multitude of Moorish prisoners, captured during the most recent military campaign. The crowds came out in droves to watch the spectacle. It is at this point that Corippus makes a remark on the skin color of some of the Moorish prisoners. It says in quotes, "Nor were all the captives of the same color. There sat a woman horrid to behold, the same color as her black children. Illa sedet cum nigris horrida natis. They were like the young of crows, whom you can see turning black, as their mother sits above them." It says, holding out to their open mouths the food that they eat each day and lovingly embrace them with her outstretched wings. So that is a passage from Corippus. Now, we have more evidence, and this is written by Dana Marinch. And this woman is for anybody who wants to be clear on who this woman is. This is Dr. Dana Reynolds Marniche, is an editor and research consultant at Mount Meru Incorporated. So she's a research consultant, people. She's not just anybody. She received her master's in education from Eastern University in St. Davis, Pennsylvania. Now, so this is her article. In her article.
Hey, Robert, bro, you said you was going to land. What happened to this plane landing, family? I ain't trying to be rude, but you is running on. And ever since you came in, you ain't stopped. And then I asked you politely to land the plane, and then you went on for another 10 minutes.
By the way, Chef say he pulling up at the house.
Right there,
well, go ahead. Just land it, but don't forget to land it. You in a holding pattern. Come on.
My fault, God. I can end it right there, G. I mean, I can come back with this. These are, in this article, she just is quoting different scholars that have that they're describing the Moors and describing the Berbers as being black, from Saint Isidore of Seville, Procopius, and Corippus. She's just listing those individuals. She's also got some Norse Vikings, 9th century, according to an old Norse saga, Danish raiders. She. This is just a list, but I mean, I can wait, God. I ain't really come in to try to, deter from the show. I hate to,
No, you said so much, and you said it well. You said it well. Just be allowed to wrap it up in the next minute or two. Go right ahead.
Okay, God. Well, I'll do this, God. I will read from a few of these quotes where she's pulled from ancient scholars, and I'll meet 2 or 3, and then we'll kill it right there. In 6 AD, Corippus uses the facies negro coloris, meaning faces or appearance of black color, to describe the North African Berbers. That's in his book, Johannes, the one that we were just speaking about. In 6 AD, Procopius in his History of the War book 4, contrasting the Germanic Vandals. Remember, he's contrasting now, people. Contrasting the Germanic Vandals who had settled in North Africa with the Moors, asserts the Germanic Vandals were not black-skinned like the Morosi. The tribes Procopius classified as Morosi are those called the Numidians, the Masail, the Gatulis, and the Meziques, ancestors of the Berber tribes that settled between Tunisia and Morocco. So the ancestors of the Berbers, this is who Procopius is talking about. This is North Africans settled between Tunisia and Morocco, are classified as black skin. Saint Isidore of Seville described the Moors as black as night and the Gauls as white. They were not to change until long after they invaded Portugal and Spain, where the word Negro or Moor were used synonymously, according to historians. See Jack Forbes, Black Africans and Native Americans. I can land that plane right there, God. There's plenty more.
Yeah, that was
wonderful. Ain't nothing to apologize about.
Watch this, Robert. Though I like what you saying and what you doing. but you bombarded us with it so fast. We was like, man, you know what I'm saying? Also, I think, man, that was some good information, but you need to do some type of PowerPoint so we can see visuals of where landmass is and all of that. I think that it would be much more appreciated if you were able to put some visualization behind what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could get a whole show,
because
bro.
what you're doing is too complex to just be on here talking, Robert. You know what I'm saying? You need to put some visuals behind.
They need to see all them books and everything. Put that.
Yeah, they need to see that, bro. I mean, because it's obvious you didn't went and looked all this up. You need to put this together in a professional way, and I think it would be received a lot better.
Man, Chef running, man.
Indeed, God.
No, Chef said he pulled up
Indeed,
at the
God.
I know, but he ain't clicked the link. That's running, man. I'm imagining we're pulling up at the crib like, ain't no apologies. It's all good. I just knew you. I just knew you forgot to land your plane because you got stuck in that holding pattern about 10 minutes. You know when they do that triangle up there. You know when you be flying, you like, why they keep going in a circle?
Indeed, God. My true indeed, man. True indeed.
It's nothing. It's all love.
Up,
it's
man.
nothing. Yeah, it's nothing.
They be throwing shots. I be trying to throw shots back, and I get carried away a little bit.
That's that young warrior spirit.
I feel
we got it.
Yeah.
We're a little bit older.
I'm cool on that. I can't even listen to the shots. They can say what they want. If they ever want to debate, that's what they don't want.
You know how they talk about me, Robin. I be laughing at them. It got to the point. It's just hilarious to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't
True
even
indeed, God. I guess it just really bothers me, when they call us scammers. I
don't even see. You know what I'm saying? That's just what people do. See how you see? Like I'm from the neighborhood, like right. Where all black people went to school, and I went to school in integrated schools too. But when you go to a black school, you're gonna get talked about. You know what I'm saying?
But no, let's slow it all the way down because they just really being faker than shit. If you want to keep it a buck, the only place where scammers is really like that is on YouTube. Them same niggas want to find a nigga who got a hookup on Gap gift cards. They want to find somebody who got this for half off because they done ran a juke. But they get on YouTube fronting, and then they try to act like they're on the other side. Let's stop with it. Let's stop it.
True indeed, God. True indeed, God.
They know damn well somebody hit them on the phone. Hey, bro, I got this juke. All you need is a room. They want to hear.
True indeed, God.
That's the American way.
Exactly. So they just on there on some fake ass shit. That's why I see through motherfuckers so
the
easy.
American way.
I know it is. It is. And I see through them so easy. I ain't saying that's my way. Shit. I'm saying I know these dudes in the hood is faking. Because then if you go out, they be, all right, like who be in jail? It be gangsters, scammers, and just regular criminals. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how it works. And they even be falling in different categories in jail.
Right.
I mean, you know that shit, but they just doing some fake ass shit, and I don't got nothing to say about that really, besides the facts.
Indeed, God.
As soon as they get off the internet, they looking for a scammer, so the shit be cheaper.
Yeah, you can't take that serious, Robert, is what I'm saying. Like after so much proof has been presented and people still hold a position, you have to just stop looking at you ain't the problem. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So look, y'all, right after they get off the stream, they pull up to the gas station, and you know this crooked dude standing there talking about, I'm filling up tanks. So none of them getting their tank filled up. Because they like, he a scammer. I know the hood. And I know when cats is fronting and faking in line. Everybody gonna get their tank filled up because that's how y'all grew up. Let's stop fronting.
True indeed, God. Yeah. I guess, I find it just so offensive because, y'all been putting in the work for so many years. And like Brother Reggie, it bothers him to his core. When you call him a scammer, he goes off. Because these are people that have dedicated their lives, to African history and the love of present Africans, present descendants of Africans. And for you to call people like we got an agenda, nobody has an agenda. It's not our fault that the evidence reflects the argument which we presented. And so to say that somebody's scamming or fooling the people and, You know what I mean? You know, going all out in that direction when these people are genuinely studying African culture, studying African history. You know what I mean? They enjoy it, they love it, dedicated their lives to it, and to be disrespected like that,
Now,
you know, and
you're
that's why I
right.
came on so hot.
Now, I don't get that offended by that type of stuff, but Reggie is allowed to get as offended as he wants to get. You know, you can't tell a person how offended to get, but I ain't taking that like a shot that they even think is real. You know, like
you don't even take them serious. Like I don't take them serious. Like, that's how I get the point to. You got to get to a point to where anything that they say about you really don't even affect you based on the level of intelligence that they've displayed. It's like, really you holding this position for this long out of insurmountable evidence. You should have been if you had any integrity, you would have been like, man, you know what, man, I'm wrong.
Chef got lost, bro, on the way to the house.
What is wrong with that? You know what I'm saying?
Indeed.
So
Chef,
peace,
pull up,
DQ.
man.
Peace, DQ, because I see you in the building.
Yeah.
You already know. I'm actually on your side, James. I'm on your side of town today.
Oh, word? Slide through.
We know Arlington right now making some plays. I'm gonna be back on my side. But yeah, peace to everybody.
What's up, DQ?
Man?
What's up with it?
Man, I'm good. About to get a little haircut, then get back to the money.
All right,
on God.
I'm gonna take me a nap.
Man, I'm trying to catch you and Chef in this little 30-minute.
Man, you see, he taking 30 minutes to prepare, so I told you. But I understand he said he was slipping through traffic. I'm just being fun. I'm just being myself. Shit. I try to put the pressure on anytime you slip it when you say you want a challenge. All right, where you go then, man? You should have waited till you got home and said that.
Indeed. Don't use me as an excuse not to pop up, Chef. You know what I mean? I got that ain't my quarrel. You know what I'm saying? Don't say, oh, Robin's on the show going off. Man, don't use me as an excuse. Pull up, G. I'm going to be on mute.
Hey, we got Sunchild. Ain't even good. What's up with Sunchild?
Peace, Smash. How are you?
Peace to you. You got some more good. You got some more good research.
I think so. Perhaps I'll get your opinion on it. Just some other tribes to consider. I haven't seen much on the Afur or the Ifri. I just know that it's a Berber word that distinguishes a tribe, and they are in North Africa as well. But other than that, I'm not sure. I don't see much more information on who the Ifri or the Afro were, just that they were a tribe in North Africa.
Man, real quick, I just got one of the most generous contribution from my man Christopher, and I just want him to know that is much appreciated through the Cash App. Chris, man, you the man. You know you the man, bro. Like cats,
nothing move but the money.
Yeah, cats go up in that digit column to that next column, then you know they the man already someplace chilling. So shout out to you, Chris. And now back to you, Sunshine.
Yeah, and other than the Afro or the Ifri who might need some more research on, I'd like to suggest perhaps those called the troglodytes or troglodyte. Yes. The cave dwellers in that region.
With my brother, that's why I just tried to refer to them, trying not to use that name as much. But yeah, we're forced to say that so people can understand who we're talking about. But when I was putting the presentation forth about the pygmies in the dry valley, it's hard. I don't have another word to say. The ding, ancient Egyptian said ding. The pygmies in the Dra Valley, they were in the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, and they're said to be indigenous by the native people. So cats are just throwing that out, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, and there's a 1913 book that linked those people to the Khoisan in South Africa as well. And there's some information. Chief X usually says that there's nothing above the Mediterranean. There's information on these people going as far as the Danube and in the islands of Sicily as well. And that's from Strabo. I'd also like to bring up for a suggestion, perhaps the Garamantes are identified as indigenous Black Negroid peoples as well.
Yeah, they threw that out too because they just went to Wiki And since Wiki didn't say they was black, they threw it out. And then Chef used the worst logic. I mean, I was witnessing this and I always take note of it. He, in his brain, because Wiki said that they hunted, that the Garamantes hunted Ethiopian troglodytes, that then they wasn't black people.
Yeah, I've seen information that suggests that they are blacks, Negroids, perhaps related to the Beja, the Tubu, and Saharan pastoralists as well.
Yeah, somebody cited them by their tribal name earlier. I wish I could recall it, but somebody just reading, I think it might have been one of us, but you could continue.
Yeah, I think that's what I have. I'm hoping that's worth $100 from Chief X, but I won't hold my breath.
Nah, he ain't. He cool.
All right, brother. That's all I have. Once again, I appreciate the builds.
Yeah, we're gonna be here for another minute, so let's keep it up.
All right,
Robert Brown, when you want to do that whole presentation, your speech is so powerful and it ain't work like they said. It just shocked us and interrupted, but it ain't an interruption as far as we don't want to hear it. It was just on level 10 and we was on level 5. And it deserves its own, like James said, its own presentation and its own time slot to you to present. I've offered that a few times, and so if you ever really want to put it together like that, just say I'll be ready whenever. Just let me know. It's good.
Yeah, but I'm wondering, Robert, he a part of the Discord over there?
No, he need to be.
Yeah, they called me a nut the other day. That's the hope. That's you
know. Yo, what Discord you a part of?
Well, they just called me. That's why, on the last show, and I know Smash ain't trying to really promote.
Email me at Casual Hieroglyphics.
Let me put that in, God, true indeed, because I am going to present, God. And when
hold on, Robert. You saying you a member of the Pseudo Killers Discord?
Yo.
Oh, you said the Discord. I thought you said discourse. Oh, okay.
No, I was talking about the
Discord. Nah, he not a part of the Discord, bro. And
okay,
out of respect.
Because you said they called him a pseudo or something, so I thought that's what he was saying.
No, just out of respect, I'm just going to say this, because we all love our teams, love our squads. I've been sitting over here listening to everything respectfully. I'm a member of PK. Let's move on to the information, bro. I'm trying not to respond to nothing, everything good. Let's just keep with the information, bro. That's basically what Smash even trying to say. Let's just do that, because I'm a warrior, bro. I want to bark right now, but I'm not, because that's not the energy right now.
I mean, No,
but listen to me.
I'm just saying.
I know that.
Now, we don't like inflammatory. Now, I ain't trying to cut you off, but no, I feel you. You say you opting away from the inflammatory remarks, but all I was just saying, if you had something that you felt wasn't inflammatory, it's good.
Hey, Smash, I'm too clear with everything, bro. It's all good. I know when to sit back and chill, and I know when to say something. I'm just saying, I know right here, this is a cool, smooth show. Let's not start throwing the other stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm some grown man shit. Just like say, I'm open.
Let me add to that, though. Let me add, because I let a lot of that happen on my page last year, right? And so some of the culture still ain't all the way gone away. But if you notice, my contributions to that ain't been there, if y'all noticed that. Like, I ain't starting no streams really talking about nobody, because that's just like not the best energy. Now, if they get brought up and something, okay, I'm probably letting it go on for too long, but I'm trying to let it be said outright, like, I don't think this is the place for that no more, like, because it ain't gonna lead to nothing for none of us, really. If cats want to step on the real stage and do that information stuff, we could do it, but until then, it's just like, I ain't about to keep contributing to dysfunction, you know what I'm saying? So that's
intelligent. That's an intelligent choice.
Right up.
Yeah, I got no problems. I got no quarrel with you, DQ. Just for the record.
No, I know you don't, King. I know you don't. It's just, like I'm wearing the jersey. It's like me I'm wearing a 49ers jersey, and I walk in the room and everybody talking stuff about the 49ers. I'm chilling. I'm still gonna be in the back making my money, but still it's gonna be like, so it's all good, baby.
You know what I like, DQ? And this is just the truth of the matter, man. You know what I'm saying? I like I like your mannerisms and the way I dig your aura, man. You know what I'm saying, as a brother, as a king, because you know what I mean. You hopped on the track with Smash, and if I am mistaken, in that very track, you said I am black.
Well, I had one of the hardest lines.
Hey,
One of the
Had
hardest
one
lines.
of the hardest lines. You know,
Spectacular
and a lot
weather.
of cats. And a lot
yeah,
of cats don't really, you know what I mean, stand really, you know what I'm saying, can stand in the circles with Smash, man. Even, you know what I mean? I done heard them on, Killer Priest on the track with them, got washed. And
that's
I can honestly
DQ
say,
song.
man,
I'm on the track with him. That's DQ
that's what
song.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, you know what I mean? DQ, bro, you ain't nothing to play with, G. And even at work, man, as a matter of fact, I got it on my Apple Music, but I love the one, man, that is some in the daytime. Some like I can't remember the actual, what's the
That's the
name of that track,
daytime.
G? You know which one.
Daydream.
Daydreaming.
Yeah, I got that on
Every
the
time I
playlist.
daydreaming.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
honey,
on the
appreciate
playlist.
that. That's support. Support that.
Yeah.
That's let's get through that good old casual right there. Do that high road Imperium
Oh,
right
so
there.
so just now, I'm watching the clock, James. Now it was 15 minutes before Chef was you see?
Yeah.
See, I told y'all I'm from the town, bro. I see when the fix be in. It was 15 minutes before he said I'm pulling up to the. Well, he probably had to feed the dogs, but now in a minute it's gonna be.
Yeah. Chef got that devil's advocate, man. He enjoys the conversation. You know what I'm saying? He got the devil's advocate energy. He gonna spark, he like he like the
Nah,
he like to
it be
put
that
it
point
in
when
the
you
mix.
just realize what you just asked for on YouTube. And
Shit.
he like, man, dang, he didn't just broke everybody off. Now I just asked for it. Now I'm about to get it.
Yeah, now that's hilarious.
You remember when you was waiting on that whooping when their parents was like, I'm be home later, you in trouble.
No, she get off.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
At 5 o'clock, you start getting nervous.
Oh, you start getting, when you know you got a bad report card, you trying to hide that motherfucker. Hey, who had enough heart to try to change their report card?
I ain't never did.
Y'all had good grades, huh? Y'all had the grades.
Nah, I
right?
ain't had no good grades once I moved into another situation, but
I ain't never tried to do that. Well,
I used to get in trouble for a low B. So my first time I ever made a C was, I think that was probably like sophomore year in high school, bro. I thought my life was about to crash.
Oh man.
Off of 78, nigga, I thought my life was about to end. It's crazy, like the way you think at such a young age.
Indeed.
Your parents set high standards, is what that was.
Oh, that's fact. That's fact. That's for sure. Academics was always the damn thing. I went to college at 17. So, that was always the main thing to do. So, yeah.
When my kids got in school, I started faking like that. Like, I'd be like, you got a B? How you got a B?
Right.
Even though I had never I would be happy if I got a B, but I wasn't letting them think that. I was like, you tripping. You wouldn't really be in trouble. But I'd be like, how you get a B? And then they just developed that, like, they can't get no B. You know what I'm saying?
I made 1 B in elementary school. I made straight A's my entire career, and I was salutatorian of my class. My sister came back and was valedictorian. I was in honors classes my entire academic career, up to high school. Went to college for nursing at the University of South Carolina Upstate. I didn't finish. But that's what I did, man. And I feel you, DQ, on that, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, dude in the chat, Buddy say he changed his report card all night. At what age? You must have been sharp, bro. How you do that? You had whiteout? Like, what you do? This was the 80s, 90s for me, 80s, 90s. You feel me?
Yeah. True.
But you had whiteout to change the report card? The report
you can
card
make that C.
Huh? You can change that C to a what?
Well, it's really that F. You can make that F into an A. But that C, you're going to have to make the C into a circle and put an A in it.
You know exactly how to do it. Look at you.
Well, I seen somebody on Instagram do it, man. I never had that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I never got my first F till I got to middle school. I got an F when I was in 7th grade, and it was in algebra, pre-algebra. And that was the first time I ever had, ever seen something like that. But I've been, like I said, I was in honors classes. We called it gifted and talented since the 3rd grade, and so I was never really that type, to make anything less than a B ever. But
That was
yeah,
gate.
man,
That
I
was
think that was,
gate classes, gifted and talented education. What was it?
yeah,
Them
yeah,
gate.
it was
Yeah.
gifted and talented. I don't, when I was coming up, it was just gifted and talented. We on every Friday we go to another school. So wherever school I was at, we go to a different school, mingle or whatever. But we ain't do nothing but play with connects and
Where you
Legos.
from, Robert? You from California too?
No, I'm from South Carolina.
I ain't never heard of this gifted and talented, and then
Y'all
you
ain't
have
heard
to
of
like
that?
smash.
Oh, hey, what? You
Hey,
had
wait,
that thing? We had that here in Texas because
Yeah.
I was gifted and talented in elementary, and then in middle school they switched it to AP, and then in high school it was like honor.
Yeah,
And then
we had
you
honors hall.
start taking college pre-AP. I mean college.
Yeah, but we called it
pre-courses.
we called it like magnet.
yeah,
Like,
Oh, okay,
I don't know.
Because I know you
Yeah,
before
we
me,
called it
saying,
magnet.
you got
You know
me
what
by a
I'm
whole
saying? We
minute.
called it magnet class. So
Yeah.
that's what we call it Magnus. That's what we call it in Florida too.
Chef
Yeah,
stood
we
me
had our
up,
own
man.
hall.
Chef stood
Hey,
me
peace
up.
to the channel. Peace to the chat, man. Peace
What's
to the
up, T-Zo? What's up with you?
Hey, Smash, I sent you some more information that killed that whole European tribal North Africa. I sent it to you. I emailed it to you. It's a new study they just said it proved that the so-called Europeans come from Central Asia. Like it's like Turkey basically, but it's Central Asia.
All right, let me dive into that tonight so I don't set myself
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, and you say I got you, bro. I get all my information straight from universities and stuff. I don't get papers from nowhere else, man, because that stuff be pseudo.
I
So
know,
I
but
want to get called.
then I do a show before I read it, and somebody easily gonna be like, "Look at this part." You know how
Yeah,
that
right.
be.
Exactly. Yeah, I know you got to read it. Yeah, of course. And yeah. So, and I want to. I'm gonna show my degree, man, because everybody keep talking about they got these degrees in genetics and stuff. I'll show mine if that's the case. We could get my boy Ngozi to show his degree. I need some paperwork,
hold up,
bro.
T-Zo. You got a degree in genetics?
I got a degree in mechanical engineering, but I did bioengineering. I had to do all that stuff because mechanical engineering is broad. It's the first engineering that was classified as engineering as far as besides civil engineering. So I have to do bio.
Your mic went on mute.
Yeah, he put it on mute. Hey, okay, there you go.
Into that space also. I was just vibing on the chat, man. I was just listening to what y'all was saying, man.
They think your mic conveniently went on mute during that explanation, so we didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't hear me? My bad. Sorry. Yeah, I think somebody tried to call me. I had to hit it off. Scam. Well, no, what I was saying was that with nanobots and all that type of stuff, you get into the bio part of it, but I didn't get too deep off into it. But I just my family's deep off into genetic engineering and biology. My niece is studying to become a forensic scientist. She's in a doctorate program, and my cousin, she's a geneticist. She has a master's. She's a geneticist at North Carolina Central State.
So I want to do any of them. That would be great. Do any of them listen in?
Well, my niece.
I would love for somebody like that to just pop.
I'm trying to get her in it.
If we could interview her, whatever her honorarium is, let me know.
Yeah, when she gets, because she just got a white coat, so when she gets straight, she want to get in because she be talking to me, she be hearing us talk.
Do she?
But she be studying. Yeah, she heard me one time. One time I was talking to you guys. I was at my mom's crib, and she heard y'all. Yeah, she was like, "What's going on?" And she said, "Somebody's talking about genetics." And when I started telling her what some people on the panel were saying that they wasn't white, she said, "What?" Like she said, they way off. And then my friend, he's a pharmacist at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, and he does, he's a doctor, Dr. Nwang, and he's from Nigeria. So, and I be telling him stuff. He like, what? He said, man, the first genome. He said we have to get donated. The best human organ donors are African, are black. So everybody else can't. It rejects. That's why they look for us all the time. That's why it's a big market in harvesting African organs. People don't even know that. That's a thing. I didn't even know that.
Right.
Some wild stuff. But and another thing the guy said yesterday, Smash.
I was hearing, I was trying to get on with Brother Reggie, and the guy said that we have no culture. He was blatantly saying racist stuff.
He was
saying that we.
Yeah, they be giving a voice to that. They give a voice to racism over there.
Well, man, that's
yeah,
crazy.
that's what I couldn't really understand. You know what I mean? But I reverted back to my mom, and she was like, we want to be white. You know, when I was trying to figure it out early. And then when she said it, the way my mother said it, she was like, we want to be white people. She just went straight to it. That show reminded me of what she said.
Yep,
when you infer and then other people come out and dominate and tell you stuff that's disrespectful in your face, and then you sitting up there acknowledging like that's cool
and laughing and kiki
with that.
Yeah, and James Spence was telling you my mom said. My mom used to fight to not be called white. You know how they, where we from in Florida, they'll pick at you and call you white, right? My mom has red hair and she's real light. But my grandmother's dark, but she had like grayish eyes. She's like grayish blue eyes and real straight hair. And my granddad was kind of like a brown complexion. And my mother came out high yellow red, right? And they used to call her white, and she would want to fight you. So it's just the opposite, man. Like, I don't know what kind of people. I think these Europeans now we got, though, they just weirdos. But boy.
Well, Chef did the wisest thing, basically. So I'm getting tired, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I know. Getting tired of going through the debate is over. It's over. We won that.
Yeah.
But hey, peace to the channel. I'm gonna chill. I got to go into the building where my mom stays, so I'm finna break up, bro. I'm just gonna sit back and listen, bro.
Thanks
good
for
bill, good
in.
bill, man.
Word up.
Love, good bill, good bill.
Peace, don't love, bro.
Word up.
Yeah, you too, Robert. Yeah, you too, Robert. Yeah, peace.
Yeah, man.
All right, Smash,
go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, speaking on Chef Freen's show with Brother Reggie, just express how disappointed I was as well with the treatment that Reggie received. And I appreciated the lesson that Reggie actually had at the end of the show, and the way that they allowed the Banu character to disrespect Reggie. I thought that was very, I was disappointed in Chef Freen and Corey. And then I think they talked about how they understood.
Just let me add, not only did they allow it, but Corey egged it on.
Yeah, he egged it on.
In the background, like, quote, he need to be able to get his bars off too.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. He even spoke about how much disdain, that was his word, disdain he has for people who speak about Black Egypt. And it reminded me of, and the words that he used against Reggie, what it reminded me of is that there's a new song by, I'm not sure how new it is, but 5 Year Foreign has a song with a white boy named Little Mabu. And there's a point in the song where Mabu would say the N-word, and 5 Year Foreign would stop him and say, let me say it for you. And that's what it reminded me of, is that there's characters in this community that would actually support the outsiders and say certain things that they don't have the wherewithal to say, and would say it for them. And that's what that reminded me of, is that there are characters who would actually degrade us on behalf of other communities. And I was just very disappointed in Chef Freen that he allowed that. He was laughing, and I was sitting there listening to how long he allowed this to go on and hear him snickering in the background. I was really disappointed. But as far as Chef Freen goes, I will give him a little bit of credit. He understands a few things in the meta nature, but I just was really disappointed in that show in there. And I'm sorry if I'm using your platform. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
No, I think that's cool. I mean, that ain't no slander.
Yeah, I mean, just this kind of constructive criticism, and I think you did it in a respectful way. But looking at that, like at some point, Chef Freen, like he said he was gonna be doing better, but like like one of the first shows he did this year at the end of the year, I told him that I expected to see him learning and not, doing this ring around the rosy, because if he keeps doing that, then I'm not gonna be able to support him. I got to see people learning. I can't see you just keep ring around the rosy and play some type of seemingly game and we grown.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm not with that. So if you're going to show some progress and learn, I want to see it. But this just constantly playing some type of game. I don't know what's up with that, but I'm not with that. That's just my personal opinion on it.
That's why I say the devil's advocate, James. You know what I mean? I love Chef. I mean, my black brother, but I mean, his motivations are more so to keep the conversation going. You know what I mean? He enjoys the conversation. So if he got to play the villain, he will. But still and yet, you know, you got to be able to cut that off when somebody, you know what I mean, getting on a disrespectful, you know what I mean, tangent. You know what I mean? Cut that off. That ain't, you know what I mean? Like y'all was telling me earlier. You know what I mean? Because even when I was cutting deep. You know what I mean? I was out of pocket, and once again, I apologize. I don't be trying to, you know what I mean? And that's what it invokes, you know what I mean? Others to respond more critical than what you just did. You know, you steal my dog, you kill my dog, I kill your cat type thing. You know what I mean? And it's like you got to cut that off. And they always come at the same angle. You're not Egyptian. You're not Egyptian. You're not Egyptian. Nobody even claimed that. Nobody's claiming that.
We're claiming that they're
what we are
African
claiming
in
is
origin. That's what we're claiming.
that they
It's
black
simple.
African.
I mean, like
They black African.
yeah, they're African in origins, and it's simple. Like, and then for people that's in Egypt to say that they don't have any African DNA, then you'd have to ask if they're even human. You see what I'm saying? See, but people don't even, when you ask questions like that, then they get lost because you'd have to have some type of African DNA to be human. You see what I'm saying? See how you can go over to somebody's head that quick? You deny that you have African DNA, you're saying that you're not human, basically.
Fact.
So how did you, what kind of DNA you got?
That the other
And
thought.
you sitting right there in North Africa. So, you know, you're disrespecting your source population, your mama, your daddy. You see what I'm saying? That's what's going on. And then when we have other people coming into the DNA space. And basically, if you say you know more about DNA than us, then how come you keep making these mistakes? Either they're mistakes or you're doing it on purpose. See, that's how it's going to work. You put somebody in a box just like that. If you know so much, how can people like us come in and show where you are flawed at if it's either you.
Well, you know what gotta happen?
You know what I'm saying? How that happens?
James. The reason why I feel kind of different, because I feel like I didn't beat the brakes off the best that they got. Like every time I get to encounter them, I leave them on whatever panel looking crazy. So I'm kind of like feeling like I won already. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's a few showdowns that need to happen. No, that's just what I'm seeing. Like I think either it's you and Gozy that need to have that real debate and let the people weigh in at the end. That probably need to happen. You know what I'm saying? If Robert and Ankh or whoever it is need to really have them conversations, and because we could keep it in an arena where y'all talking about y'all opponents other than just some other people on YouTube. Right now, we just talking about some people. And I ain't juiced off them no more. Like my brain is on to
now,
the next.
If Gozy wants to have a discussion or whatever you want to call it, as long as he's bringing sources, then that'll be cool.
Even if he's not, that's gonna make it look better for you. I'm talking about an official one. You know, like this show 30 minutes, this show 30 minutes. Yeah. If in his 30 minutes he just talk, then it's gonna look bad.
Yeah, well, we can do that. I mean, that's definitely not a problem because I'm working on putting a presentation together now anyway. So that's not a problem. Once I put everything in the chronological order and put it in where I'm comfortable, I definitely let you know when I'm ready.
Well, James, this is what I was tripping off when we was on the other show the other day. Who want to put? I think it's gonna be Robert in American Dream right now. I ain't got no time for him. Should I click admit? Should I click admit real quick? Practice on American Dream real quick. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. There you go. Y'all can hit the dojo. Y'all can hit the dojo real quick. What's up, American Dream? I ain't even on you today. What's up? Robert gonna handle you today. American Dream, you can come off mute. Peace to you.
American Dream.
What's happening?
Whatever questions you got, address them to Robert Brown. You got the floor right now, American Dream.
Awesome. Peace, Robert. Robert, I was wondering, the Kingdom of Axum, would you say that they were also a black kingdom?
The Kingdom of Axum?
Yes.
So we know that Axum is in Ethiopia, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they was black. It was a black kingdom.
Okay. And the same with the kingdom of Kush as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my follow-up question. Hang on a second. What's up, boy? Give me 1 second, please, Robert. Let me speak with my son real quick.
I like those answers, Robert.
I mean, if I was
Like,
him, I would.
You broke him off real quick. He had to go make up something. You know,
said, no.
Nothing is real. Every time you having the discourse or something happening, I'm just giving it to the discourse.
Watch this.
You backed him up
American
real quick.
dream.
He
You
had
know
to go
those are
think.
loaded questions, Robert.
Now here he
Those are
comes.
loaded
He coming
questions.
back. He had
Here
to
he go.
need some time to think.
Loaded,
now here he
but
go.
man,
Here he go.
Don't ever go to Ethiopia.
So Robert, what I'm wondering is, what do we get from knowing that the Egyptians are black, that we also get from knowing that the Axumites were black?
What do we get is a historical context of the people and their culture. That's what we get. We get their physical appearance. We get their culture. We get their religions. We get their systems. We get their practices. It just cannot be denied that those people are black according to American standards. So according to American standards, and right here, I can easily refer to Wikipedia to substantiate my claim. When you go to Wikipedia, which everyone loves, you can go right under the section where it says United States. It says the U.S. racial or ethnic classification black refers to people with all possible kinds of skin pigmentation, from the darkest through to the very lightest skins, including albinos. If they are believed by others to have African ancestry in any discernible percentage, they are also certain cultures in any discernible percentage. They are also cultural traits associated with being African American. This is dealing with specifically African American, a term used effectively as a synonym for a black person within the United States. So this is how we classify black in America. I am an American. I'm from South Carolina, so yeah. So I don't really have another definition of how to use it. Well, apart from the indigenous groups or how they utilize black themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understand as being part of the main reason why studying and knowing that Egypt is black is because it gives black people a sense of pride within themselves, knowing that, you know, the Egyptians were black. And I'm wondering, why is it that we don't get that sense of pride from knowing that the Axumites are black, or from knowing that the Kushites are black? But nobody ever talks about. But so why don't we ever talk about the Axumites or the Kushites? It's as if our knowing that the Egyptians were black, we would talk about them more, or we would emulate them.
Hold on. Let me give you the answer.
Let me just finish my question.
Hold on. Let me give him the answer.
Let me just finish my question, James. So it appears to me as if we think that if we know they're black, we would you know, emulate them and celebrate them more. But we know that the Axumites are black. We know that the Kushites were black. We know that the ancient Ghanaians were black, but we don't celebrate them. We don't necessarily study them. We don't have shows based on the ones we know are black. So what is it that we're going to do once we know that the Egyptians are black? What then? What's going to be added? What does that do for us? That knowing that everybody else is black.
This is the reason why. You know what I mean? This is why, my brother American Dream. The reason why we don't harp on the great civilization of Benin, which had walls 5 times the size of the Great Wall of China. The reason why we don't talk about the Benin, the reason why we don't talk about the Asante, that black woman, Ya Santewa, who stood up against her own tribe when they refused to fight against the colonizers. I believe that was the Portuguese or the British. I had to go back and get that. When she stood up against those white men because the men refused to stand up against them in defense of the golden stool, which is a throne. The reason why we don't talk about, and she went to war about it. That's the Asante Empire. The reason why we don't talk about the Asante, The reason why we don't talk about the Benin, the reason why we don't talk about the Zulu tribes and these other great civilizations of West and Central Africa is because it's not in dispute. Nobody disputes that they are black. Nobody. Nobody disputes that the Omo Valley is occupied by beautiful black people. Nobody even brings that up. The argument is not presented that those people aren't black. The argument, and if you notice what my moniker is UKA, the United Kingdom of Africa, which is my American dream. The reason why that we continue to be in defense of Egypt and its blackness, those beautiful black people that depicted themselves as black, that established so much culture in 3000 BC and 2500 BC that it resonates within our very systems today, which is why the pyramid is on the back of the American dollar. The reason why we are constantly having to be in defense of that particular people, those particular people in that particular region is because it's so great and divine. That's the only place. And really, those are the people that are disingenuous and in hatred towards the other parts of Africa because we recognize all of Africa's greatness and beauty. They are so stuck on Egypt that they are trying to take the blackness from it, and we won't allow it. We can talk about Ethiopia if you want to.
Right. So
Man, yeah,
oh,
we
wait,
can
this
hear
was
you.
this was a
But man,
this was a getting hands
Robert,
on.
I need the
I
people
swear,
in the chat to chime in. Who is getting hands put on? Now, if you cast your vote too early after not listening to all these men weigh in on the subject, or if you already know, but what we do need is some interaction on this show, and not who winning, whose argument is getting the brakes beat off it. Let's let Brother American Dream respond.
Wow, you kind of made me forget my question. Yeah, I didn't even realize it was that type of scenario.
That's cool.
Man, every time you come in
No
here
worries,
is
I got
that
the
type
question.
of
I
scenario.
got it.
Yo,
I got
that's
it.
So
yo,
let me
Robert,
ask you
yo, that
this.
was beautiful.
I got it. I
Robert.
got it. I
gotta
got it,
say,
Smash. I
man.
You
got
know
it,
what it
Smash.
is every
You
time.
landed that. If you
I
was
got it,
on
Smash.
I even started by saying it's you and Robert mano y mano. So go ahead.
Yeah. So Robert, in terms of what I think it was Dr. Ben. Hang on a second. What's up? What's up, boy? What's up? Give me 2 minutes, okay?
All right, yeah. Now he get a
Give me
pass
2
that
minutes.
time.
Nah, not you, Smash. Not you.
No. We heard him, so you get a pass. Last time he was faking, but now we heard the youngster. Peace to him, peace to you. Let's go. Go ahead.
Nah. Blessings. So the question, Dr. Ben, I do remember seeing a video with Dr. Ben when he spoke about the importance of knowing that Egypt was black. He spoke about he said black people had a sense of what did he say? Like an inferiority complex of not having any great civilization to look back to. He was mentioning that white people had the Greeks and the Romans and that black people needed that. But Robert, it sounds as if you're saying that you don't necessarily agree with that. You believe that if we look at other civilizations, other black civilizations, like the Axumites, the Kushites, and all the other ones that you mentioned, we shouldn't necessarily have a sense of any type of inferiority complex if Egypt happens to not be black.
Well, Egypt happens to be black, but what Dr. Ben was, you got to realize the mood or the vibe or the 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 um the atmosphere that was being, and once again that was in existence at that time. You got to realize that this is a great scholar, this is a great man who went against the grain, who went against who was swimming upstream when everybody was trying to take the blackness out of Kennedy. This is a man who stood on his square in a time that was so racialized and so devastating to black people that we can only fathom through the stories and online reading. This man stood in the face of adversity, stood in the face of adversity, and stood up for a civilization, a great. We got to put Egypt in its proper context. Egypt is definitely the most influential, the most powerful, the greatest civilization that is known to man. That's just what it is. And that's why we pride ourselves knowing so much that, as Chat GPT said, that sub-Saharan Africans are the ones that contributed to its founding, to its society, to its birth. We have to realize that Tanetra, being the land of the gods, is in Sudan, is in modern day Sudan, which they call the land of Punt, which is the land of the gods, where they buried their kings of kings. This is where they buried their dead. So you got to remember that black people at that time were broken, were beaten, just coming fresh off of Jim Crow, that they were hurting, that their businesses were being bombed. You know what I'm saying? That their churches were being bombed, that they were being dragged and sicked on by dogs. All type of cartoons were being illustrated and depicting black people in a negative sense. We had no ideal of beauty, and the whole time you got Madam C.J. Walker, the one that invented the high comb, that's inventing these
Right, but
beauty products.
sure.
And so
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that Dr. Ben, what he was simply trying to state is that and maybe he wasn't preview or aware of a lot of the civilizations, the other African civilizations that were great as well. But that I feel like that's more so of a red herring and kind of a distraction to the point that's being made, which is that black Africans contributed to the greatest society known to man. And we have to acknowledge that, because that society contributes to the well-being of modern day people all over the planet. No matter
You
what it's
said
dealing with
contributed.
artwork, no
You
matter
said
what it's
black people
dealing with
contributed.
medicine, no matter if it's dealing with, I mean, for God's sakes, Imhotep is the father of medicine, according to Greeks. A black African who looks like a doggone pygmy in his depictions. We know what his mama Keteru Ump looks like, a woman of the Hammer tribe from Ethiopia that you was just talking about earlier. So, we just need, I mean, and to your point, we need to recognize all of Africa's greatness, but this is the main reason why, that we focused on Kemet so much, is because the pinnacle, the creme de la creme, the zenith, the top of the top, the best of the best that was made once again by black people is, to this present day, trying to be stripped away from black people, black Africans, which is what we are, black Africans in America.
All
And
right.
so, that's
real
where we
quick,
at.
let me say this. Now, it's kind of, you getting hands put on because you positing hella questions, American Dream, and he's answering your questions good. In order to make it fair, why don't you give us some statements that might swing people back in your direction, because these questions ain't working for you. So you're on mute, but try to give us some statements of your stance so we can see what you're saying. If you don't mind, go ahead.
Give me 1 second, please, Smash. Go caller on your brother's.
We go record blackness where great black excellence wherever they dwell. And that's why I salute Smash Rockwell and all of his excellence for defending the blackness of Kemet, as they have always done. You know what I mean? That's just where we at with it. I would easily and love to do an excerpt, on Western Central Africa, but Western Central Africa ain't trying to be taken away from us. It's Kemet.
Hey, Robert.
What's up?
Robert, just I think this may be my last question, because I really have to go spend some time.
Yeah, see, you got all questions. Go ahead.
But last question. Can you name one thing that Egypt contributed to the world that none of the other African nations contributed, or no other society or civilization contributed or would have contributed had it not been for Egypt?
Well, I mean, we know that
what is it that makes Egypt so special, or more special than everyone else?
Well, what happens is you have Egypt that's a conglomerate of all type of successes, being medicine, being architecture. I mean, the pyramids speak for themselves. When you're talking about individuals that's building multi-million ton structures that are your first that are your first evidence or that is the first time that we've seen a skyscraper. You know what I mean? A multi-dimension, multi-ton structure. I mean, millions of tons now. To this day, we don't know how they got them blocks together. Architecture and sculptures that are built monumental that still stand to this day. They still stand to this day. The pyramids of Giza and the Sphinx that still sits profoundly and prestigiously today, withstanding thousands upon thousands of years. The Great Wall of Benin is no longer standing. That was 5 times larger than
Hey,
the
you
Great
knocked
Wall of
him out
China.
already. You knocked him out. He in the weight room on the 10 count. Let me see, is that a TKO or a full? Yeah, that's a complete knockdown. He been removed. Because just like somebody just said, you knocked him out. That's a knockout. Because he ain't had nothing for questions, so all he really was doing was trying to counterpunch, basically, you know. And every question you answered, he just was wasting our time. Shout out to you, American Dream. Better luck next time.
Shout out American Dream, G.
Yeah, we got the elder brother Flag in the building.
Okay.
Peace, brother Flag.
Peace, Flag. Peace, brother Flag.
What's up, family? First thing I want to say is peace and honor to you, Smash, for creating a space where I can come in contact with such mature, disciplined, and educated Africans. I want to apologize for the last time I was on. I was very emotional. I was suppressing emotions. I have a tendency. I'm that type of person. But as I move into elderhood, I see the importance of being more reserved and humble. And when I see you and the way you carry your channel and how it reverberates the channel, your humbleness and the orderly manner, it's inspiring, my dear brother. I'd like to add to this conversation by referring to something that I believe it was Dr. Ben, it may be Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark, one of them. In one of the lectures, they said, it's hard for African Americans to imagine a time when people didn't relate to one another by color. And that was brought in by the Europeans in the 15th and 16th century. And it's caused so much confusion, but it allowed them to overcome the humanity of most of the people on the planet. And the study of chematology is so important because of its ability to help us remove some of the artificial barriers between Kemet and African Americans. The people ask, why do you guys study Kemet so much? Why do you put so much emphasis on Egypt? Well, our emphasis is not on Egypt because Egypt is a modern thing, and those are Egyptians over there. But we focus on Kemet because of a couple of things. Because it has the longest continuous documented high culture that we have to look upon. And we have to look upon it in the context of a timeline. And the timeline, we can start with the first dynasty and look prior to that, and then we bring it up to today. But Kemet wasn't the first civilization. We know that through our studies because Kemet was developed up south. And there were other cultures that we're just beginning to start to focus on because we arrived there through the study of Kemet. And we're going up south and finding, excuse if I use the wrong language by saying Nubian, Smash.
Oh, no. Go right ahead.
You know, because you're bringing the documentation on the proper nomenclature when we make reference to these things. And that's very important because we're overcoming the system of white supremacy racism that is a toxic venom that is in our minds and in our minds of too many of our people. And this is the thing we have to battle with. But I'm trying to keep this short. This morning I was listening to Mario Beatty, Dr. Beatty, who just returned from the symposium in Dakar at the Czech Yeap University. And he was just going over some of the things that was discussed. And one of the things that he shared was how they studied Kemet in China. And he was saying how the academics in China have an aversion to dealing with African American and African Egyptologists because they want to look down on us, and said that our scholarship is less than. And he went on to show all these other scholars from, there were some scholars from the Congo and other places on the continent that I was just, oh my goodness. So many that are there. And some of the titles of what they brought up was Global Egyptology, Awareness, Historiography, and the Future Implications. This is coming out. And this is because they're trying to remove these artificial barriers, whether they be psychological, academic, or otherwise. Because once the African American unites psychologically with the Africans on the continent to do this academic warfare to counter the effects of white supremacy upon our psyche. Dr. Clark talked about how the European not only colonized the continent, it colonized information about the continent. And you and the brothers on this panel and others are smashing that, breaking that down. And in the meantime, we have to still deal with our own community and who are still suffering at a higher rate with this menticide that's been placed upon us. So I'm just delighted and inspired, and you got me doing some more work so I can make positive contributions to this internet, this virtual world that is something that is completely, it's not completely new to me, but it's very new to me, but I want to be able to have a positive contribution to it. Thank you.
Word up. So I'm gonna get ready to bring it down, but since Chef ran and ain't no excuses, he probably gonna pop up trying to do it on his show later. But he could just come to this portion of this video and address these few things, discussing writing, where it started in Egypt or Nubia. What we find when we go to the pre-dynastic stele or astrakhan, or that's just a pottery shard, or even pottery. This is the Siali seal, a seal impression from Siali in the Sudan. And what we see is the developmental stages of writing started in the areas of Nubia, because we can find symbols here for the first nome of Nubia right here hidden in this drawing. And if we look closely, what they're pointing out is many, many other glyphs that eventually developed into the Old Kingdom writing system. But even this, some will say this is an old image of a Shrek or what have we, with Horus on the top. I don't know if y'all can see what looks like a bird there. Reggie often points out how this is the feminine T and this is the bow for Tasseti. We also see them together here again with the Shrek or palace, what have we, of Heru. Now, this is before we have writing in Egypt, and some will date this to points when we don't even have nothing in Mesopotamia. I heard it go back as far as 3600 BC. So if anybody wants to look at where this is, where Egyptian writing is developing, it's not happening in the borders of what we call Egypt today. That's the facts. And you can look up the Siali Seal. Chef, we'll take you further into the South, and you can hear the University of Chicago, or the formerly known as the Oriental Institute of Chicago, tell you. And they're going to say it in so many different words. But first, let's look at this closely. If y'all can see, this is called the Cousteau incense burner. Cousteau, should I show how far down Cousteau is?
Yeah.
Go show it, King.
Yeah. They every time I have to go look at this, I get mad.
Yeah. Y'all see how far down we is? So people probably can't get a reference point on that. So let me read it. Oh, let me go back. It says, is it going to, well, it needs to
It's
say
right up
which
under
cataract
the,
so people can see which cataract when I go to a map. It's right up under the what?
It's right up under the Lake Nasir, which is Lake Nubia, where
About-
they flooded
about
out
what- about what
400,
cataract?
300 miles worth of Nubian or source material. They flooded it out and then acted like they did us a great service by saving the Abu Simbel monument.
Now, I want to read this part. I'm trying to figure what cataract, but let me just read this so people can understand this about Cousteau. Arguments made by Bruce Williams for Nubian origins of ancient Egyptian kingship based on this analysis of the Cousteau material may not have been widely acceptable and are difficult to reconcile with growing evidence for the emergence of local elites within Egypt during the Naqada period. So what they're trying to do is refute what Bruce Williams said back in the day, that we got this is evidence for Nubian origins of Egyptian kingship, right? But I'm also showing that the symbols for kingship was given in a writing system that started in Nubia. Now let's see what Gatto said in 2020. Maria Gatto wrote in 2020 that Williams' statement was misunderstood as a claim that the Egyptian pharaonic monarchy originated in Nubia, lending to criticism from scholars such as William A. Adams. So she going back and standing behind Williams. We'll see how. Williams explicitly denied making such a sweeping claim, saying that he was only trying to raise the strong possibility that Egypt's finding dynastic originated near Cousteau and that the unification was accomplished from Nubia. Gatto added that whatever the claim, the, for some scholars, inconceivable idea of the primary role of Nubia in the rise of the Egyptian monarchy has been reconsidered after more recent findings in Upper Egypt dating back to Naqada I period and manifesting of the elite iconography. So she's saying whatever y'all saying, we reconsidered it, and she basically is on his side if we know his writing. Look, Gatto, if we know her writing. Gatto also added that the tombs found in Cousteau were exceptional and comparable to those of the earliest Egyptian rulers remains nevertheless a fact. And so what we do know without the scholarly excerpts coming from Wiki is that indeed in the South we find some of the first symbols, right? This ain't the Cousteau incense burner. Here we find what? What crown is that? We
The
know
white
what that
crown.
is? Thank you. The white crown of what they call the crown of Upper Egypt. But how we find that in Nubia before there ever was an Upper Egypt? You see?
Yeah, Mr. Checkmate.
It's, not only is it a checkmate,
Top
Chef
shelf.
would have to disregard this Rosetta here that we find on all king type palettes up into the Old Kingdom. Y'all see this little flower here? So
Yeah,
it's showing
that's on Norma's palette.
Yep, that's on the Norman palette as well as this. I was about to say helmet, but as well as this. What's the word again? Crown. I'm tripping. And then this falcon deity that they are even saying right here, which is Horus, right? And then we see another version of an ancient charrette, right? Now, Reggie goes further to length and reads other symbolism in here that they missed out, like this harpoon and other things. But indeed, we got the Depet boat. That's they call 3 sacred boats. We know the name of these. We got a kneeling prisoner. Sa'ant is this position, but that ain't written out there. But that's what this was known as after that. Sa'ant, a captured person. Here's a palace facade. All of this developing as far down as Husto in Nubia. And then I'm going to end it for my brother Chef to analyze this here. Envy. I thought I had it open already, but allow me to get back to this one attestation by Diodorus Siculus, who's telling you what went down in his time period. And all we can say, you can say he's lying, but that ain't a good way to falsify a source. That's all they ever can really say is, oh, he made that up. Fine. Let's hear his account. Diodorus Siculus reads here, they say also the Egyptians are colonists sent out by the Ethiopians. Osiris having been the leader of the colony, and the larger part of the customs of the Egyptians are, they hold, Ethiopian. The colonists still preserve their ancient manners. Next, we will read his secondary statement that says, then this is directly for Sheffrin, who thinks that the Nubians didn't have anything to do with starting the glyphs. And I can show you this in 150 ways. But I'll use the quotes of ancient Greeks who were telling the truth. This is the reason why they were telling the truth, because they didn't think they was talking to some black people in 2020. He didn't think he was writing this for something called YouTube that we was going to be having these arguments over. This is him trying to tell other quote-unquote Greeks when he got home how extensive his knowledge was of his travels of the rest of the world. And so he say, for of the 2 kinds of writing, okay, ain't that what we talking about? Where writing developed. He says, for of the 2 kinds of writing which the Egyptians have, that which is known as popular, demotic, is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians, who learn it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged. But among the Ethiopians, everyone uses these form of letters.
Wow.
Beating the brakes off them with primary attestations.
So basically, let me break that down for the layman. Basically, he's saying that the Egyptians knew how to write it, but the further south, which is what we were just talking about with the incense burners, they already knew how to write that.
He said everybody uses it.
Everybody knows how to write it because they've been writing it for the longest.
But let's not leave out the part that
I'm putting on.
Yeah, you got it 100%. But we just can't omit the fact that he said this is something divulged from father to son, and you ain't supposed to tell nobody. As one of the things which are not divulged. So you know when a father passes a jewel to the son, like I'm gonna tell you how to read the secret language. They doing it like that in Egypt, but when he go down to the Ethiopians, he say everybody using that down there though.
Yeah, that's a checkmate. I mean, I don't like I say, man. This watching kind of like how you just kind of like be going through certain stuff. I learned an appreciation for how you do research, and I hope that the next generation take that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we need. We need to know how to go about finding these sources. And you do a great job with that. But anyway, I'm gonna mute out.
I left this part off. This was the killer.
He said he left.
And the majority of them, and especially those who dwell along the river, are black in color. Yes, he said that. And have flat nose. Did he say that? And woolly hair. See, if they really want to get on the big stage, what they're going to do is they're going to embarrass themselves out of history. People gonna be like, did this really happen in 2024? Was there a point in time when Black Americans went so far off of what the truth is that they was arguing against other Black Americans about things that they could see straight in their face and they could source it and they could check it with all the technology and still they come back and say the same stuff?
Yes, sir. That's
Man.
exactly what it is, Smash. Yep. That's the biggest point of it all.
Shame.
That's that
Hello?
is the
Yes,
nail
sir.
in the coffin right there.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
we
We
can
can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Now I'm tripping because I had bought a headset, so I'm a little older now, so how that go with old folk and technology. So yeah, how y'all doing, man? This Haskell, bro.
Peace to you. I heard you
Peace,
bodying
peace,
somebody
peace.
on some show the other night. It was
Yeah,
hella
peace,
funny.
Haskell.
What up, bro?
I was laughing. I couldn't click in, but I was like, they can't deal with bruh.
Smash, would you go back to your previous panel? I have a question.
Yes, sir.
You talking about yesterday, Smash?
I think it was last night or yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, on Chef, yeah, last night on Chef channel, cause I had realized something. You was telling somebody the other day about you were giving Chef props about his use of language, because I think Reggie had an issue with something he said, and Chef immediately, made amends, and it just killed everything right there, just smoothed everything over.
Yeah.
And last night I had found myself getting irritated with the brother. But listening on the playback this morning, I come to realize his what's the name was chipping out. So when I thought he was interrupting me, he really wasn't. His thing was just behind. And I come to realize I have to get better at not trying to embarrass people. You know what I'm saying? Like on live, and I kind of caught myself doing that. Because he was on point. He was really saying what I was saying, but he had North Sudan and South Sudan. He had it mixed up. So
my question.
I don't know if I noticed that, but yeah, but yeah, what was the question?
My question is when it says, let's see, while that which is sacred is understood only by the priests and the Egyptians who learned it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged. Do you guys think I'm going too far when I compare that with why it was against the law to teach the enslaved Africans and Americas the ability to read and write? Because having that power, having knowledge is power, and that's a way that the oppressors use to keep those people down. They have this power, this information, and that's why the Egyptian priesthood kept that ability to read and write, the Netzer secret. Do you see that comparison? Am I making a false comparison here?
What's up?
Now I think I kind of know what you get. Can I go, Smash?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I think I know what you're getting at, and in my brain, how I'm envisioning it is that perhaps would that be Kush at that time? Nubia down south, like where it
I'll be
was
right
more
back.
liberal.
Hold up.
Anybody on the panel know? Like,
well, what I would say to it, Brother Elder Flag, is that Dr. Clark said it best when he had the discussion with some lawyer that he was working with when he was looking for the history. And the lawyer told him that we come from a people who have no history. And that sent him on his quest. Now, we already know that I think that most of us know, some of us don't even believe that we're Africans or slavery even existed. But for the most part, from what we've been told, people who look like us once wasn't allowed to read books, that would be definitely what you're talking about as far as them trying to keep us ignorant of knowledge, right? So when you have that type of information, of course, that would be the reasoning as to why they wouldn't want us reading texts and stuff like that, because they wanted to keep us ignorant of having this information. But what I love to give credit to is Dr. Clark and all of the elders, our greatest historians, because they went back in and found this source. They put us on this trajectory to where we can get a smash or get Brother Reggie or anybody that's on the right side of this history to continue on the fight through reading the languages, deciphering that, because that's where we're at right now. We got to understand where we at in the same fight. We got others able to look at this text and go in here and fact check what they're saying. Like what he did about the quiver today, man, that's unmatched. What he showed with that quiver and how, like, that's right in your face. So anybody looking at this, if they couldn't comprehend what he's saying, maybe they might have just got to this channel. But if you've been around and paying attention, he has substantiated in certain instances that quiver just means certain tribes of African people that use the bow.
Y'all want to look at that real quick?
You can't deny it.
I heard
Hey,
you talking about
James,
the quiver. Go ahead.
Hey James, you think it might be that because the Egyptians had like more foreigners in their land, why they kind of made it less liberal as opposed to the Kushites having less foreigners?
Okay, man, I don't know what y'all talking about. I'm just listening.
No,
we talking about that quote you had read, Smash, where it was saying like in Egypt it was more they made it more secret, like it wasn't available for everybody, but in Kush it was available for everybody. And I was just postulating that perhaps it might be because in Egypt it was more, you know, a lot more mixed, a lot more foreigners, and they kind of wanted to keep that for, you know, I'm talking about like the indigenous people, where as opposed to Kush, I'm assuming, I don't know.
Everybody couldn't
Kush,
read in Egypt is the thing.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying though, like they saying that they had the demotic, they allowed that for everybody, but they specifically kept the sacred text or whatever. They kept that away from, you know, commoners, I guess, for lack of a better word. But in Kush, it was allowed for everybody. So I'm thinking maybe
I get what you're saying. That seems plausible, for real.
So look, what I got on the list on the screen is a list of Nubian queens, and I want to illustrate something. Because it is about what he said, and I have this standpoint that it was really the Nubians who drove. Before, you know, they would create the new scripts, and they was the best at it, and they were some of our first quote unquote Egyptologists, as it was Shabaka who had the Shabaka stone restored from an old worm riddled text, and then they wrote that on the Shabaka stone. Like, yo, Pharaoh found this old worm-riddled twex and had the boys go do the metal netcher and bring it back. You feel me? And so I'm saying they was already on it like that, the Nubians. Now we have this script that they don't want to give to Africans. So they tell us the Demotic script arrives 10 years after the Nubians leave office, so to speak. It's way too suspicious. It's easy to go and look at the dating of these Demotic texts, and you can find some Demotic texts that go into the time period of the Nubians. But the Wiki gonna tell you 10 years after. So I will argue that they also brought forth this Demotic script. But I don't have to say that, because what they did was they came with what I said, Meroitic script in my cartouche, because I banged that Magi Nubians. They came with the Meroitic script, but I said it's in a cartouche. It's really a Shinu, right? It is the circle surrounding the king's name. See, what they did when them invaders start coming more is they would take the glyphs and then they would just put they would take the glyphs and use them different in a way to where Egyptologists see that is the Medu Neter, but when they trying to read it, they can't make no sense out of it. You know what I'm saying? And this is why the Meroitic script, now there's also a Meroitic script that is really the true Meroitic script that don't resemble the hieroglyphs, but we can see all of these formations of these new, and then we come to the old Nubian, which they say arrives possibly after Coptic. It's just another twist they was putting on scripts and putting in there. So what I came to the name of these queens for is for us to see that some of them will appear as if we don't, it look like some African, like, you know, Amenetikani. But if you stop, you can read these names in the Medu Neter. And they all, now let me say something that's going to be the giveaway. They was the seat of Amen. They was the, you know, you go down to Jebel Barkal. You see, and so now we understand that the African Amani is really a veneration back to Amen. We know Amani's in the hood right now, but we don't know the history of it all the way. These is all queens, and I can tell you what the majority of their name was in the Medu Neter. Particularly, we could say Ak-Haka. We all know Haka. You let some tell you that she's talking about the magic of her ancestors here. If you want that to be that, fine, because it could translate. See, Ak is spirits, and Haka is, I don't want to say magic, even though I said it in my book. Haka is, for lack of better words, and a lack of, it is when you say something and from your recitation, you respect a result in the real world. It's not, I mean, my best way I can put it is, without belittling the ancestors, is abracadabra. You know, when somebody said abracadabra, something was supposed to happen in the real world, right? Well, that is the sense of Haka. Now, the other sense of Haka is simply just a ruler. So even if still Haka, we know that goes straight back to the Medu Neter, to where she could be a ruler in the spirit of the ancestors, or she could have a magical. Now you see Ra, and then San. The part that throw us off is just the San, but we can still see the pure spirit of Ra here. But in the Medu Neter, a feminine person wouldn't end her name with an N like this. So now we see they putting a little bit of twist in it. Look, Amani. Now, if we do the regular Medu Neter, this says one of Amen. So Aman, it's just like Sudani. Ain't that one of the Sudan? That's like forming Nisba, and you're going to see it's consistent. But Amani Ka Tash An. Now, this is crazy because Tash is a border, right? And Ka is like a spirit. And so I'm like, okay, but we get lost at this An being at the end. This is them changing it and making it a new language. Now we got an L at the end. You obviously know there's no L's in the Medu Neter. And at about the time period of this, believe it or not, I'm not going there, but I will say these Nubians had encountered people who would use the L, and now we see L. No, it's the truth. At this time period, they have.
True indeed.
Yeah, and so it's just facts. Like, well, I don't be trying to lie just because it don't fit into the box of criminology.
I'm saying, oh man, like,
yeah,
man,
but see,
that's wild. That's amazing, G.
I wouldn't trip on that.
Damn.
Because of we going.
How you could break that down, man, and see that shit? Because I didn't even know Amani Reynolds was Nubian.
Well, watch two things that happen here amongst these Nubians. In the end suffixes, you're going to see stuff that's different. But they keep an Amen here. Amen, now M would be, even we'll be going Ma. Everybody know Ma is division, but this says Mao, so I can't give you that. But we still see she represent Amen. And then y'all can rectify this L, but I'm going to tell y'all this, the Medu Neter don't got an L. You feel me? So she, in speaking in another language, is now, this is written as Amani Malel. And so let's skip her and go to the next one to see how this is consistent. Amani, one of Amen, Ren. What does Ren mean in the Medu Neter? It means a name. And then an S means feminine. So the woman, she. So Amani Renes, Amen is her name. Amani Renes, one of Amen is her name. Amani Renes. You see what I'm saying? And so now back to what the dude was saying, like he was like, some of the Egyptians know it, but the Nubians know all of it. They the ones who take it in and they putting the pig Latin on it, if you so know what I mean. Like when you know something so good, you could twist it up so some other people can't even know what you're doing. Like this Amani Shaketo. That's throwing them off. Unless somebody about to tell us what Shaketo is in the Medu Neter. You see what I mean? And I could try to break it down in many ways. Shah would give us some type of lands. I mean, I'm stretching it, but it's like
this is how you have to do it, but this is just them switching it up on them.
And that's my overall point. And we can still see.
How you get this one? I got to go back, man. How you get? See what I'm saying? This is crazy. Like, and see now, certain people be like, "Man, you just making this up, right?"
We can pull up each one of these. We can pull up each one of these. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you showing this in linguistics, you showing that Amani, that's consistent going almost always dang near across the board. We see that about 4 or 5 times, 6 times, or 7 times, or however many times we see that. So we know that's consistent. But then when you start to, because you know the old language, you can make words after that, because we already got the Amani, what that means in the older text. So then you're taking these other words and just playing around with them, and you have to.
Well, you're trying to match them up to the closest cognate in the ancient Egyptian language. Yeah.
So what you say, you're using what would they mean in the old language to see what you could come up with. That, but hold up, has somebody else done something like this?
Well, I mean, I don't know, but it's
crazy.
I don't think I'm the first. You know, Egyptologists had to have noticed this.
I don't
Come
know
on.
what kind of weed y'all smoking up there. What the hell?
Oh, right now it's going crazy.
Like, man, I wonder, did he have his magnifying glass?
It's called Turks, but we got the magnifying glass. But some of the stuff people don't want to acknowledge, but notice this too.
Yeah, go ahead,
something that don't happen in the Medu Neter is consistent about what I say about the L up there.
One last question. What is the dating of this particular transition? You know what I'm saying?
So these is all, this is all happening maybe starting at about 30-ish BC. You feel me? Yeah, a little bit before that. You know, they had Nubian queens going back all the way to forever. But the names are the ones we looking at. And we could just start pulling this up if one by one if we wanted to. And my ultimate Kot, I don't know what this Kot is, but see, somebody said Kot, not Ket. My point is this T, in order to make sense out of this ash, which would mean nothing in Medu Neter, Tash means something in Medu Neter. So you got to go with what something means something. So if Amani means something, if Ka means something, and Tash means something, we got all them. We just don't got the An. And then the An is consistently messing them all up because Ak is a spirit, and then Ra is something, and then S is feminine, and we got this An messing it up again.
I wonder if you had somebody on the continent, if they could pull that out. They probably know what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's how that's gonna work.
Well, they're trying to decipher this script right now, but I'm just looking at us. So let's give him even more evidence to this. Let's do her last real quick. Amani, we still got one of Amen. Now we still know that the T is feminine too, but they say Tor Re. Now we know Re is Ra, so we ain't tripping. Yep. It's right where it should be. So we got Amani, and we got to figure out, is this To representative of a Ta? Because look, Amani Ta, Amani Ta Kayi. And we know Ta is the land. Now this will simply be saying something about one. We know Amani is one of Amen, and then something about the land of Ra, or Ta. We don't know what To means in their language, basically. You know what I'm saying? But we still see it's just right there with the Medu Neter.
So this language right here,
probably interchangeable as well, God. That O and that A probably change all the time.
No, that's what I was finna ask. So they actually had the vowels in their language.
Well, yes.
Okay, that's what I want to know. So it is an O. It ain't no doubt.
So let's look at that.
This is what you call expert. The man is an expert, man. We got to stop. It's just like that guy in the hood that can fix your car, know everything about your car, that knows it more than the professionals. He just ain't got his own car shop.
Let's see.
And this is where I respect Smash.
You said the homie a shade tree.
No, what I'm saying is the man is an expert. He just ain't got the you know what I mean, he just all he waiting on is to go get his PhD. And when he do it, you're gonna be in trouble, because if y'all trying to tell me that those experts and scholars ain't watching these channels, how you think they end up on the SARS channel? How you think they be in contact with Smash? How you think they be in contact with them? Because they know that these men are true experts at this craft. They just waiting to go to school and get the license. You can be an expert without a license. This is where I respect him the most, because this is what you call independent research. This is what you call comparative study. This is when it aligns, you know what I mean, directly with what you call science, comparative research. linguistic analysis. And this is why I have the utmost respect for this man because he ain't necessarily pushing the boundaries of this meta nature and these African studies. He's simply delving within them at a high level, on an expert level. And for people that continue to try to discredit him because he don't have a PhD behind his name, which he soon will, that's very messed up and that's very disingenuous for you to do that because you're looking at a living expert right now, man.
All right, so look, let me take that back. No, they don't got the vowels, but they kind of do, but I don't want to mess it up, so I'm going to say no. Let's look at this name here.
See that? See?
Ak, Ra, San. Remember I just said I didn't know what the sign is giving us because we wasn't looking at the Medu Neter. When we look at the Medu Neter, anybody who read the Medu Neter now know what the sign giving us is like a feminine they. It ain't sin like brothers. It's like a feminine they or them. And we can pull that up. And now we see what is representative of the A, which is a vowel, but you sometimes see it kind of confusing you when you ask if they wrote the vowels. This is holding the place of an A, which is a vowel, but it's kind of like a soft representation of it because they sometimes, believe it or not, this ain't a reed leaf, right? So how are we getting this? This is a shoe feather, but it's giving us ah. So you see this? That's giving us the first sound, just let me say that. Even though if I hovered, I was going to say Su. But then this is the KH. So right here, the KH, you see the circle with the lines over it. So we got Ak. And then we got an R in her name, giving us the Ra or Ak And then we got San, Ak Ra San. So even though she was a Nubian king, we still see right here her name going directly back to the Medu Neter, just while we're saying it. So the question I ask us is, what is this Nubian stuff? Like, in actuality, they writing it in the way you could read it in the Medu Neter. If I go to this brother here, Nehi, N-E, here you go. Like, he ain't even writing nothing different. And he's just being excluded out by Egyptologists because of how he's represented himself. Because of this word Nahesi, to say, oh, Nahesi means Negro, so he wasn't an Egyptian, he was a Negro, he was a Nubian. All right, Chef, you done held us up a whole hour and already beat the brakes off your conversation, but I'll let you come in anyway and try something.
Well, can I say goodbye to you guys? I got to take the queen to lunch, but I just want to say that Smash is a master wordsmith in the lineage of scholars without portfolio that we have designated in ASCAC. These were the scholars that couldn't get into colleges in the 20s and the 30s and before that, but their work still stands. Just like Dr. Clark, he said he gave out PhDs before he ever got one. And the only reason he got one is because his students kept saying, we want you to have this. But we don't need the system to verify our scholarship. The scholarship stands on its own. It's just those who are weak that have no other way to discredit us or to put us down that demands these type of things. Because you're a perfect example of it, Smash. And to the family, Hotep. I'll see you guys later.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Peace.
Peace, great king.
I'm just looking through these books. Yeah, I appreciate that, though. I mean, Chef can click the link and say what he got to say, but he ain't gonna have nothing to say.
I thought he was finna pop in when you said that. I was waiting on him.
He's still stalling. He's still stalling. Now he got to hook his whole computer up today. Even though he was streaming last night, now he got to hook his computer up.
Smash, I think that poll threw people off, G. I think they voted for the wrong dude by accident.
Oh, no, but when I was looking, you had won it. I don't know what he's talking about. Would something else happen?
Did. I checked the poll. I seen like 50-50. I'm like, yo, I think
it went 50-50. Well, hey,
you were saying who you thought won.
I feel you, Robert.
Well, I don't know. No, it'd be half the viewership.
Yeah, because I seen
half the viewership don't like black. You know, so You gotta remember
Cause shit,
that too.
I voted for him by accident. That's how I know. I voted too. I voted for
Oh
him by
yeah,
accident.
some
I'm like,
people
oh
was
shit,
saying I
man.
voted the wrong way, but it ain't no big
Yeah,
deal. We
true.
not even gonna acknowledge that part.
Indeed, God. I'm like, damn, I'd have voted for I'd have voted for American Dream.
I don't know why. Look how well immersed in the ancient Egyptian culture they was. It's only Egyptologists who separate them out.
What they do, Smash, is they say, once they stopped using the writing system because it continued on, that they was Egyptianized. That's the reason.
Nah. What really happened is after the 26th dynasty got hands put on, they went back to the south, and that's how we see a continuation of it. And the science and the knowledge is now in Nubia.
Yeah, but they say that they were Egyptianized. That was the reason why they continued on with the culture. See?
All
right.
right.
That ain't what happened. That was their culture from the beginning. They just was the last one to hold on to. See?
Let me put this up for the people who love
you can have it two ways, but see,
to
when
contribute.
you listen to
I know I put that up there. I just putting the cash app up for the people who love donating and supporting the channel to make sure we get more of this good. And again, thanks to Christopher, the cash app. He took up for all of y'all. He said, forget it. Smash, I got you. You feel me?
When you listen to certain people, you got to be able to listen to others. It's nothing wrong with listening to certain people, but then you have to make your decision based on the information that you have. And when people putting in information after information after information, you have to, if you don't acknowledge that, then I don't have no respect for that. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're going to say Herodotus is wrong after I read this. And this is going to be a good story. Now, check this out. It says, Herodotus on Cambyses. He sent spies from Elephantine who are described as fish eaters to check out the Ethiopians under the guise of taking gifts to the Ethiopian king. However, the Ethiopian was not stupid and rumbled their ploy. He gave the spies a huge bow and told them that the Persian should attack with overwhelming numbers when he could draw the huge bow back as far as the Ethiopian could. He really gave his spies a gat. Imagine you find a spy creeping on you and y'all deep and y'all catch him. And you say, come here, family. And you give him a gun that you know he don't know how to work because y'all technology way better than them. And you say, take this back to your man. You gave him one. And told him to, y'all run up on us with overwhelming numbers when you could draw back the string on this bow that I just gave you. That was a Nubian taunt, like for real, for real. Now let's read it for real. It says, the Persian should attack with overwhelming numbers when he could draw the huge bow back as far as the Ethiopian king could. Until then, the Persians should thank the gods who do not entice the sons of the Ethiopian to add another land to their own. Dang, he got at him. So if you had to be a king and you had to scare the other king, I think he did that like a boss. Now let's see what happened. His brother, so the spies took it back to him, and this will happen. His brother Smeardis was the only Persian able to draw the Ethiopian bow. Cambyses became convinced that he would steal the Persian throne, so he had him killed. Now, do you see that? And they trying to belittle the might of the Nubian, which was the power of Egypt.
Yeah, they didn't reduce them to slaves or just some police or something.
But yet we got foreign Persian kings killing their brother because he was strong enough to pull back a Nubian bow.
Damn.
You
That's
feel
wild.
me? That's crazy wild. And I'm like, wow, that's a sick story. And these Nubians was known to be archers well into, look at this source. Read some of these books. I'm talking to anybody who watched this video. You're going to just be having more fun. And you're going to want to show something I didn't show. In this book,
is that black?
Which is that?
That's that black African power.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Smash.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Herodotus got them stories for your ass, boy.
He got them
Telling you,
stories for
boy.
that ass. That's
Bro,
why
I'm reading.
Go ahead.
No, I'm reading them stories. I was reading. I just started. I'm up to book 50 right now, and it was one story I was reading where he talked about how the Phoenicians had pulled up. I believe it was on the shores of. It was either Persia or Greece or one of them, and they had took out their wares. Cause but maybe some people in the audience don't know the Phoenicians were merchants.
Mm-hmm.
So they had pulled up, right? That purple, that royal color, that purple. So they was displaying their wares, and a couple women pulled up. You know what I'm talking about? One of the women was the daughter of the king, I believe, the Persian king or the Greek king.
They kidnapped them, right? Or what?
Yeah, they saying they snatched her up, and then the other women fled, right? And they took her. They took her to Egypt. They rode off with her. So now, the Greeks or the Persians, I forget which one, they double back and snatch some of the Phoenician women, and then they just going back and forth. It's crazy, bro. It's like
he was breaking down how all these wars was over women, basically.
Man, ain't it like that? Ain't it just like that right now in the hood? It's always behind a woman, bro. Always, bro.
So how did it end? I forgot. One of them had snatched them up. I remember then. I think one of the nations went to go pursue some lady who was important. I can't remember the story, but it's fresh in your head, so you could detail it.
Yeah. So Io, the one named Io, I believe she's a Greek queen. I forgot particularly which tribe. The Greeks had got mad about it because. They got mad about it, and the Persians was basically saying to him, like, look, man, like, you talking about some women, bro? Like, dog, who the hell go to war behind? Dog, we snatch women all day. Like, that what, you know what I'm talking about? Like, that ain't nothing, bro. Let that go. Greece wasn't trying to hear it, and that's how the Greek-Persian War, ended up, how they ended up going to war. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically the long and short of it.
Yeah, he's going to go further on to talk about the other two women who were stolen from Libya and Egypt, the two black doves. I think it's right after that story.
Hold on, Smash. I'm over here reading this, what you got on the screen, right? And I know you partake in this archery yourself, and I seen you was pretty good at it, right? But I'm just thinking about this whole little scenario on the screen. Now let me ask, do you think that somebody could be as accurate as what they talking about in this sentence?
Hell yeah. This is the enemy.
No, I'm not. Hold on. Slow down, Smash.
Yes.
I got to table this real good. Do you think that somebody, I don't know what type of conditions that they talking about, but you think that somebody without, I think you got a scope or something, do you?
But yes, the answer
is I'm talking about these people ain't got none of this.
That don't matter, bro. You don't even understand. It turned a part of your body. Like, you know what I'm saying? After a while, after so many repetitions, it'd be an extension of you. The arrow gonna hit where your eyes is looking because your body is a machine, and every time you shoot, it's making calculations. And so
hold on, no matter what the wind calculations are.
No, you compensate for all that. Like, remember when I was showing my shots, I was telling y'all how I was gonna compensate for the wind, and it hit right on the bullseye. Because
you had a tool or something to tell you?
No, it's just your brain and repetitions. It's just repetitions. Like, just like shooting hoop, bruh. Like,
right. I'm just saying though, the way they put this, man, that's pretty incredible.
No, well, the human body responds to repetitions no matter what you're trying to learn. This is how parkour came out. Nobody was trying to jump all over buildings and stuff, but people start practicing it over and over. Now you see people who can just scale the side of a building like human Spider-Mans, bro.
Hold on, let me ask you this. How long do you think it took them to be able to get this good? How long would you think
I don't think it would happen in practice. If you still lived in Nubia, you still had to hunt little game with an arrow. And if you wanted to eat, because it wasn't plentiful, there was no floodplain in the areas of the Nubian region. It was desertous. So if you wanted to eat, you're going to probably get up in the morning when there's some dew and you can see the animals going down. You're going to try to hit some little fast-moving game with your arrow. And if you don't, you won't eat. And so eventually the weak ones die. And the raw ones keep eating. And eventually now when Egypt gets some beef, they like, man, we ain't good at these. We've been agriculturalists. We got the marho as our symbol, but our brothers down south still use the arrows. Let's go get them.
Right.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
Hey, James, think about it like this, right? Have you ever seen like have you ever seen like Steph Curry or somebody? Them boys could hit 100 in a row, bro.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I'm talking about? They shooting from they shooting from half court like it's nothing.
Now let me say something too, and I don't like when stuff that ain't hard, and I try to get some props for it being hard. Archery ain't as complicated as you think. Like,
come on, Smash.
it depends on what level of dedication you put in the things you trying to learn. And I always go super level. Like my wife be like, "You was at the range for 8 hours," and I'm like, "I'm trying to learn something." But if if that ain't your level, I understand. But it's put it this way: you can go look at the Olympics. Oh, this looks good. You can go look at the Olympics and see young 16-year-olders competing at 25 yards, and they all hitting on the bullseye. So.
Yeah, them boys practice for hours a day though, God. You know what I mean? I don't work with the bow. It ain't as, God, you'll give yourself enough credit in
No, what I'm
many
saying
aspects,
is
God.
repetition gonna work for your brain like it worked for mine. Have you ever took over 100 shots? Have you took 1,000 shots?
Saying.
I'm up to
That's
like 10,000 shots, bro. So
there
you know what
go.
I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Maybe
That's
not
what I
that
mean.
much. Maybe not 10,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of shots.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying.
But what, your bow got a counter on there or something?
When you first started using the bow, you know what I mean? The arrow or fling out the bow, you know what I'm saying? You'll shoot it 1 yard. You know what I mean? You know, you gotta have some guidance and some practice with that thing. And then you talking about hitting targets, moving targets, and human beings at that, you know what I mean? Human beings at that, you hitting them from so many yards, so much distance.
Let's say
You know what I
one
mean?
thing though, Robert. Throughout history, we very seldomly get a valiant account of this is the Arabs' attestation of when they had to fight. You know, they normally say, we beat the brakes off them boys. All throughout history, the victory always painted like they put stupid hands on the people. Somebody please read this quote, because my daughter just brought me a nice breakfast. Can somebody please read this quote right here? And this is an Arab account. Go ahead.
The marksman of the pupil of the eye. Is that one you talking about?
Right.
The marksman of the pupil of the eye. It done blew up on me.
It says Al-Mas-Adi goes even further than that. He says they shot from the strange bows.
They shoot from a strange bow.
They shoot from the strange bows. The people of the Hijaz and the Yemen and the rest of the Arabs learned archery from them. They are called by the Arabs the marksmen of the pupil of the eye, and I can't see the last little part.
Black excellence.
So the quotation is the marksman of the pupil of the eye.
Now let me ask you: do you think that this Arab dude is lying? He's saying how good they got down.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, evidently they was some bad.
If you got an Arab give you credit,
so who is the Hijaz? Who are they? The Hijaz.
The people of some area. We can look it up. I know.
I know where Yemen is. I know where that's at. I was wondering where the Hijaz was. You know, I always like to see visuals. I think it always make it better when you can see what people are talking about, how far down they was, or was they up here, or you know what I'm saying? Because this ain't. I don't know what this. It looks like it says 1250 BC.
Yeah, but this ain't an isolated account. I think I got another source saying the same thing. Somebody want to read this one? And this this book is called Possessed by the Right Hand, The Problems of Slavery in Islamic Law and Muslim Culture. Somebody want to shout out this one?
It says the Bach.
Where you want to start at, G?
At the top.
Well, you can start at the top, but let's just start by remember the Bach Treaty.
Oh yeah. I was just making sure I was pronouncing it right.
The Bach Treaty is when they ran up on them Nubians and was like, all right, we don't want to fight because y'all hard and we hard. We just need your kingdom to give us 300 slaves a year. But this is the fighting that led to that treaty. So if you go ahead, I appreciate it.
The Baht, the first important set of events having a bearing upon the legal history and unique ethos of Muslim slavery in Egypt, occurred during the first years of Amir's campaign. After reaching Aswan, the Muslims, led by Amir's sub-governor for Upper Egypt, Abd Allah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sarah, began making frequent incursions into the Christian kingdom of Nubia to the south. Despite repeated efforts, the Muslims were unable to mount any sustained penetration, largely because of the fierce and determined resistance of the Nubian tribes. Several sources note that the Arabs nicknamed the Nubians Ramat. Well, let's go back. The several sources note that the Arabs nicknamed the Nubians Ramat al-Hadak, or eye smitters, in testament to their accuracy as archers. Balahuri reports that a sheikh of the Himyar said, "I have been to Nubia twice during the Salafate of Umar ibn al-Khattab, and I never saw."
Hey, people.
Dang, your mic going out. And
Yeah,
this is the
yeah. I
good part.
never
You gotta
saw
bring
a
that
people
back. Go ahead.
who are sharper in warfare than they.
True indeed. Like I
I
lost
heard
connection
one
or
of them
something.
say to the Muslim, "Where do you want me to hit you with my arrow?" And in case the Muslim would disdainfully say,
He said, in case the Muslim would disdainfully say, in such a spot, the Nubian would never miss. He says, they were fond of fighting with arrows, but their arrows would scarcely ever hit the ground. That means they was tearing them boys up. Like, imagine that. You know, even in the movies, when they show they shoot 1,000 arrows, you be seeing hell of them hit the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. Right.
They saying,
Yeah.
bruh, these boys' arrows, you ain't never even gonna
Damn.
find one in the ground. Now watch this. He says, one day they arrayed themselves against us, and we were desirous to carry out the conflict with the sword. You know, the sword of Islam? They tried to run up on them boys with the sword of Islam, but they were too quick for us and shot their arrows, putting out our eyes. See, they're not saying putting out their eyes like he giving an account of some other. He talking about how he got fucked up. Excuse my language.
Right.
He talking about how him and his boys got beat up.
First hand account.
Exactly. You can't
He
get
ain't
away
talking
from
about
this.
Whether somebody told him.
Yeah, he
said,
ain't
"This
talking
what
about
was
how they
happening when I
did
was
somebody else. He said, man, I seen my... Now, how many of his homies did he see their eyes get put out? Somebody want to read it?
One day they arrayed themselves against us, and we were desirous to carry the conflict with the sword. But they were too quick for us and shot their arrows, putting out our eyes. The eyes that were put out numbered 150. We at last thought that the best thing to do with such a people was to make peace.
Now, that's where we get the Bach Treaty from. See, they don't be wanting to show us that it went down from holding your damn ground. Like, look, y'all done took Egypt, y'all took all that. We got something for you. Y'all coming into the land of the shooters. We've been known as the shooters since ancient times. We gonna show you something. We taking eyeballs. And now, just off reading stories like this, I get up and be so juiced, I gotta go buy a bow. I'm like, oh, that's deep. I gotta go buy a bow. You feel me? I'm not gonna sit in the house with that.
Hold on, man. Slow down. That's how that happened.
What? I'm like, my people is eye spiders.
Man, boy, you was something else.
I tell you just like this, if the world collapsed,
that was beautiful.
I'm gonna tell y'all just like this. The world collapsed. I might
you could go hit a rabbit.
No, I ain't gonna say that. I might have my wife the AR. I might have my wife the AR, right? I might have to get one of my daughters the AR. Give my wife like that SKS. I might, give my other daughter a pistol. I'm grabbing my bow. Y'all think I'm playing? Because I got to get one eye smite before it's over. And you're going to get knocked down anyway. So I'm like, okay, it's out here. I'm going to get my eye smite, and then I'm going to get, and they're going to be like, he did it. And the ancestors going to be like, gone. You welcome into the doors. Now you are a true magi.
Hey, you know what, too? You know what, too?
You got to get over there to Nubia, God. You got to get over there before it's all over.
It might be an issue with getting ammunition and stuff like that. That's where that bow come in.
Yeah,
when the bow really come in is when you're trying to be, you got to be quiet because don't nobody got no silencers and the lights is turned off. It's over.
Yeah.
Like, you're in the woods. Yeah. Come on, now. What you gonna do? Shoot? Don't crack that little twig. And if you shoot your gun, everybody know where you at. You got bow. You didn't. But I'm just talking about zombie. Just for people listening, I'm talking about zombie apocalypse. Okay.
They got videos of video games with people with bow and arrows.
Pretty sure they do, but I'm not into many of them.
If you had a bow and arrow in a video game.
Man, it's fun to go into the range. I hit a 90-yard target. You know how empowering that felt? Because I kept
that what you put shot on that video?
Games. I'm doing archery for real. But yeah, they got plenty of bows you can use in all type of video games, Jane. Tomb Raider.
Yeah, how far back was that shot you showed us in that video? How far back was that?
25.
150, 200 yards.
That looked pretty far.
No, it was like 20 yards.
Yeah, that looked pretty far to me. So you saying you hit a 90 yard?
Yes, bro. It was crazy.
Damn. That's a football field.
I was just gonna say that's.
Imagine practicing on something that's 90 yards away.
Now what's the record on that?
What you mean the record?
Like, what do they got a record for somebody hitting a target from that far back?
I don't know, but you can see people hitting 90s and 100s on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
This one dude driving in his car, he just hop out the car and shoot, and he hit 100-yard target away, and like he was doing the drive-by.
I'm gonna have to check some of this out because you got me interested in seeing just how accurate people can be.
I see something here say the furthest distance shot with any bow is 2,047 yards. This was shot by the late Harry Drake in 1988 using a crossbow.
Oh, let me give him the link. You hear what he said? 2,000 yards?
How is that possible?
2,047, God. It say that's with a crossbow. It say the furthest with a handheld and pulled bow is 1,336 yards, shot by Don Brown with an unlimited conventional flight bow in 87.
Let me put up the link for sure. He late talking about where the link.
Man.
Hey y'all boys. That's 20 football fields to put it in perspective.
Man, how you gonna be that strong enough to do that? I ain't trying to hear that.
That's that black African power.
No, it ain't gonna be strong. It's gonna be technique or something.
Yeah, how could the bow fly that far?
Well, you're shooting it up at an angle to where, I don't know.
Damn.
You got it. My bow 90 pounds. I couldn't imagine it going no place close to that far.
Yeah, that's a fact. I'm looking at the picture right now, God. He got his bow arch way up in the air.
There must have been no wind that day. I don't understand. But anyway.
They account for all that. And then, you shoot with the mind, too, from what I'm told. You know what I'm saying? You shoot with the mind. With your third eye, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know about no third eye. What you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Your mind is your mind's eye.
Man, you shoot with your eye right there.
Yeah, your two eyes, but your focus, you know what I mean? Like you got to will that bow, you know what I'm saying? You got to have willpower too. Playing basketball, you have to see that shot.
You gotta envision your shot. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, you got to envision it. And playing basketball, we shoot shots a lot all the time, but sometimes you might put too much strength on it, and sometimes you might not put enough strength on it. But when you so focused, you guys do it all the time when you throwing something.
Oh yeah, Chef fighting a snowstorm. He can't tell the link posted. That's right. My bad, Chef. I know that snowstorm got it so that you can't see the link posted. We got you.
I got a question for you, Smash. Peace to everybody on the chat.
What up, young dude?
Peace. Man, I was watching Chef's channel the other day, and he be having his doctor dude on there, some supposed Egyptian doctor or whatever, Coptic doctor, and he was talking about how Nahesi mean the wretched black or something like
He
that.
don't know what he talking about. He just lying. He just that dude shouldn't even have a voice in this community.
Did you see him make that claim?
There's no facts to it. Like, people will lie all day and just waste our time.
Just made that shit
Nahesi
up.
don't got nothing. Actually, it ain't even no. I can show you all the Hesses. It ain't no wretched Nahesi ever written in the term of in the history of Egypt. The term is wretched Kush. It is a political term aimed at here's the funnier part. If you do some philology and look over every time they use wretched, they use it twice as many times for Syria than they do for Kush. But his term, Nahesi, ain't a part of that. Because Nahesi was part of the Egyptian state. It just meant the South, Southerners. Some was part of Egypt, some wasn't. He don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I want to see y'all have that conversation, man, because he said like real, like he really knows something or something. I'm like, man.
Oh, so you didn't hear me talk to him, huh?
Oh no, sir.
Oh
I
my
didn't.
God, I embarrassed him.
Beat him up.
Nah, what?
Oh,
Hey, what's your
Dr.
name?
Bernard start cussing and stuff. But
What's
his
your?
term,
I'm sorry.
Nahesi, ain't a part of that.
Hey, Smash.
Hold on, somebody got to mute they. Oh, that's Chef. What's up, Chef? Some was part.
What's up, y'all? My bad. On Chef show.
Chef, they said the snowstorm blew the link right off the top of the stream, huh?
You know, I'm gonna pull up.
Yeah, it's good. Well, you already got hands put on because we went over Theodore Siculus. You want me to reiterate?
Oh my God, you already? I told you this. Give me a second.
I couldn't wait. I gotta get off in a minute, right? Yeah, that was 2 o'clock when you said that. Really? It's 4 o'clock where I'm at.
All right. What's up, y'all?
What's up?
What's up, God? Peace.
Yo, what it do? What it do, Doug?
What it do?
You got a presentation, Chef?
Nah, we was gonna do the 30. But I go back and
yeah, you can just do your however many you need, and then I'll come after you because people seen my stance already.
See, I didn't even see your stance. I don't even know what you said. You feel
I'm
me?
gonna do it in 2 minutes because it don't even take much. Watch this.
Okay, let's go.
Let's see. So if I could pull this over here, is this what I was looking at? No, this Egypt search. Let me reshare.
All right, now what's your position first?
That the writing was started in the South, just like all ancient Egyptian culture. Ancient Egyptians didn't start their writing system.
Okay.
Since
All right, cool. I got you.
I mean, since I took an angle and people seen it, I will go over that, but I'm gonna add something to it for the people so it won't just be the same thing I showed earlier. All right, let me close this out. Because
hey, Smash, did you beat up the Coptic dude on Chef's channel or on your channel?
Yeah,
on my channel.
Oh, on Chef's channel. It was ugly. They started
Look,
cussing.
even Chef admitted it.
I beat all of them up. Last night I got to beat up Astro 87. He thought he had something for me. That's why I was like, why don't you guys let Astro speak? Because I want to get all of them under my belt. No, not the Nahesi thing, but that's nonsense. He's just not only is he incorrect, he's showing that like everybody knows.
He's indoctrinated.
Don't y'all know it's Wretched Kush? Like, all right, let me Google that in a book by Stuart Tyson Smith about to pop up. Like, watch this.
What he is he's just like us.
Y'all see that right there?
You say wretched Kush.
Yeah. Kush ain't Nahesi. Those are two different words. Nahesi has an N, an H, and an S. Kush has a K and an SH and an A in the middle. Kush. You know what I'm saying? And so the Wretched was tagged on the Kush, not to Nahesi. And since they Southerner and he hate all black people to the South, he think it's the same thing. But hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chef needed to get this right here, I think. Huh?
He was saying Egyptians hate black people and all this type of. I was like, whoa.
Well,
I wish he would have been
him
there.
and his modern Egyptian lineage, they do. That's why you see all the blacks in the South. That's more evidence that they shoving the people to the South. He's admitting it.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Smash. Hey, Smash. You know what the funniest claim was?
What?
Russ said they had skin bleaching cream in 2500 BC.
They had what?
Skin bleaching cream.
Yeah, dude is wild.
Yeah, buddy, wild as
I
hell.
don't know why you give him a voice, Chef.
Give everybody a voice.
No, you don't.
Lift every voice and sing.
You give everybody who ain't no killing a voice.
No, he's a damn Egyptian. How he going?
He's
That's
not
crazy.
a damn Egyptian. That's
Do you
the whole
understand
debate
the
we having.
contradiction?
Yeah, you ain't figured
no.
it out yet, Chef.
Yeah.
When you said that, you still ain't figured it out.
If he's
from
an
Cali.
Egyptian,
He from Cali.
why shouldn't he? The same way we in the
He's
conversation.
from Cali.
Yeah, he a Californian. He ain't no Egyptian.
I'll meet up with him and debate in person. Dr. Bernard, where you at? Come on, let's debate. I love to see him in person.
Chef went and got an Egyptian for your ass.
Man, he live in Cali, so how he more Egyptian than anybody else?
But no, Bo.
He's just a Mexican saying he's Egyptian and he just cuss and y'all like him. So you see the screen, Chef, I will allow you. I just want to ask you to, if you will, participate and read this one slide right here.
Go back.
No, just this one. This is the one that so you don't have to read too much. I'll participate with the others. This is the most important.
Diodorus Siculus, Book 3, 1st century BC. Quote, for of the two kinds of writing which the Egyptians had, that which is known as popular, demotic, is learned by everyone, while that which is called sacred is understood only by the priests of the Egyptians, who learn it from their fathers as one of the things which are not divulged, but among the Ethiopians, everyone uses these forms of letters.
Yeah, and the point of emphasis here is as an outside onlooker, Diodorus Siculus noticed that some ancient Egyptians knew the Medu Neter. Now, notice this word here, sacred, is in parentheses. This word is hiero. We're talking about writing. So when he's talking about the hiero writing, that's giving us the Medu Neter. When he's talking about the popular, he's talking about the demotic. Now, when it comes down to the Medu Neter, he's saying the Egyptian priests knew it, but when you get down to the Nubians, or the Ethiopians, I should say, everyone uses these forms of letters. When we're talking about the development of writing, and particularly between Nubia and Egypt, all of the pre-dynastic attestations to pre-writing arrived in the Sudan and in Lower Egypt or in Egyptian Nubia. They don't occur in other places, even in the areas that we will find as the traditional Egyptian areas today. Everybody avoid the foundational southern elements where all of these things occurred. So I also want to share real quick another thing. If it's up here, I could just pull it right back up. The Cousteau incense burner. I know you're familiar with the Cousteau incense burner, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so here we're gonna take a look at it. But I had it on another source, and so I'll start. Before that, we'll go to the Siali Seal. Cousteau and Siali, two areas located in the modern day Sudan, where we find the precursors to not just the ancient Egyptian language, but we find the precursors to the ancient Egyptian symbols of the officialdom, of the kingship in Nubia, so to speak. Here you see, we've all learned this is a archaic developmental stage of language where we can clearly now see, oh, these is words here. They just was kind of like writing them as if you was looking at a 1-year-old or 2-year-old's paper or something. You know, not 1-year-old, but whatever, 4 or 5-year-old. Now, this bow here, with this T here, is giving us the earliest known writing of any ancient Egyptian state ever. It's called Tasseti. This was at the time before Egypt was even conceptualized. There was no merger between the Akkadians and the people of the Nubian A group at this time. This was simply writing when it was only Nubian. And it's called Tasseti. If we could go to the Cousteau incense burner, which we all have viewed before. Let me just try to pull that up. Cousteau incense burner. Right? Cousteau is so far down in the Nubia, we can't even call it Egyptian Nubian no more. It's just Sudanese Nubian. Now, if we look at this item, what we see here is one of the first words iconographic writing. It is Hejat. It is the white crown of Egypt. Way down in Kush, we see a similar motif that would develop into the writing system of ancient Egypt used the Rosetta, or this rosette. It is to indicate kingship. Some say it would even indicate maybe a sandal bearer or one next to be the king. We see a falcon deity here, and this is corroborated by the source. This is how you say Heru. This didn't happen in Egypt. This didn't form in Egypt. Now, I said I would take it a step further than what I offered before, and I'm going to go into, and you can do this yourself, but I'm going to go to rap.word. Let me see. I'm sure. So I'm going to come here, right, and what I'm going to do is go to this article called Neighbor. And this is something I'll stress, and this is not limited to the bird that I'll use to teach you this. This is far more expansive than what we're talking about now. Actually, almost every fauna or every animal type that we find in the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic system that developed in Nubia is indigenous to Nubia. You see, this bird is a neighbird, Gardner G21, and it is a non-migratory, meaning it ain't going nowhere. It is a terrestrial, meaning it don't fly. Bird whose habitat is what some of us call today sub-Saharan Africa. Yet we find this bird in the ancient Egyptian orthography since the first words were written. How then did this bird appear in the ancient Egyptian glyphs? I know I feel like I'm doing a whole 30 minutes, and I know you ain't ready for that. So let me just show you finally the habitat and the taxonomy of half of the animals that we find in the hieroglyphs, right? We do have a Syrian elephant, but what's the Egyptian elephant? You ever ask yourself that? Yeah. So a lot of these things they witnessed and they seen in the Sudan, and they went into their, again, their orthography or their letters, all other things they use to form their writing system. So my argument that writing developed in the South is supported by multiple primary attestations. I surrender.
Okay. All right. So the first thing you said was the South. All right. So you said the Egyptian writing was started in the South. I have no contention with what y'all consider South when we're talking about Egypt. My contention is when you say Nubians created writing before the ancient Egyptians. All right. So that's what I'm going to deal with. Now, whatever part of Egypt I'm talking about, you know what I mean? I'm going to stay focused on Egypt. All right. So let's go here. I'll go, let me share my screen.
Interesting.
What's interesting? All right, let's go to the Kustil incense burner. All right, I knew that was going to be one of the places where you decided to go at. So let's blow this up. Can everybody see it?
Yeah, we see it. It's getting bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, cool. All right. So the Kustil incense burner. Now let's talk about this. The Kustil incense burner, right, was found in coastal Nubia, right, in the Sudan. But it had all of, let's read it. It say the incense burner is distinctly Nubian in form. Now, when it says that, it's talking about the way the pottery is formed, the artistic shaping of the pottery, right? It say the incense burner is distinctively Nubian in form, right? It's a carved in the technique of Nubian rock art. It is decorated on the rim with typical Nubian designs. Now it's talking about the designs around it. It was found in the tomb of a Nubian ruler at Kustal and incorporates images associated with Egyptian pharaohs. A procession of sacred boats, the white crown of Upper Egypt, a falcon deity, and the palace facade place called a sark. Did I say that right?
Yes, correct.
A sark. All right. It appears to represent a ritual that involved a royal procession by boat to a palace, right? And then it says, how did Nubia relate to Egypt during the A group, right? And when it comes down here, it says, the scene depicted at coastal incense burner have excited considerable interest and discussion. Why would seemingly Egyptian symbols have been used in Nubia? Now, these are the interpretations. One interpretation is that Nubian A group rulers and early Egyptian pharaohs used related royal symbols. Similarities in rock art of A group Nubia and Upper Egypt support this position. Another view suggests that the decoration was carved by Nubians in imitation of Egyptian art and rituals. In this perspective, A group Nubian rulers would have emulated the symbols of Egyptian pharaohs whose prestige and power were evident. And then it say the best chances of resolving this question lie in further exploration of areas of Nubia that are still accessible and in excavation in the centers of early Egypt, where further evidence of the development of pharaonic tradition may be found, right? So what they're saying is, it's sketchy, right? These are the two interpretations of it. The first one is that the Egyptians and the Nubians could have used the same symbols in the early formation of their systems. Then the second interpretation is that the Nubians, right, imitated what they seen the Egyptians doing. All right, so that's the Quastel incense burner.
Hold on, Chef. Hold on.
Go ahead.
How is that possible when I think the
Chicago
Don't give up my rebuttal.
That's
I'm
the
gonna
first.
beat the brakes off.
That's the first.
Don't give up my rebuttal. I'm about to beat
Right.
the brakes off.
My
that.
bad,
Yeah, that's hella easy. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Quastel incense burner. The Chicago Institute said this, not me.
Yeah,
you feel me?
Go
Right.
ahead.
All right. So boom. Now let's go over to Gunther Dreyer. All right. The dude Gunther Dreyer wrote.
But let me ask you one thing on that, because you really didn't do nothing but read what the source said.
That's
Which one,
what,
out of
I'm not
those
an
two
expert.
stances, I know, but they did give two stances, and you identified that there were two stances there. Which one are you arguing? Because you know, like if this is your source,
no, I would argue that that I would lean more to they copied the Egyptians.
Okay, great.
Right?
So your stance you taking
right.
is that the Nubians, copied.
Yeah,
the
they imitated, and the reason why is because
you can go back. I just wanted to get your stance. I don't want to make you forget what you was about to say already. Yeah.
All right, cool. So all right, let me go over to no, that's not. All right, now Gunther Dreyer. Can y'all see this? Is my screen sharing?
Yeah, I see it.
We got you. I see.
All right. Now, Gunther
Make
Dreyer.
it bigger, Chef, so we can see. Like, yeah, just make it a little bit bigger.
Is that big enough?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. Let's go to his. All right, this is the oldest writings and inventory tags of Egypt.
Oh yeah.
Right? By Gunther Dreyer, and this is 2002. All right. Now, in his abstract, right, he says, all right, in the abstract, he says that he say results of archaeological diggings in the tomb UJ. It also outlines Dreyer's claim to have discovered the origin of writing. The primary aspect of this review essay is to draw the attention of accounting historians to Dreyer's book and to the claim therein to have discovered the earliest known writing. Since the discovery is closely connected to an accounting function, through though in a somewhat different way from that of the Sumerian Proto-Cuneiform form writing, a review of Dreyer's book is well justified. Dreyer's claim is based on a series of small inventory tags identifying in proto-hieroglyphics the purveyance of various commodities found in the tomb of King Scorpion I, circa 3400 BC to 3200 BC. Another aspect of this review is a discussion of the controversy surrounding Dreyer's claim and the counter-hypothesis of accounting archaeology, which sees in the token envelope accounting of Mesopotamia the origin of writing. Now, he's saying right here that the earliest proto-writing in Egypt that he found was in Abydos on those seals. And he's saying it goes back to 3400 to 3200 BC. He said nothing about Nubia, right? He didn't say that the origin of Egyptian writing was in Nubia and the Sudan. He said the oldest writings and inventory tags of Egypt, not Nubia, not the Sudan, of Egypt. All right, I'll stop. Now we can debate it.
All right. Now, I think James wanted to ask a question before.
Go ahead, James.
Show you some stuff.
Well, I was just going to ask about when you were talking about the incense burner. Where do they have an older rendition of the crown, other than that image right there?
All right. So
if they got it from Egypt, wouldn't you have a rendition of the white crown in Egypt first?
Exactly, but you know,
no.
You can't answer that.
No.
I mean, so basically, he's saying, where's the right crown in Egypt that's contemporary with or that predates that one? This is James' question.
All right, so where's the white crown of the Sudanese?
No, see, this is what
that ain't the question.
I'll answer that in my.
No. That's listen. If listen, that question, and if you could show me the white crown wore by the Sudanese,
that's what the Cousteau incense burner is.
Yeah, but that's clearly an Egyptian motif.
No, so this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is why so what you're doing is called being Egyptocentric. And in Nubiology, they argue against what you're doing. The only one you're letting be an authoritarian in the conversation is the Egyptians. Even though the asset of scrutiny was found in the area of the so-called Nubians, and there's no evidence of it being in the Egyptian area at this time, you still have a point of view that sees the Egyptians as the authoritarian and the Nubians as subjects. So even if you found it in their area earlier, you're calling it Egyptian at a time period when there was no Egypt conceived of. There was even no, can you at least see what I'm saying because I don't want to go further.
Listen, I already done weighed that. I see what you're saying.
But so
Where
then that
did they get the
answers
white crown
that
from,
answers
Chef?
your question. You said you wanted to see a Sudanese wearing the white crown,
Yes.
and we showed you that they just found evidence of that. It's in the Kush incense burner. Now, if you want to say that it's Egyptianized, you have to prove it and show Egyptians using these motifs before the people in the area of Nubia.
So if I always see the white crown and those motifs, right, in Egypt, right, and I find a incense burner that has those motifs on it earlier in another place, but I don't see it no more in their history. Only in reference to Egypt do I see it. Do I then suppose, right, that these people actually started it, forgot about it, never used it again, or they were showing something that came from Egypt?
You just made that scenario up. I can show you the white crown on all kind of Nubian pharaohs. I'm gonna show you one that you possibly will not be able to even have known of because of the way that Egyptology works. His name is Harsiotef, Harsiotef. And the reason why most of us don't know about Harsiotef and what he's about to be rocking, right? The reason why we don't, well, he got on the almond double plume. This is a Nubian pharaoh and not a king. Let's see him. Let's find him with the white crown. All right, because that's the exact crown that we are looking for.
And when was this?
No, so he's rocking it at a later period in time.
Okay.
The white crown, but he just had on a double plume. It's still just all enriched in Egyptian motifs. Now, here's the funny part, because we talk about genetics a lot, right? And when we retrograde, we go back, and when we find an older marker, we always attribute it to being the origin of something. But here, we're doing it in linguistics, where they do the same thing with linguistic genetics. They look for the ancestor or the older form that they could find it. And here we find it older in Nubia, but we're not willing to accept it as a predecessor or preceding the ancient Egyptian language.
All right, so this what's his name? Harsiotef. That's almost 3,000 years later.
You just raised the contention that we can't find the same motifs used no place else.
But that's
And
after they was already Egyptianized.
So then how would you maintain your status? All you got to do is go to Merowe and look at any Meroitic king. You're going to see everything that just, like, for instance, like, I'm going to go to some of the queens we was just looking at. All you're going to see is Egyptian motifs in Nubia, right? So I'm showing you them starting there, the first place you ever find them. Then I'm showing you them in there, because the last place Medu Neter was ever written was in the south on the Temple of Philae. But after they went down into the south, they continued with what we call the Meroitic script. So how it's going to start in Nubia and end in Nubia, and you still ignore the relevance of Nubia to the contributions of writing and history? How that happen? Just because Egyptians was involved? So let's just go to the point in time at 3200 BC where they date the Cousteau incense burner too that we seen the hat on. Show me an ancient Egyptian motif with the white crown at 3200 BC. I will wait. I'm gonna let you share the screen.
All right, so you said that is the oldest what's the name of that crown?
So you agree that the state of Egypt had not formed yet, correct?
And 3200?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's rocking this crown of something that he the king of before Egypt was ever there?
So the Cousteau, 3200, you still had Scorpion King in them. Hold on. You still had Egyptian kings.
No, ain't no Egypt yet. There was no unification. So ain't no Egypt. Egypt is a result of the unification of the two lands.
So the place where Nama and them, where they came from, didn't exist until they unified the two lands.
No, where they came
they
from
had
existed,
to come from somewhere.
But there's lineage before them. So here's the biggest mistake you're making. Scorpion went against them as they proposed. They don't know this to be true. And they saying that Scorpion was coming from the south. Now we can look that up.
What does the south mean? What do you mean?
Scorpion, you know what the Scorpion Mace head is?
Okay. But
Let
you're
me show
saying
you.
the
I
south.
gotta be more visual. I'm sorry.
He got the white crown on too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because you didn't know when I said it that he got on the white crown. So if I show you the vision, yeah, you're gonna see what I mean.
Chef, where did the white crown come from, Chef?
Now look right here, Chef. You see Scorpion with the white crown? He fought against Narmer them. Some say he might have been his underling. We can read it right here where they be like, so you asking what other Nubians got the white crown?
That's 3,200.
Exactly. Before
that's
Egypt
the same
had it.
time. That's the same time as the Kustool incense burner.
But show me an Egyptian with it.
That is Egyptian.
So Scorpion is an Egyptian now.
Why wouldn't he be?
All right, well, let's read what they say.
Egyptian?
Because this is supposedly, let's just read what the source say. He supposedly, now we got to be clear.
So hold on. Was Nubia found? Oh, hold on, Smash.
Yes, Nubia was Tasseti before Egypt. You know that, right?
Hold on. So Nubia, the state of Nubia was founded.
Yes.
Right? But the stuff in Egypt wasn't founded.
Of course. This is why I asked you, what was he the king of? If this, let's deal with this question. We find a Kusto incense burner, right? Let's just stop saying the white crown. In Kusto with the king's hat on. Before Egypt was formed, my question to you in debate is, what was he the king of?
So you just showed the Scorpion King at the same time with that crown on. Now, when we read the source, it gave you two possibilities. It said that both of them, the Egyptians and the Nubians, could have been using the same symbols at the same time, right? Or one could have been copied. The Nubians could have been copying off the Egyptians.
All right, then let me ask you something, because I'm not talking about what the source gave you. I'm talking to logical men. Why didn't the source give you the option of the Nubians creating the symbol? Is that an option, yes or no?
Can I speak?
But look, I got it boxed up. So would that be an option, Chef?
Yeah, that would be.
So why is that not on the table?
Because they racist?
No, I didn't say that. I'm asking you the question.
They incompetent.
Why? No, I told you my answer is because this scholarship has been Egyptocentric, where Nubians have only been allowed to be the subjects. Even though we find these motifs in Nubia 100 years before we can find them in Egypt. Even though I'm showing you a Nubian pharaoh right here before they ever had a state of Egypt. My question to you is, why is he wearing a crown with the moho, and they say that he had to fight against Narmer now?
Oh, the Scorpion King?
Scorpion.
So you saying that he's a Nubian?
Dude.
Hold on. So this dude that you got on right now.
So if you want some accuracy in that statement, ain't no people group like Nubians, just like it ain't no people group like Egyptians. Now, he was south more than Narmer them. He's not from Thinis. Thinis is about the 8th nome about Abydos, as they proposed, but they never found it. But he was not included in the Thinite Confederacy. They say they fought against him, and he already got on a damn crown. So this is what I'm saying.
So who is you saying this guy is, though?
I'm saying the Southerners will, and then Reggie next. I'm saying these Southerners already had kingship in store before Egypt ever existed. And it's evidence right on your face. Scorpion is Dynasty 0. That's before the
Dynasty
first,
Zero of
the first before the
what?
Before the first dynasty of Kemet.
Of Egypt. Say it.
0. Look. 0 is 0 included or not? This is before that. This is pre-dynastic. You know what
pre-dynastic what?
So the reason why you're messing this up, Chef, let me show you before I turn it over to Reggie. Because you're saying
not pre-dynastic.
Hold on. I have to explain something.
Egypt.
No, this is your problem. In pre-dynastic times, it was Tasseti. And it remained Tasseti when Egypt came into play. So that's where you're messing up, because the whole place existed as a kingdom before the statehood of Egypt ever formed. That's why you can't answer the question, what was he the king of? He has on a king's crown. You don't want to say he was the king of something that existed before Egypt.
Smash, can I ask you a question real quick?
Oh, now Reggie was trying to get in though. You feel me?
All right.
Okay.
So thank you so much. Okay. So I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So first of all, Sheffrin,
What's going on, Reggie?
how you doing? And
Struggling.
thanks for letting me borrow your show for my presentation. And shout out to Smash Rockwell and the whole chat. Okay. So the problem is, Sheffrin, is that the
You
whole
better be agreeing with me, Reggie. I swear to God. Go ahead.
yeah, thanks for bringing in God. I can take that away from you. But okay, the whole concept of ochre paintings, right, and rock painting emerged in Southern Africa, right?
Yes,
It
sir.
emerged in Southern Africa. So I'm sharing my screen. So the concept of the white crown is deep in African Southern history. And I'll show it to you right now, because in Southern Africa, that's where you first actually see the emergence of the white crown. And this whole concept of iconography and sacred animals and coats and colors comes from the ochre technology that was transported from Southern Africa to the Green Sahara. So the Green Sahara is a conduit to both Nubia and what you want to call the region that is in Egypt. But we're really talking about Nakata 1, 2, and 3. So these are transports that came from an earlier place because the technology is mostly found in Southern Africa at a date before the Green Sahara. And so now when you see the white crown in Southern Africa, and then you see the coating of the animals and the people, what you will find in Southern Africa is the early iconography. And then in the rock paintings of that whole region, right, you will see the iconography in what you call the Green Sahara. And then it's just transported to other places when the Green Sahara started drying up, right? And so we have to look at rock art. So seeing a white crown in Southern Africa, right, becomes a problem with the argument that it was even Egypt. I lean more toward that these are transports from the south, right, as far as Southern Africa. So what do you so iconography right now, and we can go through the whole concept of geometric art. The only difference is that the Green Sahara gave pottery and ostraca, right? Shells. So that was another way to do what we call portable art. Portable art is when you take it off the rock caves and then you transport it into portable art, which would be spread through trading. So if I let me just see rock in South Africa rock. I just do a Google search on, and you will see all the iconography, right, in Southern Africa. But then you see important concepts like smiting in the Green Sahara, right, before Egypt. So Egypt is part what we Nakata. Let's stop talking about Egypt now. Let's talk about the culture, right? The culture, not the state formation of what we want to say Egypt. It falls apart when we let me see rock paintings. Let's say rock art, Green Sahara. So when we see the rock art of the Green Sahara, we see where all of this came from. And then Egypt now, watch this. Egypt uses animals that were no longer in Egypt, like the ostriches and stuff like that, right? The giraffes, right? All of these, they were not in Egypt. They went back south. So the culture is actually coming from the south, and that's where you see all of the iconography from the south into the Green Sahara. So what is your thinking now, since I said that? All of this is in Southern Africa, right? So just the constructs, right? The constructs, they go into North Africa, what you're calling North Africa is which the whole area before they got to the Nile, which is like the Sicily rock art. So what is your thinking now of saying that it only occurred in Egypt and it was spread to the south when the data looks like it was definitely spread from the south to the Green Sahara. So what is your okay, so if I say South African rock art, right? South African rock art, which I thought I really wanted to do before that, South African rock art, right? What is your thinking now? What is your thinking now?
I got a question whenever I'm allowed
That's
to.
some beautiful rock art.
So what is your thinking? What is your thinking now when we have this 10 to 15,000 years earlier than the Green Sahara? What is your thinking now?
Come on, come on.
I like
Watch
it.
this. So let me just show this right here.
There ain't nothing you can say, really. You gotta say he liking this shit. Look.
What do I supposed to say against the?
Because
What
I mean,
is
I
it?
took
How is that
the white
giving me-
crown. I mean, so we was talking about the development of writing, right? We do know
Right.
the white crown has a
Yeah.
name. It's called the hejed.
Great.
I'm arguing that when I see it in Nubia around Cousteau, it's still called the hejed. And it's development of a word. You wasn't accepting that. So he said, you know what, let me just go 10,000 years earlier. And he's showing the same white crown in South Africa long before that. I don't propose that it's called the same thing, but I know you following his lines of logic.
I didn't.
So watch this. So
okay.
then we have in South African rock art, we have the whole concept of netters, right? So here you have constructs of anthropomorphic symbols of kind of a jackal figure.
Can
right?
you show me that crown again, Reggie, on the
First-
rock art?
Sure.
Smash, I got a quick question while you trying to find it.
So now one of the things that we do is we look at rock art as they're trying to express themselves with hierarchies. So in this case, the figure with the white crown, right? He's taller, right, than the other figures that are, so that we know that he has prominence in this particular piece, which is kind of a vignette, right? And sacred animals. So the reason why I wanted to show you this was it talks about
And how old was that?
this particular piece. I'll see if I can get a date. Rock art is actually we can date it to the groups of people that was doing it, which is the Khoisan, which is the oldest one of the oldest human groups. And in what we have is, so abstract art started in Southern Africa 70,000 years ago, right? That's where we have it. And so we have figurative art, and then we have the technology of, so we have the tools, and then we have the we have the colors. So the technology of creating the colors was anywhere, and here it goes around here, about 70 to 60,000 years ago, where they were actually they collected the different colors in ochre. So this technology actually comes from the south, and it goes up the south from, of course, the rivers are one of the best places to go, but it could also be savanna, right? So I just want to know, what do you have? So if I put this symbol right here, if I put this symbol in here, and I put this in the Green Sahara, no, let's just put it in Egypt. If I found this in Egypt in the rock paintings, well, the fact of the matter is, I know where its parent is from. Its parent is from the south, and so the concept comes from Black Africans in the south. Well, and when we say Black Africans, we mean they have different diversities. They can be red, they can be black, right? There's a lot of diversity. But what the important thing is, what I want to show you is that the concept of kingship comes from the Northern Cape of Southern Africa. And here you have, let's look at this. These people are very smart. So you have the white crown, and over here, you have the white antelope. So their concepts wasn't cattle, their concepts was antelopes. And so you have the white crown, right? And then, and it's above hierarchy, it's above the brown antelope, right? So I've never seen a white antelope. So I know that this is a kind of a divine kind of construct, right? Of hierarchy. And so this one is connected to him, right? Even though they are of the people. So what is your thinking now since I shared that with you? What is your thinking? What is
as a scientist?
Yeah, what is your general thinking about where these concepts, and this guy comes over, this one I want to share it again, because this is interesting also here. So let's just share this again.
What do the source say about those symbols or those drawings? Is it saying that that's the earliest rendition of the white crown? What is it?
Well, they date it, and so let's just see if I can pull this.
No, I asked you what do they say? The excavators, what is that curated it? What do they say about it?
Right. So here's the thing: the source is not saying anything specific about the white crown, right? It's not doing that. But if you see,
you calling it the white crown?
Yeah. Okay.
Smash, can I ask a question real quick?
Well, what did the people say about what I did?
You just showed Scorpion.
Okay. I mean, I don't understand. You can move on to other. You can move on to other points. You see.
No,
devil's advocate, man.
Hold on. If I ask a question, Reggie, if you show me that and I say, okay, what does the source say about what you just showed? If it's not talking about what you're talking about,
that's the only response.
You just showed me a bunch of.
Yeah, I feel you, Chef.
That's not
but
even
watch
fair.
this.
Smash, you said you get it. Get what?
That it's a white crown depicted earlier than even.
No, I don't know how you don't get that.
No, see, what I did was I knew that
and cattle culture.
Well, no, in Southern Africa, it's antelope culture, right? It's not cattle culture because it's before it was cattle culture. So what I said is I said a lot of different things, and I allowed you to pick and go through the trap door. But you didn't deal with the fact of the okra. You didn't deal with the fact of the concept of the cave paintings came from South Africa. Then you didn't deal with the part that it went into the Green Sahara, right? Now, then you didn't deal with the fact that the iconography was already established 70,000 years ago. And then we see a figure with a white crown with, okay, if you want to interrupt me, okay. I'll let you interrupt me. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Reggie, but you said that it's not cattle culture, and cattle states that it's large ruminant animals with horns and cloven hooves, domesticated for meat or milk, or as beasts of burden. And it has cows in a semicolon, but it's large ruminant animals. So are you saying? I mean, I'm thinking that those could be included as cattle.
Antelope is antelope is not part of the I think the bovine, what we calling the bovine. So it's the Southern Africa, they didn't have how can I say cattle is not what they was working with in that period, right? They showed animals that they was working with. If you look at the Khoisan, where's Khoisan people with cattle? Cattle comes in those type of cattle. It was the ox. It was in Africa. Africa is the wild ox, and the wild ox, and then you have other kind of what do you call it? There, but it was not cattle culture. You had these across the savannah. You had these great scenes of migrating animals, right? So there were giraffes that were migrating, ostriches that was migrating, there was antelope that was migrating, right? And then if you look at the Kush-style incense burner, you will see not cattle, but you will see an antelope. Look at it.
All right. Let me ask Chef something so I can get back and finishing him up. Now, y'all can all see this map?
Yes, sir.
Now,
I love that map.
I'm pointing out the first cataract down here for everybody to see at Aswan. So I got the traditional, most of Nubia left out of it. But I'm going to make it a little smaller so we can see. And I'm going to ask you, Chef, what would you call, if you would call anything, what area starting like this number 11, Badari, starting at what nome would you call Egyptian Nubia? If you would call any area, the areas of the modern day Egypt that Nubia is in, the region of Nubia encounters. If you would ever state something like that. There is something called Egyptian Nubia, right?
Yes.
So where do you think that's at? That's my question.
On your map, let me see. It probably would be around what's that? Elephantine.
Okay. Let me see what I said. Oh, so you thinking Egyptian Nubia is just all the way down here? That's that is. So you don't think nothing above that would be considered Egyptian Nubia?
Now I know the Nubian A, B, and C cultures go all the way up to around what's that? Nakata area. So
that's where they lived, right?
Yeah, that was a culture like pre-dynastic Egypt.
So why, if they got buried up that high, are you stopping it this far down at Aswan? I'm just wondering.
Why did I stop it down in Aswan? Because that's usually the Nubian area.
No, but you don't think you don't know about Nubians anywhere above this area? I can show you plenty of sources, if I have to, but I didn't think I had to do that. Sudanese. Let me show you what Aaron
So
says.
you tell me when Egyptian Nubia extends up to.
Thebes would be what like the current demarcation mark that even if a person go down there now, they'll tell you below Thebes you will see a lot of black people. But in Aaron DeSocia on his map that we look at a lot of time when he shows the real truer natural borders, he also stops Nubia at about the Thebes area. But I'm trying to see if you disagree or agree with that. That's Egyptian Nubia. I can show you so you can get more of a chance to agree or disagree.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna just show you Aaron DeSocia video. Yeah.
No, show me a source.
That's what I'm about to say. This is a Nubiologist. He just did it at a conference. Aaron DeSocia, SOU. That's right. Somebody else can build while I pull this up. I'm pretty sure people want to get some words in.
I got a question, Smash. My question was, okay, Scorpion. You showed Scorpion. Who is Scorpion?
That's what I'm leading to. So that's why I want to get Chef to say a few things first. And so you see this right here. This is in the middle of an ancient Egyptian conference with Aaron DeSocia, the modern day one of the leading Nubiolologists, and he's showing the modern divisions versus the actual ancient complexity. It doesn't say actual versus the ancient complexity. Now, when he's showing us the ancient complexity, let's look at the color code. As we see Egypt being the bigger green, and this red line being the modern day border, and Nubia is the bigger blue. So what I was asking you, Chef, now right where it say Egypt, that's right around Thebes. If I could go back a few slides, a few seconds before you take the Egypt word off, we could probably see it. See Thebes right there? So even if y'all can see it, so even we see Aaron DeSouza is telling us this blue circle, which is considered Nubia, goes all the way up to Thebes. Now let's remember, this area was there before the state formation of Egypt, and when we're talking about Narmer, it is very significant. And particularly Scorpion, it says, if y'all see my screen still, it says, and this is Francisco Raphael's site, it says the sign looks more like a scorpion. This must not necessarily mean that it belongs to King Scorpion of where? Hyrcanopolis. So now let's go back to the known map that we love so much and see exactly where our boy was from. Right? And what does it say right here? Hyrcanopolis. And as we just admitted, and we seen Aaron DeSouza showed us what Egyptian Nubia was. So when we ask, is you saying Scorpion is a Nubian, we clearly see they showing he from the kin, Scorpion too, and this is inside of Tasseti, which was there before Egypt got formed. Don't forget, Chef, Scorpion lived before the unification. So it wasn't no Egypt. All he was calling it was Tasseti, and he wore a crown of it. That's my piece.
Smash. Scorpion, the depiction that you showed of Scorpion with the white crown, is that before Narmer united the kingdom and united the kingdoms and formed Egypt?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's my over point. Now let me ask you, Robert, if it's before Egypt, right? And they called it Tasseti, and he had on a crown like a king, what you think he was the king of? It's before Egypt. He can't be the king of Egypt.
He the king of Tasseti.
Thank you. Like, I don't understand none of this. Now, is Tasseti Nubia or not? Checkmate.
Yes.
Jeff, what say you?
Once again, let's summarize. Scorpion predates Narmer, correct?
See, I was going to mute, and so that's what's taking me to delay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, that depiction that illustrates Scorpion, does he have the white crown?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Also in that depiction, are there any hieroglyphs or what would be deemed as pre-hieroglyphs? Yes or no?
As what?
Are there hieroglyphs included in that description or associated with any of those descriptions as far as associated with that area, being the coastal burner, being associated with Scorpion, that illustration that you showed before? Are there anything such as hieroglyphs within those descriptions or illustrations?
Yeah, they look like some proto-form of the hieroglyphs are there. Yes, sir.
Okay. So in summary, we have a white crown, we have pre-dynastic hieroglyphs, what would become to what we know that will become to form the hieroglyphs. We also and we have these individuals in the south. This is before Egypt is formed.
Thank you.
So we have to take note of, now we can conclude that a dynamic part of the culture is seen and being demonstrated and concluded to be coming from the south before Egypt was formed.
Thank you.
But the south that y'all keep talking about is Egypt.
So, Chef, what can't you get? What can't you get about that? That like Egypt ain't there yet, Chef. Egypt clearly ain't there yet.
They call it pre-dynastic Egypt.
That's because there was no dynasty, so it wasn't the name. Let's talk about all the elements of Kemet real quick.
So Nubia. So hold on. If y'all saying just for namesake that Egypt didn't exist, So, but y'all keep interjecting Nubia.
No, we don't.
there.
We saying Tasseti, brother.
All right,
That
all right, so
name
now-
really,
now-
it's written on every astantation that I showed. It's on the Ciali seal. It's on the other one. It say Tasseti, and I keep saying he was the king of Tasseti. Like, how we missing that part?
All right, show me the source that
All right,
say
Reggie can take
that
over. I gotta take this phone call. I'll be back.
That Nama
Hello?
is the king of Tasseti. Cause that was some Egypto magic trick. Show me where it says Nama is the king of Tasseti.
That ain't the argument.
It's you're talking
He
about
brought it up.
right. Tasseti is the first gnome, right?
No.
So so where before Norma is concerned, right? You're how can I say, you are dealing with chiefs, right? Before unification, they are squabbling with each other and fighting for each other, right? So the word that I use, Nakata, is for culture, right?
Right.
That is the cultural form, the convention form. But where Tasseti is, right, in their time period would be in that particular region that Smash showed. So he's just saying that he's the king of that area if we were trying to use as much of the original language as we possibly can, right? That is what he's trying to say. And that's the first gnome. Now there's so then there is another gnome, which you see the red crown, right? Which is a little higher. So there seems to be two kingships, a white and a red. And so let me see if I can find the red crown and where it's located, right? It's located more northern, right? But it's still always in that region. So there seems to be a kind of a divide, a border between the white crown and the red crown, right? But the first gnome is what of Egypt is Tasseti. So that's where it began. That's where we have the concepts of sapats or gnomes, right? I'm hoping that helps based on what other questions that you actually have, because we've moved off the point that the whole iconography comes from the South. Everything comes from the South. It goes into the Green Sahara. And then you have cultures forming along the Nile, right? At a time where the Nile was more manageable. And so for us to have like these big divisions on what is Egypt, none of that is Egypt. What we do have is iconography that allows us to give us the best picture of what the people called themselves at that time. You have another question or comment till Smash comes back?
Well, hold on. I wanted to say that I like the fact that if you ask Chef, like, what did Norman do? He unified the two lands, which was unifying some crown. And when you first see him, those crowns are already there. So he has the red crown on and the white
Get
crown,
him, James.
signifying that he's unified these two crowns. So that means
There
the
you go,
crowns
James.
pre-existed that when he before him. I don't understand, like, how could you be like puzzled or asking for a source, and you know that the white crown came from the South? They told you this.
Hey, James.
Like, why is it taking so long for this to compute?
Hey, James, let me ask you a question, James.
Yeah.
Did Norma unite the lands from the north and the south to form Egypt?
Based on what the story says, yes.
Oh, why would you ask? Okay,
He united the lands, correct?
Why would you? Okay, so do you see my
Brother
screen?
Reggie, do you concur with that?
Brother Reggie, hold up, Brother Reggie, he said he got something on the screen he wants to share.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Before we move on, Brother Reggie, do you concur with that?
I'm going
Do you concur with that, Brother Reggie?
Okay, can I answer your when my screen comes up, it's loading. I concur
Yeah,
with I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
show
yeah.
you why. I'm gonna show you
There
why. I
you
don't
go.
know why my screen is it says it's still loading. I
I don't
don't
know.
True indeed,
Smash
King.
might
True
have
indeed.
this up, and you might not be able to take.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
well
know.
wonderful.
no I was able to share my screen a second ago, so I don't know why. So I think I'm just gonna
That's what
try
I'm
to
saying, because he might be away from the computer
You
while
might
this
need to
is sharing.
unshare, Brother Reggie.
So
oh
he can't.
He
What
might.
I'm saying is, you might not be able to share over his share, because he's the host of the show.
okay.
So if it ain't sharing, that may be the reason why. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, so then that hurts because okay, so
Oh man.
if everybody can go to Wikipedia, you can go to Wikipedia on your own, open up a screen and type Deshret. So it's Deshret, right? Deseret. So Deseret is going to give you a picture of the red crown, right? With the determinative, right? So people don't know really that Deseret meant the red crown, right? And then it's combined with the Hedjet, which is the white crown. And this is and you will see it in this, you will actually see this in the piece that I am showing. This is a bad time for Smash to be to actually,
So, Brother Reggie, can I ask you a question?
yeah. Did he make me? Let me see if I thought
No, he's still the host.
he's still a host.
Yeah, he just had to step away. He'll be back, I think.
Yeah.
So when a red crown and a white crown together, does the red crown turn into the into the darker one?
No.
No. No. They're just talking.
It's just one crown stacked on the white crown, stacked on top of the red crown. They're conjoined. If you ever looked at it, they're just conjoined, showing unification. It's
So
just that simple.
So the white crown would be Upper Egypt, and the red crown would be Lower Egypt. So they're combining the two lands. But he's not here. So maybe I can answer another question until he comes back, but demonstration is better than conversation.
I wondered,
Brother
like
Reggie,
Reggie doing those intermediate
I'm looking
periods.
in the chat, Brother Reggie. And Babylon Don makes the comment. He says that Narmer is from the south, where the white crown is, and he conquered the north, where the red crown is. So-called unification. So, do you concur with that?
I think these are big regions. The formation of Egypt is in southern Egypt. So southern Egypt and all of its elements and its understanding and its culture at that time would have been from southern Egypt going to Aswan and then past Aswan at that time period, right? Later they will shrink the borders of Upper Egypt to be what is manageable. And then what he did was he united the land, because then he went north. He went north, and then from nome to nome to nome, he's solidified that in the kingdom. He didn't do it all at one time. It's been a long process of wanting to do it, but Normar is credited to actually making the most progress, and then his heirs would continue the process to keep it together, right? A king might be able to win some victories, but you need the king's heirs to continue over a long period of time. Hence, then we have Old Kingdom. So we have archaic history, which is Jajur, Jajed, right? Nermer, Jajur, Jajed, right? And before that, Scorpion King. But you also had Elephant King. You had Elephant King, you had Lion King, the Scorpion King, you had Giraffe King. So you had different kings identified with sacred animals.
Smash.
So Sheffrin, okay, so you have these questions, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to track the questions. So what do you have open now? What
No,
question?
we was debating where the Egyptian writing, whether it started in Egypt or it started in or did the Nubians start the Egyptian writing? We had got
So
hung up
what did you
on
get?
hold on, we got hung up on the white crown. Now we're arguing over whether Taseti, whether Scorpion King was the king of Taseti. Like,
Well, I think that's
But yeah,
been
that was just the
demonstrated.
point
How did
that
we
I
get
had
hung
brought
up on
up.
the white crown?
That
As
was
the
the
white
point. That
crown.
was the point that I brought up. You know, I was the first one to say to bring this up, and then you had pushback saying that why would I say that the Nubians? But I'm just saying, really, what I would say, Chef, if you wanted any type of concession, is that Nubians and Egyptians are, to me, in a way, kind of like one and the same that got divided through history from someone else. You know, now they are different tribes of people later on, but in the beginning it was one homogenous thing, I think, until Norma shows up and then the unification starts. Like, cause nobody has any type of records of what was going on before that, besides what we see with Scorpion, and a whole host of other pre-dynastic pharaohs. So you got like Hor, you got Aha, you got a bunch of them that predate them, and they all have the white crown before you get to the unification. You know that, right? It's more than just Scorpion, right? You know that?
but every time somebody
All of them
speaks,
have the white crown as well.
but every time somebody speaks of them, y'all say they not Egyptian, that's before Egypt.
Yes.
So that's why it's called pre-dynastic.
Exactly, pre-dynastic Egypt. So, but for some reason, they don't want to equate that with Egyptian people, right? And like it always get equated back to, all right, they was the Nubians. Like, so
if you want to tribal it out, that's pretty much what it is. You just parsing out different tribes, but those are all pretty much a homogenous group that's starting right there in the nucleus of a civilization. It'd be just like us.
So we can never say Egypt. We can never say Egypt.
We writing in English, we speaking in English and everything. You don't think that we would, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
No, listen, James. We can never say Egypt before 3100, but y'all can say Nubia from goddamn 10,000 BC up to now. But we can never use Egypt. Like that's always y'all whole thing.
They date the time that they start.
I think I have the most information on this, and so thank you so very much. Right? Okay. What we try to do, Chef, is try to use as much as the language of what the Metanetric gives us, right? As far as the language that they was using. The reason why we do that is because when we begin to read the inscriptions, we want to focus on their language and not modern day language, right? If you went to the Nurma palette, if you go to the Nurma palette, you will see the king. You will see the king with the white crown, right? Yes. And it would be the biggest image. You will see him later, right, with the red crown, right? But when you first see him, the first image, you see actually him with the hedge crown, right, smiting the thing. So right there is giving you in art, it's letting you know that he's wearing the white crown. Later, right, he's wearing the red crown, right? But that's when he's conquering more people. So it seems that Nurma comes from the south because the hedge crown is the biggest crown. and then he goes to the and then he goes
the south of what though, Reggie?
Yeah, okay. So southern Egypt is where it seemed that his kingdom was, right? So
Let me look up the White Crown of Nubia.
No,
I could swore it says the White Crown of Egypt, but let me look up the White Crown of Nubia. Go ahead, Reggie. I'm listening.
Okay. The problem that you are going to encounter, right, is that you can't show me a border at the time of Norma that divides Upper Egypt and Sudan. You cannot show a border at that time period. The border comes later, but the original border, it was much more of an expansive territory where there was no borders. So you would have to include southern Egypt, which is Abdu, Heracleopolis, Tennis.
Exactly.
Right. So Smash, can you okay?
I was gone, but I came back and he was busting. But I gotta close this down. I'll be letting it run. I'll be trying to go do other things while it's running because my viewership going up. And we got 173. If y'all new in the building right now, please share. If James is here, James, you can hold it down.
Yeah, you'll be back before 2 hours.
I mean, yeah. If not, then I'll call my daughters and tell them to turn off the TV. I mean, if
everybody else staying on.
If I ain't at the house, I can tell my daughters to turn it off. So I'm about to give you the host, and I'm gonna just listen on my phone. But I think, Chef, you ain't conceded yet, Chef.
Right. Wait, here.
Wait, I'm just trying to check in. He's still fighting hard, and you ain't conceded yet.
Yeah. So here it is.
All right.
The Norma palette that kills it. It tells you the biggest image of Nurmer. He has the southern crown, right? This vignette, he's in this particular place over here, which is in the north, right? And he's conquering those people. But who he is this man right here, and this man is this Nurmer is southern Egypt. I said to Chef, you can't show me a border where southern Egypt stops from the south. You can't show it to me at this time period. So then you have to concede that this is Upper Egypt and Nubia, right? Because this crown we already showed with the Siali comes from Nubia. So he's wearing a crown that we can find in the Siali, right? So we could see how expansive this land is at this time period. Then he puts on a red crown because he conquered their asses, right? So you're gonna have to show me for your argument where during Norma's time, right? Mm-hmm. And you're gonna have to disconnect. We got the white crown that goes all the way to Custau. So you're gonna have to show me that the culture of Norma wasn't more closely related to the South than the North, because this is when this comes into play, right? Now, I also want to show you Deseret. So let's just do Deseret. So let me just type in Deseret for you, which I had here. And Deseret, right? And Deseret Wikipedia. Okay. Deseret. Great. Okay. So Deseret, right, the red one, was the red crown of Lower Egypt. When combined with the Hedjet, the white crown, it formed the Peshnet, the double crown, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. So what people don't know is this right here, right? They've not seen this glyph right here. So Deseret is the Red Kingdom, right? Or the crown of the Red Kingdom. And then let's just see where it says. So all of this says, yeah. So all of this says,
you know y'all did, right? Smash, please, before you go, please click back the link.
Click back what link? James is
Go
the
ahead.
host. James is the host.
Click back what link? What are you talking about?
Smash. He already left?
Yeah, Smash gone. He got
So
to
are you
What
saying you got
talking
us?
Yeah, I got y'all.
No, well, click back to what link?
Nah,
no,
nah.
back on here.
Nah. He want Smash to come back because he's saying he got us.
What link? We can go back to the video. What you talking about?
No, he probably already in his car. If you listen and Smash, go ahead, Reggie. You keep going. I'll continue when Reggie.
No, I'll stop because you think that you just need some clarification. All the information that I give, I just showed you the number, right? I asked you, I showed you, we showed you the location of the king in Nubia with the white crown. I showed you as far as that it's a southern concept because it goes as far as South Africa, but I don't want to deal with that. I want to deal with closer that it comes from Upper Egypt. And then he puts on the red crown here when he conquers these other groups of people. So can you admit that this is a southern concept that goes that preceding Kush?
Yeah, it's Lower Nubia. I mean Lower Egypt. I mean Upper Egypt.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
right?
Upper Egypt.
So I just want you to concede that the fact that the white crown itself is yes.
I'm trying to interject real fast. He said it's Upper Egypt, but at that time, was it Egypt?
There y'all go with that again.
Well, okay. It's in this time, it's southern. Okay. It's look, if you really want to know, and I keep saying
Nakata 3.
Right. It's Nakata 1, 2, and 3. And 3 is the last period.
Yeah.
You see
that's what we talking about, 3,200 to 3,000.
You see Nurma, right? In Nakata. So if you want to use the correct terminology of the culture, it's Nakata, right? If you want to, you have to understand that at this time it was called Tawi, the two lands, right? The Ta land, we two, the two lands. And so he is coming from a region in which we call the South. The Hejed is the South. The red is the North, right? The red is it's the North. The white is the South. The Siali, where's the Siali? Let's go back to the Siali. Share screen. Share screen here. Great. Share screen. So the Siali screen is loading. Great. Right? So the Siali seal, it's doing in Google. That's better than Yahoo. Siali. Let's see. Okay. So here we have well, was it? No, it was Kustal. But in the Siali seal, which is the reason why I'm talking about the Siali seal is because we have language here. We have very early language in Nubia. So there it goes right here. So here, every Egyptologist, since you're like that, every Egyptologist, let's see if I can blow this up, can transliterate this as a early offering. I don't know why this is why I can't bring this up, but you can see it right here. So this image right here, right, is Ta, right, Set, Ta Set, right? So this is Ta Seti, and this man is the god Min, right? Because the Min usually has the huge penis. So even though this is whether it's a human or it's the god Min himself, you have offerings. So here you have offerings that would be later in the Hotep di Nosut. So you have all the iconography, and then over here you have the Hawat, or you have the temple. So this is Hor, Hawat, Hawat Hor, right? Or Hor over a temple, right? So you have all the iconography right here in the south, right? That gets absorbed by Norma, right? As he takes this all culture to the north. Let's see if I can find it better. So, so Chef, where are you having a problem with now? Okay, so let's try this one right here. Let's see if this, no, it did the same thing to me. So where are we having, I don't want it on Pinterest. Okay, let's do it right here. This one right here. Let's see if I can get it here. So the iconography of what you call kingship, right? Even if you don't agree that it's language, it's in the South, right? So this is where I was saying, let's blow this up. So this is kind of a hierarchy of kingship. There's the elephant, the giraffe, there is the hootie bird, and there is the antelope, right? There's various sacred antelopes, there's the lion. So this is early iconography of kingship. So then we go to here. This is in the South, right? Where we actually see a sherek, a whore sherek, and we see a person wearing a white crown. We also see the antelope that I was talking about, right? And this I can transliterate to men, right? So I know this figure is men because in early language I can see this is men, and this is the fish. This is an men, and men has the elongated penis, and then next to him is the anthropomorphic his double, which is the antelope, right? And this is the early netter symbol coming from the South. This is the harpoon netter concept. So we have all the iconography in the South. We have another part of it over here, right? Where we have them sitting here with the horse sherek right here. So there's another part of it that people don't examine. Then you have this area right over here where this is found. So the iconography comes from here, and then it goes up the Nile, right? It goes, these concepts of kingships go up the Nile, right, to the region that we're talking about that is what we call Nakata, right? So Nakata is kind of like transport from these groups. So we have more iconography that is in the South, right? So definitely the whore, all of this is in the South. And there's the Siali, which I was talking about, with the offerings, the burial offerings, right? The man on his throne, right? And
where's that at, Reggie? Where's that? Can you tell us where that's at?
Which one?
These things that you're showing, where was they found at?
These are let's go. So we don't have to guess, right? So sorry. Page up. Let's see if I can page up. No, I'm gonna have to start. Okay.
Reggie, real quick, if I add the word Ta-Nehisi, what does that mean?
Land of Nahisi. Ta-Nehisi is Ta, and then there's land, Ta-Nehisi. Okay, so let's just go back. Can I go back? Why is it not letting me go back? Where's the slide share? Okay, great. Okay, here we go. Blow this up. All right, so let's answer Chef's question because he's always trying to get us, right?
So, I already got y'all on the white crown. I'm just waiting for you to let me share my screen.
This is in style. So we see the white crown, and we see the king, and then we see, watch this. Here's an iconography. We see him with the neck, the flail. This is part of the iconography of the South, right? So I see you want to get smashed. If you want to get me, right? So over here, this is Siali, right? A southern part of Lower Nubia. So we know the Siali is in the southern part of Lower Nubia, right? So I answered that question. So, okay, so.
And that one's without the white crown.
Huh?
The Siali one is without the white crown. I just letting them see that and noting that as well.
Right. It's without the white crown, but it says Taseti, right? It is without the white crown, but the previous one in Custau has the white crown, right? Which is in the same area, right? So this is in Lower Nubia too, right? Southern part of Lower Nubia clearly shows a man saluting a Serekakor palace facade with a falcon above it, right? Labeled by a bow over a rectangle of the Horus of Taseti. Horus, so he's
what's
saying.
the question, Chef? Like, now
this
what?
is Horus of Taseti. So Taseti, now, what Norma does is he names the first nome as Taseti, right? But Taseti comes from the south, right? So Egyptian first known as Taseti, and what he does, Norma, is take the iconography from the south, right? This is Hor Taseti. So he names the nome from some maybe ancestral memory of this region, the land of the bow. So then we go on to the next phase. Now, this, right, is in Hyrcopolis, right, or Nechem, which is in the Nakata region, right? So they bring these they transport these concepts into, I don't know why they put that there, right? The other important thing is the burial concepts. Well, the burial concepts itself, how you bury, right, comes from the old Nubian burials. So just the concept of burial, where you have, in this particular case, you have a pallet, you have vases, pottery, and then you have the deceased.
But hold on, Brother Reggie. I don't want to go too far because that wouldn't be fair to Chef. We were basically hold on. We were basically just talking about the how the writing system, which one, because my statement was that the writing system came from the people that preceded the Egyptians, and then that's what this whole conversation came into. Why we got on this conversation. So, Chef, he's saying he's got something that he's gonna share. So
I think it's more about the kingship because
but we could use the but see he wants. I'm pretty sure to table it based on purely the writing because that's what we was talking about.
Oh yeah.
Well, the writing obviously comes from the Green Sahara and the people from the south. They have some of the first words, which is Horserek, and they have Taseti, right? So they have some of the first writing before Nermer. So in this time period, you actually see from the south, that's where the writing system actually comes from. Right.
But see, now hold on. Chef introduced Gunther Dreyer's labelings for tags for jars and stuff like that for merchant for commerce. So that's what Chef tried to interject to say that Egypt had a writing system that was contemporary to that of what we were bringing up with the Custau and what you call them. Am I missing something, Chef?
Nope, you're right on point.
Okay. Well, okay. So the date of
Oh, hey, Reggie, hold on. Hold. Let me share my screen. I don't want no funny business.
Chef, did your source said something about Sumer, if I'm not mistaken?
Probably.
Okay, bam. So we see this. We see the unknown map, Chef. What's up?
Hold on.
Were you saying something, or you just looking?
Oh no. Hold on.
Okay.
Where the hell?
Are we still trying to?
Y'all right here.
Okay,
It say
wham.
the white crown, along with the red crown, has a long history with each of their respective representations going back into pre-dynastic periods. Indicating that kingship had been the base of Egyptian society for some time. All right. The earliest image of the Hejjet was thought to have been in Quastil in Nubia, according to Jane Royal. At the time of William's argument, the Quastil cemetery and the royal iconography found there was dated to the Nakata III period, A period. Thus, antedating royal cemeteries in Egypt of the Nakata 3B phase. New evidence from Abydos, however, particularly the excavation of the cemetery U and the UJ dating to Nakata 3 has shown that this iconography appears earlier in Egypt. Now, let me go to this.
Well, did you read that correctly?
No, my English is
No,
horrible.
hold on. Go ahead, Chef.
No, hold on. Let me go back to it. He said I read it wrong.
I don't understand.
Man Smash was arguing. He was saying that it was first attested to in Quastil, and I'm showing you that they refigured it out from the Abydos shit. They saying that now Abydos that those symbols predates the Quastil.
No, it does not. See, this is what you're missing. So it says new evidence from Abydos, however, particularly the excavation of the cemetery U and Tomb J, dating to the Nakata 3, right? So
new evidence from Abydos, however, particularly the excavation of cemetery U and the tomb UJ dating to Nakata 3 has shown that this iconography appears earlier in Egypt.
Chefran, see,
I think you got to show him the Nakata 3 and the.
No.
Slow down. Let's see what Brother Reggie, what's the contention with it.
So Nakata 3A is 3200, right? The dating of the Kustal is 2 to 3 years earlier than that. So
you mean 100 years?
Yeah.
Or just 2 or 3 years?
No, 100 years.
Yeah, because you said 2 or 3 years. So I just want to make
sure. There's Nakata 3A that takes you into the pre-dynastic phase. Then there's Nakata 2, and then there's the earliest area, which is Nakata 1, which Nakata 1 goes to about 30, let's say 3600 BC, and but Nubia A spans to about 38 to 3600 BC. So Nubia A can be said is older than Nakata itself, which would make sense, right? Which would make sense. So what you just read, Chefran, is that all it's trying to say is the earliest writing in Egypt spanned that time with the Abitu U and UJ cemetery. That's the earliest in Egypt, but that's not the earliest that we have. And I'm just saying, what part did you understand?
I'm telling you, have to pull it back up so we can see it visually.
UJ, somebody go to another source. Abydos UJ, get a date for that. Get a date for Abydos U cemetery. Get a date for that.
Look, okay, they wrong. Y'all right. That's the only thing I can say at this point. The contention was that the earliest known form of that hejek and those symbols was in Kwastil. They have believed that since 1979. Now, new research from Nakata then showed that it was attested to that they have evidence of it being those symbols being earlier in Abydos, which is in Egypt. Now, if y'all want to call those people in Abydos Nubians, that might need to be the next part of y'all argument, to argue that the people in Abydos are actually Nubians. Is y'all saying that now? Because you can't still be holding that the Kwastil incense burner symbols predates the Abydos symbols. They said it doesn't.
No, because you don't have the in the burial of UJ, you don't pull up Gunther Dwyer's
based on what he just read, brother Reggie, Sheffrin is right, but I don't know about
Sheffrin is right. He's right about what? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's just about comprehension of what you read. What he just read said that they have
You can't
hold on, slow down. Now, what I would like to do moving forward is just let's go and look at what they talking about with the UJ and all of that, and look at. I mean, what's the problem with that?
But listen, they still saying pre-dynastic Egypt, and it can be in pre-dynastic Egypt if there's no Egypt. That's Reggie.
Share my screen. Let me just share my screen. You people, you can't say that he's right based on not interpreting the writing correctly. You cannot do that, right?
I'm not saying it. The source is saying it.
The source. Tell us what you think the source is saying.
I just read it. I'm
Let
gonna read it
me
again.
read this last sentence. It says, new evidence from Abydos. However, particularly the excavation of Cemetery U and the tomb UJ dating to Nakata 3A has shown that this iconography appears earlier in Egypt.
Right. So
right.
I was in the bed listening to Summer Chef argument, and I wanted to come in to point some things out.
Go.
So you don't have any contention against the earliest writing, which we're talking about, right? The earliest word, Tasseti, being found in Siali, do you?
And who?
In Siali, on the Siali seal.
Oh, no, I ain't looked that up yet, but I believe you if you say that's...
And so now you're maintaining a contention about the iconography of the white crown being found in Nakata 3. Can I ask you a question?
Go.
Was this found before or after the unification of Egypt? In Nakata, but this white crown iconography, was it found before or after the unification of Egypt?
I don't know. It would have to be before if they're talking about.
So that means Egypt wasn't there, right? We all agree this is easy. So Egypt. So what was the name? Because Nakata ain't what it was called. What was Nakata's name in the ancient Egyptian? Do you know?
No. What is it?
Guess what it is?
What?
City.
Nope. Like Nubia. Nope. Like gold. See, the A group. So this is what I'm telling you.
Here we go.
The A group, but you just established that Egypt wasn't there yet, right? And I'm telling you, it's pre-dynastic.
Right.
Now I'm telling you the
but
name.
So we're still talking about Egypt, though, right?
I'm telling you what we're talking about.
Hold on, but for me, when they say pre-dynastic Egypt, I'm still thinking about Egypt.
No,
like,
pre-dynastic means before the dynasties of Egypt.
Right, but for
the dynasties of Egypt is when they say civilization start, right? Same time. This is that right or wrong? 3100 BC, right?
So if they already had kingships,
that's
right?
That's my point. That's
they
my
had
point.
Cities. Hold on, they had cities and writing and all of that stuff.
Yep.
So now we don't have none of this stuff until 3100. Is what y'all saying?
No, that's not what
when
I'm
all
saying.
of that
I'm
predates
saying
3100. It predates the dynastic period.
that's the point precisely. So
I'm
then
with you.
what
I'm
would
with
the
you then.
name of the location, since we know Tasseti is one, but the precise location where they get the name Nakata from, what did they call it? Noop. Like gold. So here go the funny part about it, and I always point this out. Nubia A group, and Maria Gatto points this out too. Nubia A group, that's just an archaeological term. The people call that Nub Wet. It's a Y at the end.
Abydos?
No, I'm about to break it down.
Abydos is called what?
I didn't say Abydos, I said Nakata, but I'm not in Nakata right now. I'm in the lower portion. This is the Nubian A group's real name to them that they said before Egypt was ever formed. We got Tasseti written down, and their city's called Nup. All right. Now the other one is called Nub Wet is the southernmost, and the northmost Nakata is called Nub Yet. Not Egypt, not nothing, but names that indicated that both of these polities were in what we call Egyptian Nubia. Can you see that? Or at least you can see they had on crowns of a kingdom and Egypt wasn't formed yet, right? You can see that, right?
What, you showing your screen?
No, I'm just saying, just in this ideology. Don't you know we seen crowns of a kingdom and they said Egypt wasn't formed yet, right?
And this is in Upper Egypt you're talking about, right?
Yes.
I can follow you.
So then we would have to be thinking, what was he the king of if Egypt wasn't formed yet?
All right, hold on.
See, the easier we make it, the more you wiggle. That's hella easy. And they both called Nu. What was he the king of?
He was the. You're gonna have to show me that.
So what do you like to see?
I like to see that
Pull up the known map. That'll be better.
I like to see that Narma was the king of New.
No, I didn't say Narma was the king of
or
New
the Scorpion.
I said Scorpion. Was I didn't say he was the king of New Wet. I said he comes from Nakin, which is Heracleopolis, which is the third nome. It is in Egyptian Nubia. Remember? But we got to remember, Egyptian ain't alive yet. So now where is it just in? It's in Tasseti. You see what I mean? And they had a crown, a system of kingship. What part about that, like, it's hard to acknowledge? Because I think if you acknowledge that, you feel like you lose. Because you know you got a crown there, and even though the sources keep on trying to say it was in Egypt, you know your logic ain't allowing you to do that because Egypt wasn't formed yet, right? So they didn't have on a crown of something that didn't have kingship in place yet.
So what was formed already? Tell me what was formed.
Tasseti, right?
So that's the only thing there is Tasseti.
Oh, definitely. All scholars will tell you. Now let's think about it. We just said earlier, here go Thebes. Let's be fair. Y'all seen when we wasn't even talking about this, we agreed that Egyptian Nubia went up at least to Thebes. But now look at this. This is your boy's Nakata, right? This is supposedly the first ancient Egyptian extraction. I always argue this. Show me the ancient Egyptian name of it. You can read it, Chef. What that say?
Hold on. Nakata?
No, that's the Egyptian. I mean, that's the English. What it say under there? NB. Noob. Just put E's in the middle. Noob Wet. You feel me? You see the noob. Okay. You see it? So this is what they called it before Egypt. And this is why they had a crown. Because Tasseti existed as a kingdom before.
No, I think these are the Egyptian names.
All right. That's what. Right. Regardless, let's just say you're 100% correct. What did the Egyptians call it? What did the Egyptians call it?
The name
Wet.
that you said, Nub Wet.
Even though Egyptians wasn't there yet, and you're just not going to be able to understand that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. Like these people, these is the most ancient names we have of the extraction, right? We know people were there before the Egyptian language. And the oldest name we got Nub in it. And you still don't think that lined up to what they tell us is Egyptian Nubia, which starts right here. Well, let's look at the other demarcation mark. This is the northernmost, and this is going to be hella too funny. Remember they said the Nakadians fought the A group? Well, look, Nakada, Nub, Wet. Let's go down to the A group. If they son name is Nub too, how could this happen? This the A group. Nub, Yet. My point is, Southern Nubians and Upper Nubians, they told you Nakada and Kom Ombo, the whole area was Tasseti. I don't see what part about this that you not getting at this
I'm
point.
not even arguing that. If Tasseti,
so we can see the whole region,
if
like you got it real
Tasseti
close,
is the southern,
yeah, right, like that. That's cool.
Known, right? And they call that the border area. I have no problem with that. But what I just showed is that in Abydos, not Nakada or Nub Wet, in Abydos, they have the earliest, those symbols are attested to earlier in Abydos, which is Egypt,
all right,
earlier than Coastal Nubia.
So you keep saying when you say which is Egypt, you mean geographically. You don't mean temporally.
Yes.
Well, geographically, Chef, all of this stuff that we're talking about falls within the modern borders of Egypt. But temporally, Egypt wasn't formed. It's like identifying somebody in a crime before they was born.
Was Nubia formed?
You're going to ask that again.
Yes.
I just showed you the names. Look, Nub Wet was the ancientest name they have of Nakada. Remember, this is the oldest extraction of what they called Egyptians. And then we talked about how they have a crown. So we know it has to be formed because they got a kingdom.
So you saying that word Nubwet means Nubian, Nubia?
No, I'm saying it's related to gold, and we know the whole region of.
That's their word for gold.
Let me break it down. The whole region of Nubia is related to gold too. I'm not saying that this is this etymon, but we could clearly see the relationship of gold in the Nakadians and the relationship of gold with the people from what they call Nubia A group, Nub Yet. And then we can see the circle, which encompasses what they call Sudanese Nubia. And all of the foundational elements of what we know, including your man, where was he from? Scorpion was from Heracanopolis or Nakian. This is Sudanese Nubia. And it was there, this is Egyptian Nubia, and it was there before there was an Egypt with a kingship. What part, how you trying to get out of that? So let's say, now,
I'm not even arguing that. That's
but you're still trying to get with this Abydos thing, and you're not. Let's deal with it. If Egypt wasn't never formed and thought of yet, right? And we find this white crown of a kingdom that we know exists, the Upper Egypt, the South, Tasseti. What do you think it meant when they found it in Abydos if Egypt wasn't formed yet? The white crown of Tasseti.
He ain't gonna say it, man.
Yeah, the white crown.
You got the patience
Tasseti.
of like a Buddhist monk, bro. How you got so much patience, man? You done said it 100 times. He ain't gonna tell. He ain't gonna do it.
Well, this is the thing. When people won't, it's about quick wits and your brain power and how quick you can think of a rebuttal. We know you're not about to submit, but silence says a lot. Like the fact that
I was reading.
I'll go right ahead.
I was reading something. Go ahead.
All right, I'll reiterate the question. We seen that when we looked at Scorpion, he was from Heracanopolis, which was in what we all recognize as Egyptian Nubia before Nubia. Now, if we found the white crown in Abydos, like you proposed, makes a difference, before Egypt was unified, what do you think that white crown represented at that time? At least we know it represented a kingdom that was relevant at that time period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what kingdom was relevant before Egypt in these areas?
Keep saying Egypt. He ain't gonna say it.
No, it was
before Egypt. Yeah, before Egypt.
Yeah, but now
Pre-dynastic.
he asking.
Yeah,
He
that
asking
mean
her.
No, I'm
free.
asking for the name of the kingdom. He trying to do it on purpose, dude. Thank you, Jay.
Oh no, I
That's what
don't.
I keep telling you.
Hold on. All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all
It's
saying
Tassetti.
Tassetti.
So
y'all
now
saying
you know. Now
Tassetti
you
was a
know,
kingdom.
Chef. So
Yo,
now
hold on. Y'all saying Tassetti was a kingdom before Egypt.
everybody will tell you that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So what do you want us
Finish.
to? Let's substantiate the social construct of a kingdom to see if it qualifies for everyone. We got a crown, right? That's one thing. It means the supreme sovereign of this area, and then we got the borders of it. And I can show you it was Harsiotep who reiterated those borders. Later on in a long time later. But let's show you Aaron DeSouza, who you want to see. They all circumscribe the region that we know as Tassetti. I don't understand what's the matter with that. We all show them showing how far it go down into, it encompasses more of lower Nubia and not as much of upper Nubia. We've seen this explained plenty of times. And it's all pre-dynastic, before the first dynasties of Egypt.
Before Egypt, Chef. Just like pre-game is before the actual basketball
before.
game.
Proto language, pre.
I mean, before it, G. Not after, not during, not at the same time, but before it.
See that silence I be talking about? He said he was reading last time.
He reading.
Yeah. So that's that silence. So when they won't submit, you just get them to the nice silence and you cool.
Man,
Well,
you can have them pinned down all the way on the mat. All they do is kick their feet and wave their hands instead of just tapping out and bowing out gracefully.
Hey, when
they want
somebody
to kick their feet and wave their hands like a attention.
But look, it ain't the other boxer who counted to your KO. He can say he's still in the fight. They get up swinging. Chef still swinging. You feel me?
Man,
it be the ref who got to stop him and tell him this fight over.
Knockdown
You feel
is still
me?
swinging.
Yeah. Chef want to beat up all the cut men around you right now, Chef, trying to wake you up. You still
smelling salt, water.
I can't believe you still silent. What you trying to think of?
He didn't grab the ref leg at all to put the ref in the choke.
Trying to read fast.
Ref like, yo.
That's about a good 35 seconds of silence so far. We're going to force him up into a minute of quiet, Chef. A minute of quiet.
Just join the Archer, Chef, man. You'll be a valuable
So when I used to do this to people, they called it mute God. Y'all might think I'm playing. Y'all can clearly see his mic free. He just can't think of nothing. So it's the power, it's a superpower. It's called zapping their brain. You can do it in freestyle too. Like if a person trying to think of his raps, you start dropping lugs, they forget their whole shit. Then you start just talking about it in their face. There's nothing they can do. They can't think of nothing. It's called got him. Cat got your tongue.
Just join the Archer, Chef. Just become an Archer, bro. Like, you gonna gain more support. You're gonna get more cash apps. You're gonna get more recognition. You're gonna have more content. Join the Archers, bro.
This is the best one.
No, I want
out of all my silences, out of the detractors, this is a very good one.
He's gonna say his phone died.
And no, he ain't gonna have a way because it's taking too long. He trying to think of a way back into the phone.
He's gonna say his phone died. Chef, can you say one word?
I'm here.
Oh shit!
You messed up.
Now, wait. Now,
phone died.
It took too long. Now you came back with 30 words a minute after 20 seconds of silence.
I was trying to block out the noise because I was reading. I ain't tripping off of none of that. You know what I mean? That's just crazy. That's your battle rap.
Nah, it was silence. Be silent. But go ahead.
Yeah,
you got the floor. You got the floor.
Yeah, while y'all was talking, I'm reading. Like, let's go.
It's your turn.
So you said that Nubia, I was still on. When y'all was doing all of that, I was still at Abydos.
Yep.
Then y'all jumped all the way down to something else. Then we went to Nubia is Nubia, all of that.
So you got the floor.
I wasn't listening to none of that, right? So I'm still at. They said that those symbols, right, was you said that they was found earlier in Kwastu.
Well. Now, you said they was in Abydos.
Yeah. Now, so first you gonna have to fall on your sword on that.
No, I explained that to you, Chef. I explained that to you. But I'm gonna put it in a different way. Let's not confuse the symbols, the different motifs.
Well, we need
on the
sources because
no, we was
y'all
using
talk a
sources.
good
We
one.
using all the sources we using. But look, check this out. Let's not confuse the motifs that are on the two items of scrutiny. When we mention the Cousteau instant burner, we're simply talking about the white crown, establishing that a kingship was there before. When we're talking about the Ciali seal, we showing you words that we could read out Tasseti written without the white crown. So that's one thing. So that means the Ciali seal got you beat on the point of this debate, which is where did writing start first, Nubia or Egypt? Now, if we want to scrutinize kingship, we looking for the white crown, and you showing that the white crown can also be found in Abydos. I'm with that. And they said it predated it. But I wanted you to address, I wanted you to address it from a non-Egyptocentric point of view. What I mean by that, if we know that Egypt wasn't established yet, we all agree on that. And then we just went to the map and detailed and outlined the borders of a kingdom that was established at that time, between Nakata and the first known. One called Nubia, one called Nubia. And then we established that it had a crown, the white crown. So I asked you, well, if before Egypt was established and we find an image of this white crown, which we already just defined the borders of the area, what would we attribute that to before Egypt is established, no matter whether it's found in Abydos or not?
So Nubia was a kingdom also.
So real quick, what would you attribute it to, though?
Oh my goodness.
You feel me?
You're saying Nubia was a kingdom also.
How many times?
Nubia was Tasseti, family.
He don't want to get it.
Dude said, how many times? How?
Look, he got his shoulder like 3 centimeters above
I'm gonna let somebody else show you again another scholar.
Hold on, I'm sharing the map right here. Would this help, Chef? Like, it's showing where it says ancient borders between Egypt and Nubia. And it's showing this line that's way up here, the first dotted line up here. It's showing that it's above Aswan. So, like, what would that be in? And then it says the modern border right here is where you're showing these dotted lines right here that's going along right here now. You see that?
I see it. So what you saying?
So at the time, here's the first cataracts in Aswan. Now we can pull up another map. We're showing that the first
He's showing that Nubia went up that high, basically, Chef. You see it.
I know that. That's,
okay, I don't know if you know that.
That's all fine, but we were talking all the way up there at Abydos.
All right, well, that's just the 8th gnome, so you're not going that far up because the gnome he talking about is the first one. And so really, to be clear, Egyptian Nubia was started about the 4th. Abydos being the 8th, so that's not that far.
All right, fine. But, all right, so you don't agree with his borders.
So, but that's throwing, I mean, that's taking us away from what you originally was trying to argue.
The writing, right, originated in Egypt, and then you threw the crown and those symbols in, and you said that the Cousteau predates the Egyptian.
Okay,
and I showed that it didn't.
Oh my God, I gotta do that again, huh? All right, you showed that it didn't predate it, true, Chef. But when you fail to realize, how long? No, the part that you fail to realize is the part you should listen to the most. The part that you fail to realize about that is there was no state formation of Egypt. So let's say these two items is contemporary.
Oh my God, yo. So why did they say it? Why do the sources say Egypt? Why do all of the sources say Egypt?
Probably because they're having the type of argument. Probably because they're not having an argument that requires we show scrutiny to these nuances. They just talking about it. If they knew we was talking about it like this, they would say, yeah, of course, that would be an anachronism for you to say that, oh, this actually represents. They saying in the geographical areas of Egypt, Chef. They still telling you that the state hadn't formed yet because they say pre-dynastically. So simply, I'm asking you the simplest questions of all. Don't you know a dynasty is supposed to be the establishing kingdom of Egypt? The first dynasty set up the kingship of Egypt, right? Pre-dynastically, I'm asking you, who were these other kings? It wasn't the king of Egypt. You can't say it was. That's my whole point. Before the dynasties. A dynasty is a family of rule. Before the families of rule, there was a king of another area. It was called Tasedi.
Before the game of Egypt started, we talking about pre-game. The game of Egypt ain't started yet. Before that, we talking about
So you're saying Abydos is Tasedi?
No, I'm saying I said it. So let's say they found it furthermore north. Let's say they found it furthermore north, like all the way.
I'm
just gonna. I gotta put it away further. Say they found the other shard all the way in the delta. If the time period was before the unification of Egypt, they still would search around to see which kingdom this represented, and we know which one it was, the kingdom of Tasedi. Why are you making that hard?
I'm not making that hard, but when y'all say pre-dynastic, right? Y'all act like they're still not talking about Egypt.
Geographically, they could be. It depends on the context. But they don't have to be. They're talking about before the dynasties.
For the forming of Egypt.
Like when they talk about Nubia, they say pre-dynastically, just because it's in the area and it's referencing to one culture. So if you don't hear
talk about
the A group through the X group, when they talk about the A group, they be saying pre-dynastically. They're talking about before the kingship was established. Go ahead, Robert, my bad.
They talking about when they mention the Tajin culture or the Badarian culture or the Merimde culture. This is pre-dynastic Egypt. Before Egypt is formed, before Norma unites this land, he goes on his conquering conquest. When you begin to take over and says, you know what, all of this is mine. I'm going to name this place Kemet, Egypt, even though Egypt, according to Merriam-Webster, wasn't utilized until the 14th century. And that's for the PKs that said that the Egyptians called themselves Egyptians.
Let's not even trip off no PKs. Right. We getting through off. Hey, no, Chef, let me ask you a quick question. Who ruled? No, I'm just saying, who ruled? Who owned California before America?
Who owned California before Mexico?
Okay, and then America took it in about 44, 45 or something. So now, let's say we find that there was a king in California in 1843. We can understand that he wasn't American, right?
Yeah.
So why you can't do that with the Nubians?
Because I wouldn't do that with the Nubians. We're talking about
it's the same scenario, Chef.
No, hold on. In Egypt, when they say pre-dynastic Egypt, right? They're talking about all of the stages that led up to the dynastic period. So they're talking about the Egyptians formulating their system up into it unified.
There is no Egypt before
that don't contradict
nothing, Chef. Come on, Robert. Let's get this clear.
That don't contradict nothing, Chef. You can have that.
Right. So that's where I'm at. So how am I contradicted?
Because it's limited. The reason why is because it's limited to that time period.
So let's use
pre-dynastic is limited to what you just described. You can't start going after the pre-dynasty when they form Egypt and include that. They're only talking about the time, just like you just said. They are only talking about the time periods before the formation of Egypt.
Let's use your analogy, Smash, with California, right? Now, California, before the United States took control of that, it was ruled by Mexico, right? So when if the Nakata culture is pre-dynastic, right?
Ruled by. Go ahead.
Ruled by who?
Go ahead. No, I don't want to throw you off. You say it had what?
It had pre-dynastic Egyptians there. Show me.
So that's what you get out of the Mexican analogy?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been Mexicans in California if they owned it first. You're not making no sense.
No, Mexicans were in California.
Well, why aren't you making that be synonymous with the other analogy?
California was Mexico.
Duh. They tell you Tassetti was. I can't. Somebody else got to do this.
Hold on.
It's like I can't no more, bro. You just explained it yourself. You said it best. You said California was Mexico. I've been telling you that Egypt was Tassetti, which was Nubia. I don't know why you don't get that.
Right. No, Tassetti is the southernmost.
That's what we've been talking about all day, bro.
Okay. It's still a known.
You know what it is? It's confusing. So
that known extends all the way.
Dr. Ben said, how far Dr. Ben said go up Pan-African James? Go on and beat him up. How far did Dr. Ben say Tassetti would?
It go all the way up to Aswet, which is the 13th norm.
Now, and you talking about the 8th norm, Abydos.
I can play it right now.
You proved that you are Egypt-centric. You're an Egyptian maniac. Now, you proved it because
Go ahead.
There is another discipline called Nubiologist. Nubiologists study Nubia and not Egypt, right? So Nubiologists don't necessarily use those terms that you are trying to use, saying it's Egypt. Nubiologists see it as Sudan transports, and so really they see it as a Sudan transport. Egypt is a part of a transport of the Sudanese and the Western Desert, right? That's where they see it. So you're in the Egyptology, you're Egyptomaniac, because everything, your whole basis is based on Egypt. You don't see it? So what we're asking you to step back and say that other disciplines don't view it from an Egypt point of view. They don't even like to use the word Egypt, right? So they say words like Sudanese transplant and stuff like that.
Hey, this is a good ass show and it's heck of long. Chef, you gonna go live and extend it or something? Because I gotta turn this off.
Yeah.
So let's let you get that going and put the link in the chat so we can transfer right over if you want.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reggie. I'm listening.
Yeah, go ahead, Reg.
Right. Well, thank you. So I want you to, first I want you to admit that you are taking a Egyptian point of view. Well, L.
I think I proved my point. Y'all did a lot of
all right, don't have me put up a poll. I know it's my own show. I know it's my own show. I'm not going to put up a poll that put me against you. I'm going to put up a poll that can't be biased. Like, I'll find one. Like, is Chef making sense? That ain't a bias.
So hold on, let me ask Chef. I read the source. Hold on, Chef. If Norma was coming from the South, where was he coming from? And so you saying he was coming with that crown? Where was Norma coming from? That's what I'm trying to.
Do I gotta put up the source again?
No. I'm just asking you just to make sense of where Norma is coming from.
James, now something going on.
No, we already showed the crown is south of Norma. But
you read the source that you read.
You said Norma was the first. We know Norma was the first. So where is Norma coming from if he went up even further north and And we just showed that the King Scorpio was down further was just south talking. And he predate him. So I'm just saying, so we'll give it to Norma and say he's up north, a little bit northern than what Scorpio is. But he conquered some more people up further north. So where is Norma coming from?
Hold on. So what
did the king, right?
Yeah. So what did the source we read? You read it.
No, we ain't talking about the source no more. We want to know where
y'all talking about something that y'all making up.
No, we asking the question, where is Norma coming from?
You was talking about
Norma is Egyptian.
Okay, cool. Where is he coming from with that right crown? And
y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me, right? When you talk to that source on Abydos, you're talking about writing. That's all that you're
Right.
talking.
That's what we was arguing about. That
So
that was the debate.
You was just talking about right. However, that
Y'all
is
hilarious.
No, you hilarious. Go look at your poll. You're gonna be laughing. Go, it's Reggie's turn.
Right.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Why you looking at the poll?
So
They hating on me.
Yeah, they hating on you. But go ahead, Reggie.
we know that the ancient the people that we're talking about in that region of that would form Egypt, that they perfected writing. The problem has always been is where all the elements of writing come from. It just did not pop up in the area that we call Egypt. It didn't pop up there. They perfected it. We get a lot of information, but the Kustal, the material that we showed in the Sudan, right, shows some of the early elements that was absorbed by Nermer and his heirs, right? So what I'm saying is that writing just didn't pop up in the air, right? We're talking about iconography that was absorbed. Egypt, in identifying its neighbors, used what those people called themselves, and that's where they get Tasseti. So we're looking from an Egyptian point of view. Egyptians are talking about their southern neighbors, but the southern neighbors now, they have motifs and concepts predating Egypt, right?
Yes.
That you have
it don't say that.
Man, we just illustrated that for you.
Show it.
Look, that's why 51% of the people say you're doing horrible, Chef. And it ain't a biased poll because the question is only how is Chef doing? Great, okay, not good, horrible. There's no bias could be there. They just giving it up.
I gave y'all more airtime to talk. But far as wise, what I showed, all of that stuff was attested to earlier in Abydos. That's Egypt, but y'all say it wasn't Egypt because Egypt wasn't formed yet. That's the whole crux of y'all argument.
But did you have you addressed
if
that?
we content, no.
So you pointed out you know it, now address it.
No. Y'all said it was in goddamn the Sudan and Coastal. I showed that no, it was Abydos. Y'all did a whole bunch of other talking about this is Nubia and all of this and the crap. I'm still trying to
Chef, okay, we addressed. Go ahead,
Watch
James.
this, y'all. If Scorpio predates Norma, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Scorpio.
I mean,
Scorpion
they got a Scorpion 1 and a Scorpion 2. Scorpion 1 dude and Scorpion 2 is contemporary with it.
Yes.
Oh, so you saying Scorpion 2 is contemporary with Norm?
Yeah, that's the one they think.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, so you saying the one that they're talking about is Scorpion 2.
Scorpion 2 was on that Mace head with holding the white crown on.
Okay, but where does this say where he's from?
They found it at Abydos.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying. But he's from the kin. They say he's from the kin.
Okay, which was her.
But it was attested to first. The first known attestation is where?
You know what you're doing? You thinking that every piece of artifact that is found belongs where it was found. That's the only problem. Like
it was buried there. Why wouldn't it be?
They say
that don't mean the person on it was where it was buried. It's just a piece of pottery. That's like you finding a Michael Jordan card in Texas 10 years from now or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It don't mean that card you found that Topps playing card of Michael Jordan you find wherever. That don't mean Michael Jordan was from there.
It was created there, right?
Yeah.
So when the symbols and stuff that they found on them tags, right? They wasn't from there. They was from Tasseti. Somebody took that stuff up from Tasseti, brought it there.
Three gnomes up. 3 gnomes up. So the question I'm asking you is the one that explains everything, Chef, is if we know Egypt wasn't a kingdom yet, and that crown represents you a king, then what was he the king of? You keep not trying to answer it.
I guess that area he was
Tasseti. So then when you find it in Abydos, what does it mean? Because it's before Egypt. So when you find it in Abydos, what does it mean?
And what did my source say about that?
But I'm asking you.
Hold on. It say either the Egyptians was using and those Nubians was using the same symbols, or the Nubians mimic the iconography of the Egyptians.
If we
That's what the
find
source
it in
say.
California before America take California, is we gonna say it's Mexican?
Hold on, Smash. That's just what the source say.
I know, but I'm asking a simple question. If we find it in California before white people take California, we gonna say it's Indian or Mexican? So why when we find it? Why? Well, I just threw that in there. But why when we find the same scenario in Egypt, we won't say it was Nubian? You just don't want to say it because you lose.
Where was it found first at?
Oh my gosh!
No, I just want everybody to stay on point.
Own logic.
No, I just want everybody
They was
to stay
both
on
actually
point.
found contemporaneous to each other. The question is, which kingdom do they represent? If Egypt wasn't a kingdom and Tasseti was, go on and say it. The one you got in Abydos represents Tasseti. You just said it. Thank you.
But I don't agree with that. But that
So
was
give
the
us your
logic.
stance on what it represents. You got a crown in Abydos. You telling us it represents a kingdom that's going to come in the future?
What? No, no. What? Listen.
You found a crown in archaeology. Are you saying that that crown represents a kingdom that's going to come in the future from the time period of when that crown was actually existing? You see what I'm saying? Like that's what you're doing. They found it in Abydos before Egypt, and you saying it represents Egyptians.
Why would so who was the people? Hold on. So who was the people in Abydos then?
That's why I started explaining to you what they called it. Nubia. We went over all of this. So the way ancient Egyptians did it, they would say you was a people group from a location a lot of the times, right? That's what a TU would give you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Nubwet, if you were to say who the people be from there, they'd be Nubwet to you. And so I can't do no more accurate than that.
You heard when he say just now?
He already said Abydos. I got the sound bite. I got the sound bite. He said they would be from Tasseti. So he even admitted that his Abydos king crown, it don't line up with Egypt. It got to be a kingdom before Egypt, so it belonged to Tasseti.
Yeah, that may be true, God, but it still ain't registered.
True.
It ain't registered, my lord.
He just said it because he didn't want to be. He didn't want to be publicly looking disagreeable. He was forced into saying it. But now
I'm glad you know that.
But
I'm glad you know that.
He said he don't disagree. The people know you too, Chef, because your scores start going up when you finally admitted it. For real, now you only got a 48% horrible, and they went to not good.
Listen, no.
Why do you disagree, Chef? Why do you disagree?
No, hold on. Because once I reiterated what we were debating before y'all ran me all through the Delta and back through, you know what I mean, come Ombo, we were debating where the Egyptian, the origin of Egyptian writing.
So we won that already because you had no refutation to the Cialis seal, remember? You got to keep track. We showed you that the words were on the Cialis seal and the crown is on the one we're talking about now, the Kustal incense burner. When I asked you to give me a refutation to the word Tasseti being on the Cialis seal, you just had to table it. So you can do it now.
No, you showed a relief. You didn't give no source to that.
It's like Tasseti, and I told you the name, the Cialis seal. That's right there.
And it's dated at what?
3200. And
now,
Reggie, don't you say go back further than that? Reggie said go back further than that.
So when is the stuff at Abydos dated? The writing at Abydos dated? Because all my sources say that's the oldest writing in Egypt. That's what I'm saying. Like, you give a lot of...
No, y'all, you misrepresented your source.
Oh.
Your source was talking about the oldest symbol of the white crown. It wasn't talking about... You can pull it back up.
And Gunther Dreyer wasn't talking about the white crown.
Uh-huh.
But even in your source,
he was talking about
Egypt,
the writing.
They don't say...
That's what I'm saying. Y'all running through the... Oh, my God. Y'all running through the weeds.
In Egypt, not Nubia.
You got a 46 in your
That's when
horribles now,
Egypt was
Chef. You're doing
founded.
good.
That's when
Go ahead,
Egypt
Robert, I'm
was
listening.
founded. That's when your oldest source. If we're gonna agree with your source, it's in Egypt when Egypt was founded, not
No,
Nubia,
that was
which
pre-dynastic. It was pre-dynastic. Stop that.
Pre-dynastic.
All right, I'm
Yes.
tripping. Did you set up your show yet, Chef?
Let me.
Yeah, I'm just over here tripping. It's way past 6
What's
hours.
the date on it?
I didn't
What's
even
the date on it,
monetize the
Chef?
show, so y'all can go in and contribute to Smash Rock at Cash App to help keep this going. And I appreciate everybody who already did and who put up the super chats too. Appreciate y'all. I didn't monetize the show for a reason because sometimes when you play other people's stuff, you want to keep that to a minimum as your channel grow. If you ain't monetized it, it don't matter. But if you monetize it, they'll kick you off if you use other people's stuff.
What's the date on it, Chef? We got Scorpion, which predates
3200.
Predates no.
Let me imitate what Corey gonna be sounding like on the show tonight. He gonna be no, shut. I think you did a hell of a job. Well, I don't know if I can do a good Corey, but I think you did a hell of a job over there on that Smash Rockwell show. My voice, his voice, too deeper than mine. I can't even do him right. I gotta be like, I think you did cool, Chef.
Well,
This fool gonna come in and say on purpose, I think Chief X doing cool. I got to hear Smash a little bit more. I'm rolling my eyes at the house like, he's saying that just for me at the house.
You took a shot at him earlier.
Huh? I was talking about the other day, yesterday when during the Chief X debate, he came in talking about he think Chief X doing cool. I got to hear Smash just a little bit more. After Chief X said, let me not have the Nubian. Here he comes now. After Chief X said, let me not have the Nubians. After Chief X said all this, he said, I got to hear a little bit more Smash. I rolled my eyes at the house. What's up, Corey?
Peace. No, Smash. I think your Cleo, you've been on your Cleo shit today, right? But you've been off, right? Your prediction's been off, right?
Okay.
You ain't even been reading the chat. I've been telling Chef, right? I've been telling Chef that his efforts are steeped in futility, right? So it's a fool's errand. He's on a fool's errand right now. So.
Yeah, I heard that, but I did hear you the other day talking about I got to hear a little bit more from Smash. I said, what?
What did I say that about? I don't know.
When he asked who was winning the debate between me and Chief X, I just heard you. Yeah, you feel me? He like, Chief X doing cool. I gotta hear a little bit more from Smash. Like I was getting bodied.
I be wanting to be fair. I
heard that.
I'm not just gonna say, oh, this guy's winning just because I like this guy. I'm not gonna say, oh, Chief X is whooping this guy's ass because no, I ain't never been that kind of nigga. Smash.
I heard that.
Ever since the first day you ever had a conversation with me, bro, I ain't never been that.
That's right. That's right. So look, what did you vote? You voted great for Chef, or did you not vote? Is Chef doing great here?
I voted. What was the second before?
Okay, it's great. Okay, not good. Horrible.
Not
horrible.
Good. I voted he was doing not good.
All right,
Chef.
Chef.
Before you close this,
Shout out to you, Corey.
Let me ask you a couple of questions, Smash. So, okay, now we was talking about Scorpio 1 and 2, right?
Scorpion, bro, they gonna get on your head about that. Scorpio was in Grandmaster Flash, bro.
Yeah, you're a Scorpion. So we was talking about him, right? And he had a contemporary 1 and 2, and 2 I think was contemporary with Norma, right? So is there anybody before Scorpion?
Yeah, hella people.
Okay, now what kind of crown was they wearing?
Oh, well, we ain't got those crowns. That's a good point. I think it arrives on that, but I mean,
but I came to say to Chef. I'm about to get off the panel though. I came to say to Chef, bro, you didn't have all these arguments before, right? The whole thing where it wasn't Tassetti, it wasn't Egypt at this time. It was Tassetti at this time. You know, the different crowns. What's the argument y'all just said this argument just a few seconds ago before I got on. It really brought back a real memory. I can't remember that argument y'all just said it though. But man, Chef, when they start those caliber arguments, bro, like you got to know you're not gonna win. You ain't gonna win that, bro. Like and then you said it the other day. You said you wouldn't have an Egypt college. Ain't no way, bro. You're doing a fool's errand. But I just want to say shout out to Smash and the pseudo army. I appreciate James, Captain James. James, you never fail me. You always give me a laugh every time I hear you talk, bro. Peace, y'all. I appreciate y'all.
That's General James. You better put some respect on General James.
Yo, check this out though. But like I said, if you would continue reading that same source that Sheffrin brought up and is talking about which I would say he's correct. I would like to go look at it. But
hey, Chef, hit us with the link because now I'm out of pocket. You got that link for the next show?
So,
I'm it's gonna be 30 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then people, y'all know he got the carnivorous. But look, if y'all like Black African Power, y'all, I mean, if like y'all just watching the show, I can't recommend Chef's show yet. But if y'all like the fringe information and challenging the information, Chef is a good show. For real. But if you like coming to my show for the blackness, you're gonna get mad when you go to Chef's show. But I do recommend it because it's a brother trying to come up, and so it's Carnivorous Podcast. I had to give the disclaimer because it be some elders who only want the blackness. They don't want to hear nothing y'all talking about. You know, so I just had to let them know.
All right, so peace. I'll be over there, Chef, because I got questions.
Carnivorous Podcast. Word up. I see y'all over there. Peace. Shimsu, you got to go over there. I'm closing this down now. Thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate everybody. Yeah, that wasn't a slight to my brother, Chef. I'm keeping it real. It's like a disclaimer so you won't get shock value. Because the way he was going now, they going cool. But when they get over there, they about to be, that nigga wasn't black. It's going to get crazy. So, yeah. All right, again, I appreciate all of y'all. We don't have to be the same. Y'all definitely don't got to be like me. I'll be thinking you was a sucker. So have y'all points of views, everything cool. I like the individuality y'all all bring to the table. We're going to wind up this last poll to see how good Chef did to the people. Now, 48% of the people watching said you did horrible, Chef. I know we can give that to the bias, so let's throw that out. The second was not good. 26% of the people. 13% of the people thought you did great, and 11% of the people thought you was okay. So the cool comments get a what? 24%, and the negative comments get a 76%. I don't like them numbers, Chef. You got to do better, bro. You was on a good path. Now you falling off. All right, y'all. Peace. Have a good day. I'm about to watch Chef